Wakey, and many thanks indeed for joining us on today's edition of AM Live. Of course, you know, every Thursday when we are on, it is all about In the Market, which is up next. And so today, a variety of issues that we have on the table to discuss with our panelists. You saw there from the long shot, they're already here in studio with us. COVID virus, that is COVID-19 coronavirus, is still gripping the world all over. People are getting affected from China now. It has gone to South Korea, Italy, and even in Ghana, one person has died because of coronavirus. But what does it portend for our country? Are we prepared as far as this virus is concerned? And we can see all over the world right now, it is really rattling the economy. We can see the Dow Jones still is going down and down and down. S&P also is going down and down and down because of the coronavirus. So what does it portend for us here in the country? Still, we have also that airline that is still open between Kenya and China. Are we also exposing ourselves to this threat? These are questions that we'll be also discussing with the panelists much later in the course of the program. Locust invasion in the country, still a niggling worry, but how is the Ministry of Agriculture handling this particular, of course, menace that we have in our hands right now? And exports within East Africa, how is it faring as far as Kenya is concerned as well? This is also something that we'll be focusing on. SME. We just had a conference about the SMEs in the country, and we know how that is a bigger component of, or a bigger cog, I should say, of driving the economy in this country. Are we also navel-gazing on this particular sector to give it the desired and the deserved attention that it should, right? Also, these are questions that we'll be posing to our panelists. Already they're here, two of them with us. Up and Ali, we have Zadok Siongo and also Suleiman Shabal. Good morning, gentlemen. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Yeah. So we normally just have with niceties, we begin with niceties. I can serve you tea, you know, now. Sort of you in my kiosk early in the morning. Right, so what will you care for? Coffee, tea? I'll be serving you that. But good to see you.
Good to see you too.
It's been a while. Yes.
It's good to see you looking alive so early in the morning.
Yes, that's I should. Yes, so I don't know what will be your take generally before also we just drill deeper into this particular subject we'll be discussing today. The handling of coronavirus here in the country, also the handling of the Locust invasion. Maybe just as introductory remarks, what will be your input?
Well, we've seen many of these outbreaks in the past. We've seen SARS, we've seen Ebola. I think it's probably too early to start panicking over the coronavirus. Let's not lose factor. Let's not lose focus of the fact that more people are dying of malaria today than they're dying of coronavirus. So of course we have to take all the necessary precautions, but I don't believe that there's cause for panic. Not yet.
Or about the Locust invasion?
Locust is a big problem, and I don't think they're going to die of old age too soon. And that could have a major detrimental effect on our economy. I think that is something that the country needs to seriously worry about.
All right, thank you. Zadok?
Thank you very much for having me.
Yes.
I think the coronavirus issue is something that we should not take lightly.
Yes.
Not simply from a medical point of view, but from the point of view of its implications of even just one person being found to have it in a particular country. In terms of tourism, for example, you can imagine a situation where you just talked about an aircraft which came from China the other day.
Yes.
That could trigger even cancellation of other flights coming to Nairobi. It could also trigger cancellation of tourist bookings.
Yes.
For fear, because there's no remedy for that virus right now. And it could also, as a result, make Nairobi a place where passengers do not have it as an airport of choice.
Yes.
For those who are trying to reconnect to other destinations. So it affects aviation industry, it has the potential to affect tourist industry, and generally, it is definitely also going to affect our trade in merchandise, because a large number, a very large proportion of traders in imported goods actually rely on imports from China. and many of them actually do travel to China to procure those the merchandise and bring them. I think you will see the number of those Kenyans going across to buy the merchandise to bring to Gikomba and everywhere else diminishing.
Right.
And that is definitely going to have a hit on our economy.
Fantastic. And of course, we shall be putting it squarely on the table with other panelists as well. Zedak Siongo is the founder and chairman of South Sudan Global South-South. Oh, South-South.
Global Partners.
Yes, that is South-South. I saw it like South Sudan. That is South-South Global Partners Limited, and also the former Assistant Minister of Trade here in the country and a former member of Parliament for Gwasi. Also, we have the chairman of Kentrade here, also a businessman. This is Suleiman Shabal. We'll be joined by Governor Andiritu Mureithi much later in the course of the program as well. Also, we'll be joined by Dr. Collins Odote from the University of Nairobi and also a columnist with the Business Daily. And also, we'll be joined much later. I forget the other panelist name. Today I'm not really in my element. I'm feeling a bit rough, but I'll tell you much. Oh, this is Biwott, Peter Biwott, who is the CEO of Export Promotion Council, and we'll give you more details also in our profiles much later in the course of the program. But for now, let's see what we have in the dailies today. I'll just show you what we have as the hard copy. Today I don't have my soft copy with me, so you'll bear with me briefly. Some technical challenges we have here. This is what is on the front page of the Daily Nation today. Ruto man fights Uhuru City takeover. Ruto man fights Uhuru City takeover. And it says that Senate Majority Leader Kipchumba Murkomen tears into his party leader's decision, saying it is flawed and in breach of the Constitution as it was made without input of the people. This is what is headlining the front page of the Daily Nation today. Also, more lawful and I will restore Nairobi's glory, counter handshake senators. This is what the flag is reading on top there. It's all about governance. And the story is tucked away on page 4 and 5 of the Daily Nation today. A subdued Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko at the Milimani Law Courts yesterday. Magistrate Douglas Ogoti dismissed an application in which he was seeking to stop his prosecution in a 357 million corruption case. Also, China plane held up at JKI over virus fears. A direct flight from China to Nairobi was almost made to turn back after officials at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport refused to clear passengers who had traveled from Guangzhou as coronavirus tensions continue to rise. The story continues on page 2 of the Daily Nation. Raila Party stand on PM Cabinet Secretaries. Raila Party stand on PM Cabinet Secretaries. ODM Chairman John Mbadi presents his party's views to the Building Bridges Initiative Task Force yesterday at the Kenyatta International Convention Center. The party wants all ministers and their deputies to be picked from among members of parliament. Also, Locust spread wings to North Rift breadbasket. Plague visits destruction on counties that feed the country. Amid reports, a new generation of insects has hatched, swarming numbers. Also, was it suicide or murder? The jury is still out. Postmortem shows DP Ruto guard died 2 days before his body was found, and bullet that killed him was fired from a pistol held to his chin. The story continues on page 8 of the Daily Nation this morning. That's the Daily Nation. Let's see also what we have on the front page of the Business Daily. This is what we have on the front page of the Business Daily. Revealed counties with highest, lowest youth employment. That is what we have on the front page of the Business Daily today as a splash today. Areas with higher agricultural potential perform better than those with urban development in creating jobs for young people. Young people entering the workforce have a better chance of getting a job in the central and eastern regions of Kenya than any other part of the country. Analysis of the 2019 Kenya population and housing census data has shown this. You can read the rest of the details on page 4 of the Business Daily. MPs clear Betty Minor and Kagwe for CS posts. The National Assembly has cleared Betty Minor for appointment as a Cabinet Secretary for Industrialization and Enterprise Development. The move now paves the way for her swearing in as CS. President Uhuru Kenyatta is set to preside over the swearing in of Miss Minor, the outgoing Principal Secretary. You can follow the story on page 4 of the Business Daily. Olympics protests. This is activists staging a protest in front of the headquarters of International Olympic Committee yesterday to oppose the hosting of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics Games in Japan under the state of nuclear emergency. Kenya is one of the countries that will be sending various teams to compete in the games to be held between July 24th and August the 9th. Also, courts backs KRA to access tax sheets, phones and records. The Kenya Revenue Authority has a free hand to compel taxpayers to provide details of wealth they failed to disclose in their annual tax returns and offer the taxman free access to their records, computers and mobile phones. This was a verdict of a High Court judge after he dismissed a suit challenging sections of tax law that offered KRA unfettered access to people's premises, records and devices, as well as the need for the taxpayer to provide the information when challenged, when activist Okia, when required. Activist Okia Mtata had challenged sections 57 and 58, subsection 2, 59 and 99 of the Tax Procedures Act. You can read the rest of the details on page 4. And on the ticker, Kenya exports to UK tipped to rise by 1.59 billion shillings, and today's digit is 45%. That is sustainability, is all about sustainability. Plastic bottles that manufacturers aim to recycle. You have the story continuing on page 5 of the Business Daily. And how firms use technology to stamp out fakes. In the battle to fight counterfeits, firms have stepped up use of stamps, labels and other markers to identify a product, making it easy for the public to identify a genuine product and in the process make an informed decision. You can follow the story on page 13 of the Business Daily. Helios invests 10 billion shillings in property farm. That is another story that you want to follow on page 19 of the Business Daily this morning. Yeah, that's what we have there, and I'll now jump over to Uganda. Let me just walk over to my touch screen just to show you what we do have as well. We have the Standard, also we have the Daily Monitor in Uganda. Let me just begin with what we have in the country here briefly. At least I have, or was it just waiting for me to come over for it to start acting up? Now it's stuck. But this is what we have on the front page of the Daily Monitor in Uganda. Daniel Koyune, the man who was shot dead on Tuesday in Nansana on the outskirts of Kampala, was set to hold his traditional marriage ceremony in May. That is what we have on the front page of the Daily Monitor this morning. There we go, the Standard is here. A bit of technical challenges there with my touch, but we continue with the show. A pace, Raila Ruto is my student, it says. No match. ODM leader sensationalist throws the gauntlet to the deputy president, claiming that he taught him the basics of politics and can beat him hands down in any political contest. The story continues on page 6 of the Standard. Why should I fight Ruto? In fact, it is me who recruited him to the change movement and helped him sharpen his political tactics. This is what Raila said yesterday in an interview on KTN. Also, top state officials split over Sonko deal. 2 senior officials in a high-level team chaired by the Attorney General question his role during State House ceremony as a storm builds up over the deal. And Lands Ministry in push to give flat owners title deeds. A bill before Parliament seeks to end the misery plaguing buyers of apartments who are left holding on to worthless space when crafty developers sell off the land underneath their investments. That is what we have on the front page of the Standard today. And that's how it looks. Also, coronavirus scare as 239 passengers from China let in. Kenyans alarmed as government clears passengers from China to go home to self-quarantine in a reckless step that exposes Kenyans to killer disease. The story continues on page 3 of the Standard this morning. Let's try and pick up the Star quickly and see what it is holding for us today. And this is what is on the front page of the Star. Ruto allies rush to defend Sonko, take on Kenyatta. Ruto allies rush to defend Sonko, take on Kenyatta is the splash today. Murkomen raises legal questions in Senate special debate. Also, details emerge on how the national government plans to run Nairobi. The story is tucked away on page 4 and 5 of the Star. Kipyegon Kenei unanswered questions. Who pulled the trigger? Was Kenei murdered elsewhere? How come there was very little blood in the house? What was the motive for the killing or suicide? When exactly did Kenei die, since his body had begun decomposing? Why will Kenei change into a vest and shorts then kill himself? What did he know about Rashid Echesa and his guests? Who fired a shot at Kenei's ceiling board? Was there another person in the room? The seat on which the body lay was pulled to reinforce the door. Who pulled the seat? Those are questions that needs answers, and the Star is also focusing on that. You can try and grab a copy for yourself. Ash Wednesday, Catholics begin 40 days of Lent, and we can see here John Cardinal Njue places ash on the foreheads of faithful to mark Ash Wednesday at the All Saints Cathedral, Nairobi yesterday. That is the Star for you. Let's continue to see what we have also on the front page of the New Times in Rwanda briefly. And this is what is on the front page of the New Times in Rwanda. Kagame reshuffles cabinet. President Paul Kagame on Wednesday evening reshuffled the cabinet, making major changes to key ministries, notably health and education. Dr. Daniel Ngaminje was appointed Minister of Health, replacing Dr. Diane Gashumba, who resigned 2 weeks ago. And you can read the rest of the reshuffle on page 4 of the New Times this morning. Why only 3.5% of Rwandans borrow from banks? And we can see here Bank of Kigali clients inquiring about bank services. You can follow the story on page 3 of the New Times. And government to waive taxes on agri-land wrongly reserved for construction. This story continues on page 3 of the New Times if you're waking up in Rwanda. I want to show you briefly also what is on the front page of other dailies like the Newsweek. If you're following keenly the USA politics, kidnapping justice, Barr and Trump using the law for partisan ends. That is a probing question, and that is the latest edition there of the week. Right, those are your dailies. You can try and grab a copy of the Daily Monitor or the copy of the Daily Nation or the copy of the Business Daily for those riveting stories that we have for you this morning. Up next, we have Laughter and Levity. All right, let's begin with the Daily Nation, see what we have inside the Daily Nation today. According to Victor, this is what he has drawn for us. It's all about Sonko and the new status of Nairobi County as it is right now. Sonko gets lighter duties, and you can see, I leave it for you to decipher this. We can see him now riding there on the driver's seat, but who is up there on the driver's seat currently? This is the national government. This is what has been drawn by our cartoonist here in the Daily Nation editorial page today. Also, we have Stano as well today. It's all about Sonko as well there. All right, so he gets the short end of the stick, does he? According to Stano there. Handle that as I take care of the rest of the bull. So he gets the tail as it is right now. This is what is happening currently, and this is what has been drawn by Stano. Let's see what we have in the Standard. Right, and there you go. This is Gado. February 25th, 2020. Dear Nairobians, I hereby surrender the authority to run the county of Nairobi from the county cartel to the national cartel. Yours sincerely, Mike Sonko. So this is today's editorial cartoon in the Standard, according to Gado. There you go, according to our cartoonists. Of course, all of them, they read from the same script, so to speak, as we can see there. That's what we have from the editorial cartoons as well. Also, just to show you, we're in the market today. There's a latest copy of the International Financing Review, which is focusing also on how sustainability finance is getting the traction. Here comes the next boom in sustainable finance, the environmental, social governance derivatives. And Italy ECM hopes lifted by proposed Intesa UBI deal with 1 billion euros rights issue on the cards. If you're following international markets, this also will be of interest for you. There we go. Right, I want to hark you back 20 years back. Of course, that is in 2000, and we actually drew this particular story from our archives as well, which is up next in the museum.
Top IcePack officials have sent a proposal on the issue to the Treasury, but this might put it on a collision course with the registration of Accountants Board at the Treasury, to which the board's disciplinary committee has to refer its decisions.
We have petitioned the government to look at the law to provide for a broader range of penalties.
Gitau Waweru and James Njiraini, chairman and chief executive of the institute respectively, also want the committee to be made autonomous and to have representation not only from accountants but also from other professionals.
We had a case that went through the disciplinary committee, and the disciplinary committee decided that the practicing certificate of that particular member be taken back by the institute. When the matter went to the registration of Accountants Board, the board decided that the disciplinary action was too severe.
IcePack says it is normally forced to foot all the costs if a case warrants an independent investigator. They're recommending that the body be empowered to levy fines and recover costs arising out of such disciplinary process.
We are registered for disciplinary matters. Then your reanimation has got to be subject to conditions that will be set by the disciplinary committee.
Last week, IcePack deregistered and published names of accountants who were not remitted their annual subscription of 6,000 shillings.
That was in 2002. Now, the coronavirus brought with it as much destruction to the world as it did confusion. Over 80,000 cases have been reported so far, but with the resumption of China's Southern Airlines flights to Kenya, the question arises, are we treating the virus with the seriousness that it deserves?
Afternoon at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, a video on social media shows the arrival of a China Southern Airlines arriving with 239 passengers on board. Angry Kenyans expressed concern that the government could leave Kenyans vulnerable to the disease by allowing flights from the international airline to resume. Some people were shocked that the staff receiving the aircraft on the ground were not wearing any masks or protective gear. A statement from the Ministry of Health clarifying that all passengers aboard were screened and advised to self-quarantine has done little to soothe the fears of Kenyans at a time when the disease is fast spreading across the world. In China, 59 new deaths have been reported, the lowest figure in more than 3 weeks, bringing the death toll to 2,715, while in Iran, 44 new cases have been reported in the past 24 hours, bringing the number of infected people to 139 with 19 deaths. Gina Kirori, NTV.
Now, the government has admitted that it was slow in responding to the Locust invasion, which has ravaged farm produce in parts of the country. Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Peter Munya says this can in part be attributed to poor coordination between the national and county governments, given that agriculture is a devolved function.
Agriculture is largely devolved. So national government is left with the function of coordination, overarching national policy, research, and the capacity building. Now, when we are supporting counties in training on how to deal with locusts, when we are providing equipment, it's capacity building.
Now, the National Assembly extended the period for consideration of the budget policy statement of 2020, citing need for more time to meet relevant stakeholders in the budget-making process. The process, which was to be concluded on Thursday this week, which is today, now has an additional 7 days to be wrapped up. The chairperson of the Budget Committee cited disruption in the initial phases of the 2020 budget cycle.
The Public Finance Management Act only gives us 14 days from the time the BPS and the debt management strategy paper are laid in the House. And from the days, if you count the days from the time when these documents were tabled in the House by the leader of majority, the 14 days lapse tomorrow, Thursday. And as I have indicated, it was not practical, given that this year we were interrupted by the unfortunate passing on of His Excellency, the late President Daniel Moi.
Now, Kenya's exports to top markets within the Six Nation East African Community bloc jumped to a 6-year high in 2019 on the back of easing trade tensions. Provisional data shows this. Earnings from goods sold to Uganda, Tanzania and Rwanda increased by nearly 11.01 billion shillings or 10.06% in the January-December 2019 period to hit 120.43 billion shillings. This is the highest income from goods sold in 3 regional markets since 120.68 billion shillings was earned in 2013, according to latest statistics collected by the Central Bank of Kenya. Now, the value of exports to Rwanda accelerated at the fastest pace of 29.9% to touch a fresh record of nearly 23.1 billion shillings. Orders from Tanzania climbed 3.87 billion shillings or 13.03% to close the year on 33.61 billion shillings, the highest value since protectionist President John Magufuli's first full year in office. Uganda, Nairobi's largest trade partner, accounting also for more than half of the region export. We shall be discussing this with our panelists as well. But also let's turn our focus now on the SMEs, where the national government is working with counties to cut levies charged to small and medium-sized enterprises, with the aim of harmonizing regulations to reduce costs and make it easier for small entities to thrive. According to the Interior Secretary, this is Fred Matiang'i, multiple taxes across the 47 counties were eating into the margins of SMEs and blunting their ability to grow and create jobs. County governments introduced cess charges for products moving between the devolved units and refused to accept permits issued by other counties. The Treasury has in the past put county governments on the spot over the haphazard imposition of levies to raise on-source revenues. This has seen SMEs pay more to sell goods across the counties. All right, those really shapes the outlook of the stories that we shall be discussing with our panelists. Remember also, you can hit us on Twitter. MLiveNTV is our Twitter handle, MLiveNTV, our profile name on Facebook, and 20686, our SMS portal. Also, you can follow me at Dibal Ainer. But here is our guest profiles this morning. Right, let's continue with the conversation at pace. Of course, our guests already here. We want to just begin where we began with our two panelists before the rest have joined us today, on how also the coronavirus is actually rattling global markets. But here in the country, we can see we are not really training our focus very seriously on it, with this particular resumption of China Southern Airlines flight to Kenya, which raises questions that we've also put to you as far as that story that we did for you went. Are we treating the virus with the seriousness that it deserves? And how does this portend for our economy? Right, let's just begin with the rest of our panels that we do have here. Peter Biwott, he is the CEO of Brand KE. Good to see you, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Right, let's just begin from there, all of us, and we just discuss about coronavirus, and now is really rattling the global economy as it is. I said earlier the Dow Jones is down, S&P also is down, and is getting down and down each and every day. So what does this portend for us, first of all, as a country? Peter.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you, Dibal, for having me. I wanted to say initially, the spread of the virus was anticipated to be, stopped because of technological advancements in China and the EU countries and the US. But as you can see, there's a lot of spread of the same to Asia, Iran, it has gone to Italy and some parts of Europe, and there's a lot of discussion, including even yesterday, President Donald Trump of the US actually made a speech.
I'm sorry to butt in, I think I have a problem with the mic. Let me just continue as I try and see. Yes.
About the virus. So what is happening is that the virus actually is causing economic crisis, because if you look at what is happening even in China, some factories have actually been closed. Some industries have been closed because people cannot go to work, and this is affecting production. It is also affecting logistics.
Right.
China is one of the.
You will continue because I think I have a problem with the mic. I'll sort it out just momentarily. Don't worry.
Okay.
Right. But Colin Sodote, you can just give your introductory remarks. We had from Zadok and also Shabal.
Thanks, Debal. First, if you take Kenya and look at the numbers of the Chinese in Kenya, the amount of trade that happens between Kenya and China over the last few years, I think the virus is a threat to Kenya's economy.
Yes.
Initially, it was a threat only because of the direct relationships between Kenya and China. But now as it spreads to other countries, you see it affects travel, it affects business. If you see the nation headlines for today, a plane yesterday had to even be delayed for an hour because of the concerns around it. And those kind of challenges are going to continue. And the second thing, Debal, is this actually demonstrates the limits of technological advancement. We always thought that in the 21st century, we were on top of the game as the world, and we were able to deal with all emergencies. This has been going on for over a month, and challenging not just people's lives, people's livelihoods, but also challenging economic development. So for me, I think this is a great crisis for the world.
Right. Let's hear from Governor Nderitu Muriithi.
Well, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, good to see you.
Well, it will dampen the volume of imports from China. In the long term, I'm not necessarily sure that that's a bad thing, because we should be producing other than importing. So, but nonetheless, a health crisis is not a good thing. But what I think is that in the immediate term, we will import less, and perhaps that's a good thing for local manufacturers. In the longer term, and from a health perspective, it does bring into sharp focus our preparedness, both as a country, but I think as a world, to deal with health crisis. And for us as Kenya, because in the context of us trying to achieve UHC and so on, universal healthcare,
yes,
and so on, it does bring into very sharp focus how well prepared are we, how robust are our systems to be able to provide health and respond to health crisis.
Okay, let's just get back to Zadok. The question will be, right now, we can see most of the countries worldwide, they're banning the flights, to and from China. But here we're still entertaining, even this particular air flight from China as it is right now. The question they're asking, are we serious about this? Why can't we just take a stern action like other countries to try and protect ourselves? Because even the World Health Organizations has come out with a statement saying that we as Africans, we don't even have the requisite capacity to actually contain this or fight this particular virus as it is right now.
Yes. Thank you, Deban, for having me. I think I would like to start from the basics, which is the fact, I think because I know a little bit about how government decisions are made.
Yes.
The cabinet is the topmost decision-making organ in this country. Mm-hmm. It is inconceivable that the cabinet that actually decided that Kenya Airways should stop its direct flights to China, and people applauded because that was the right thing to do, mm-hmm. because everybody else is doing it, and the seriousness of the situation, especially the fact that we have no remedy, curative or preventative, yes. against this virus, that was the right thing to do. So it was quite inconceivable that in spite of actually stopping our national airline from conducting flights to China, we should allow another airline
from China to
mm-hmm. drop passengers into the country. It's unbelievable. I'm also concerned, of course, because I know that the president, the CS who decided on the health side that they can come in and self-quarantine. There's no government facility where they could have been kept, and everybody else is doing so. They come in, you keep them somewhere. I don't know what the gestation period is for the virus. Until they are cleared that they are okay, then you can allow them to mingle with the rest of Kenyans. But in the situation where we had actually an outgoing cabinet secretary making a decision, and yet there is an incoming one, in fact, I thought that there was no hurry whatsoever. They should have waited. I know my friend Mutai Kagwe very well. I do not think he would have lacked the sensitivity to say no, we cannot allow them to come in. So those are two issues that basically I'm concerned about. But going to the fundamental issue of this virus, it has to be looked at in two ways. One, of course, is the medical one. Mm-hmm. There is no cure yet. There is no vaccine yet. And it is spreading extremely fast.
Yes.
To the extent that the big nations, China, US, are actually concerned and they're terminating human contact with China, whether by travel by cruise ships or by air. And that's a big decision to take, because you cannot have this world, a modern world, without communication by air or by ship. And so we should have made sure that we actually took the precautions.
Yes.
Now, the point that has been made by the governor is very important. We don't have the capacity. I think we should not take. There's no capacity. We don't have the capacity. And yet countries with bigger capacities are actually taking extra precaution, drastic precautions to ensure that there's just no contact.
Right.
Now, then, of course, there's the issue of the implications of it.
Yes.
As I said earlier, it can easily trigger tourist cancellations. It can trigger travel advisories from countries who are very concerned about the safety of their citizens. It can also trigger some airlines being anxious about coming to Jomo Kenyatta Airport or Kenyan airports. And even those choices, that means that passengers pass through Nairobi before they go to their final destination. That could also be affected. And in all fairness, this was an insensitive decision. It is not reflective of the seriousness that this virus poses for Kenya and the world.
Right. Shabal, given that we know in Africa right now, Egypt and also Ghana, we have incidents of death because of this particular flight. And we here in the country are grappling with the issue of, self-quarantine. What is self-quarantine in the first place? Or what are the hallmarks of self-quarantine? I do not understand. Maybe you can make me understand. Is it just to go to the house and be in the house? You don't come out, you don't go for shopping? What is self-quarantine?
I frankly don't know. Okay. And from my perspective, I think we should take the necessary precautions that need to be taken. But I'm not panicking about the coronavirus. Yes, it's going to have a temporary effect, but life has to go on. I mean, more people are dying of malaria in Africa than the coronavirus. And now you watch on TV, the Chinese are spraying their cities. They don't even know what the cause of the virus is, and you're spraying your city. Are you spraying for mosquitoes, or are you spraying for what? Yeah. So it's a time for caution. It's a time for. But I've seen many of these things come and go. So I'm watching. I'm just watching this thing. I'm not terribly excited about it. Yeah.
But if we would,
yes, of course, it's going to have an effect, short-term effect on the relationship. I mean, the connections with China. But as governor says, maybe that's not such a bad thing. You know, maybe it's time to start buying Kenyan.
All right. Let's hear from.
I think
the Buy Kenya man.
This is
Peter Biwott.
Actually, my position was that globally, this is going to is likely to cause an economic recession. You remember the world has had various economic recessions over time.
Yes.
One of them was financial crisis in 2008. The others which happened before. So for this one, and if you see the anxiety and the fear that this has caused, because I just came from UAE yesterday, and I could see how this spread of virus is causing anxiety in countries. And you can see the way European countries have actually been affected. They don't seem to be ready. Look at what is happening in the countries in Europe, in Asia, like Iran, even the US.
Yes.
So it sends a lot of concern, and it is likely to cause a lot of economic slowdown. You can see already the financial markets are deepening.
Yes.
They're actually falling, and we are aware that a lot of factories are actually closing, and people are not working because, you know, loss of human capital, loss of people is very injurious to the economy.
Yes.
And what is going to happen is, despite the fact, I know we want to promote our own local sale of our product, but remember, these are countries which produce technology we don't have. And a lot of that technology has been actually moving from continent to continent. I understand ships have actually been quarantined. They cannot actually, leave their stations. So I think the effect will take a year in my own review. Even after the aftermath, it's likely to take longer for us to recover.
Right.
As a world. But so we need to take note as a country, because if it comes to us, the level of preparedness, the strain in our medical centers, maybe even issues of medicine. So the issue of preparedness. So it really might affect us badly.
Right. Yes, Kellen Sodote. But are we as a country also giving it the attention that it deserves? That is the question. Are we prepared as we should be? And are we handling it in the wisest of fashion?
That's actually my biggest worry. And just two things to demonstrate that problem. Number one, there has been a whole number of Kenyan students whose information has been flicked through the media, saying we are stuck in this province. Please bring us home. The response from government are, you are safer there. Maybe true, but beyond being safer there, what exactly are we doing for you? Because these are Kenyan citizens. Anytime that there's a problem, your principal responsibility is to your citizens. I have not seen the kind of communication and engagement that reassures me that my government is doing something about our citizens in China in terms of not bringing them back. That's not the issue. The issue is responding to their plight. The second is when you listen to this thing called self-quarantine, it just demonstrates to you the lack of preparedness. Because I think we didn't think that this thing was going to hit our doorsteps. We thought it was a nice story happening in China. We could be able to get away with it. Then all of a sudden, you are confronted with a plane with all this number of people with potential possibility that they may be infected. What do? Do you keep them? And if you keep them, where? Do you take them back with the economic implications? So then the easy thing is to say, okay, just come in, but please self-quarantine. Of course, that's, to be honest, completely both disingenuous, but also, I think, taking Kenyans' intelligence for granted.
Dibal, a few years ago, I had to go to the port in Mombasa with police to raid, to impound containers, like 10, 20 containers of counterfeit goods, biro pens at that time, from Guangzhou. So I don't agree with my colleague that there is technology that they have we don't have. I'm telling you, all we do is import things that we should be making. Toothpicks. Why should we be importing toothpicks from China? So yes, it will dampen that trade. But personally, I think that's a good thing. Now, from the health point of view, and which is giving rise to all kinds of conspiracy theories about what is this virus that suddenly science doesn't know how to deal with. So from that point of view, I think there is something to say about Allah. What is it actually, and how soon can science globally be able to deal with this issue? But from the rest of it, from the economic point of view, now it is actually in our favor that we are not importing as much as we have been. Kenyan citizens in China, I think government has to make a sensible decision. If you don't know how to control it, yes, of course you have to. It is your the principal purpose of government is the protection of life. Because the rest of the rights, whether it's right property, right to talk, as we are talking now, all those don't matter if you don't have life. So yes, but if there is a risk, and there is a risk because we don't yet have a clear idea of how to handle this virus, it would be irresponsible for government to say to our citizens, just come home. So it's a terrible kind of decision to try and confront. But the reality is, if we don't yet have proper capacity to handle this virus, and that's why even when you're talking about self-quarantine or isolation or whatever, so I think that it is a painful and tough decision for government officials to make, but it is the right decision because we haven't yet the fullness of capacity to handle the virus. But in terms of the economic effects, I frankly, let's make our own toothpicks and caps and what have you. We don't have to be buying them from China.
But we have the environment that is very conducive for us to make our own toothpicks as it is right now. The cost of production in this country is something.
I think we're overreacting to this whole thing. I mean, next door to us is Ebola, which is equally deadly. We haven't put a quarantine on people coming from Congo. The HIV virus until today is not curable. What does this mean? And we have to take the necessary precautions and just be sensible about the whole thing. The drop in the stock markets were already overheated anyway. It was time for a correction, and this is just an excuse. I think, in fact, yesterday the World Health Organization said that there's no need for panic. There's need for concern, but no need for panic. I think we're overblowing this thing.
Are we?
We have to.
Now that it's spreading the tentacles to Switzerland and in South Korea as it is right now, and they're almost now saying that we should actually declare this a pandemic. So are they speaking also from both sides of the mouth? World
Health Organization yesterday said it's not yet time to declare it a pandemic. They panic.
All right, let's hear from.
Yeah, thank you. I think Governor Nderitu's comments, in fact, demonstrate how the contradictions we are dealing with. Because he is on the one hand, and I may agree with him, that it may be safer to keep those Kenyans away from coming into Kenya because we don't know this animal called the coronavirus and we may not have the capacity to deal with them. So we are better off keeping them there than allowing them to come in. But the same argument then should apply to the Chinese who are landed at the Jomo Kenyatta Airport. If it is okay to allow these Chinese to come into Kenya, why should we not therefore, as a moral responsibility, you are very right, the fundamental responsibility of government is to safeguard its citizens. So why don't we bring them back home where they can have social...
I hope we are not condoning or siding with the decision to allow this plane.
Oh, absolutely not.
I mean, that was
absolutely not. But the point is, it was a very wrong decision. So there is a contradiction. There, on the one hand, we are saying our citizens should not come, but the Chinese can come. That is a serious...
We are certainly not saying that. We are saying that decision was actually improper, given that we already had made a decision about Kenya Airways, for example, going there and coming back.
That is the point, Governor. The government is saying less Kenyans in China not come because it may be safer for them there and not safe for Kenyans if they came, but we are allowing Chinese to come. So that's a contradiction as far as government decision making is concerned. Number two, you see the Ebola issue. We know much more about Ebola than this virus. We have technology. In fact, they can detect it and therefore control it if it should come. Detection and dealing with it after being detected is easier with Ebola than this virus. Nobody knows about this virus.
Come on, let's be serious.
So just one second, let me finish my point.
Let's finish.
Okay.
We go to call as we come to you.
Yes, my third point is this, which is that we should agree if something can reduce the imports from China is fantastic. And especially if you can take advantage to produce those things here.
Yes.
Fantastic. But it is not, this virus is not about China-Kenya bilateral trade relations. It has got ripple effect beyond the bilateral relations with Kenya and China. And there is serious ripple effects of perception. Because the moment the word goes around that you are allowing Chinese to come into Kenya, tourists from the West will have very serious doubt whether they should actually come over in our holidays.
Yes, and of course also Peter Biwott will really have a hard time trying to brand Kenya again and make sure you sanitize our name because of what is really happening as it is. Collins Odote.
Debal.
Yes.
Economically, I actually agree with Governor Nderitu that if this was an economic issue, then it's actually to our best interest in the long term, because some of the things that come from China should not come. Some of the things Chinese do in this country, they should not do. You see them roasting maize. What business do they have roasting maize? We have fish in Lake Victoria. Why are we having too much fish from them? So from an economic perspective, I wish it was an economic decision. I think the larger issue is health and government responsibility. And on that, Governor Nderitu and Shabal respond to each other. Because Governor Nderitu on the one instance says that for the guys there, what would government do? But is unhappy about the plan. Shabal says, let's not blow this thing out of proportion. I wish our government was blowing it out of proportion. My problem is that they're not blowing anything at all. Because on the one instant, for the people who are there, they say, we don't know what to do, let them stay there. But for the plane here, again, we don't know what to do, let us just get them in and self-quarantine. Those two decisions are contradictory. What is worse is that the contradiction is against the interests of Kenyan nationals. You can't have a situation where you are exercising discretion in favor of foreigners and against your own nationals. Because in both instances, for your nationals, you're keeping them in China. For foreigners, you're telling them to come in. The bigger challenge, Debal, is tomorrow when you now want to travel to Italy, when you want to travel to the US, they will tell you, because of these people who are in self-quarantine, we are not sure whether you are one of the people who was told to be in self-quarantine and whether you are now safe to enter our country. That's the bigger problem, because now we'll be having collateral damage from what is happening in China.
I just wanted to say,
yes,
if you see a plane landing in the country, I'm sure there must have been analysis, conversation and certain kind of testing which were done wherever that plane was coming from. But what I know is China is like Africa continent. So the virus is spreading around another province called Wuhan. But this plane is from Guangzhou. So it's like South Africa and Tunisia. So maybe those are some of the considerations which were put in place, because where the plane is coming from, there is no widespread of the coronavirus. So I think that those are some of the considerations that could have been put in place. But on the issue of competitiveness,
is that the consideration that we're having other nations also having in mind as well? Yeah,
I'm sure, because if you look at
why do we have a blanket, ban on any, flights taking?
Why there not many countries?
Yes.
Are there not many countries? If you saw the speech of President Donald Trump yesterday, he was actually assuring Americans that there's no problem, because certain flights are still going to the U.S. from other regions of China, because America cannot do away with certain input from China. So, and they have to safeguard their economic interest as well, so that they don't, fall into recession. But there was a question you raised, Debal, on the issue of competitiveness. The fallacy that Kenya is not competitive, that question of we are not competitive to do production, I mean, it's a fallacy. It's not true, because look at our edible oils. Kenya is one of the leading exporters of edible oils in the whole of Africa. So I think it is just decisions to be made, whether there is the virus or not, for us to increase our productive capacity, first to improve our technology, and one of our suppliers of technology is actually China, and then improve and increase our manufacturing the way the country has actually targeted. And instead of focusing on farm markets, of course, they are priority, like, for example, EU and others. We just focus on Africa as well, because Africa is a rich continent where we can sell. If you look at even our exports, I know we'll be discussing increase of exports to the ESC. Our exports, majority of our exports actually go to the African continent. So there is need to really pay that sacrifice and for our country to take manufacturing seriously.
Right. So let's be winding up on it. We go to other topics.
Right.
Yes?
We are very good in edible oils. The question is the inputs into edible oils. I mean, we can do palm oil, but we can do better, which is to do oil crops in Kenya. Yeah, we should be growing sunflower. We don't have to import palm oil from Malaysia and others of our friends. We should be growing, sunflower. For example, that's what we should be using to replace sugar, which has become uncompetitive. So we are a competitive economy, but we can do better.
Yes.
We can do better. But I still want to go back to this question of technology. And I'll tell you this, Dibal. Years ago when I was assistant minister, this issue of technology and the notion that Africa does not have technology, we need technology from China or India. This is what happened to me. Silicon Valley, private equity have come to Kenya looking for startups in mobile telephony and what have you and applications. Why? Because Nairobi, Kenya, as a technology hub is very well recognized. So these guys have come looking for companies to invest in. In the meantime, the week they are here, all my officers from the permanent secretary have been taken to India to learn how to make biogas, from I mean,
to benchmark.
To benchmark. Who is taking us? UNIDO. Because this idea that Africa has no technology, we have allowed it to
be ingrained in us.
In the meantime, Dibal, for example, if you take on the question of using mobile phones to do amazing things, Kenya is world number 1. So I would like to persuade my colleague that we should throw away those words. The notion that we need technology from some other person. Let us accept the technology we have and grow it.
Governor, I completely agree with you. If you look at the rise of Japan, they just borrowed the technology from the Americans. And same with the Chinese and same with the Malay. Technology doesn't belong to anyone. There's no glory in reinventing the wheel. Once the technology is there, it belongs to everybody. It's how we use the technology to develop our economies that makes a difference. Today, and this is something that I pointed out before, we are still exporting raw coffee at $2, and Kenya, a major coffee producer, makes $256 million of coffee from coffee exports. Germany, $2.6 billion, 10 times what we're making, and they don't grow a single bean of coffee, purely from the use of technology, basic technology of processing the coffee that we're sending here. Question is, why are we exporting raw coffee? And we're not talking about rocket science, we're talking about very simple technology. Why is it that we have not taken advantage of already existing technology? So it's not even a question of inventing technology, it's just using the technology. And that's what we as a country need.
Right.
And our mindset.
Our mindset, because we believe.
Thank you. Could we just take a short break? When we circle back, we continue with more on the technology as it is. So maybe Peter Biwott will tell us now that should be a fallacy, that we don't have the technology here in the country. We do have the technology. We don't have to actually look elsewhere or maybe near country like China for technology as well. You're watching In the Market here on AM Live. We take a short break. We circle back with more.
cracking comedy. Just move to NTV. This Sunday on Crossover 101.
Hey Manzi guys, this Sunday we spice it up. It's going to be a touch of the spiritual nourishment for your spirit, not forgetting a touch of fun. And we'll be joined by the amazing school, the Amboseli Institute. You don't want to miss this, Manzi. Keep it low.
This Sunday, Crossover 101 serves you more than just food. Price.
Dance, artists, the word of God.
As NTV goes on the road, it's the Kiambu County Edition.
Crossover 101 in association with Amboseli Institute of Hospitality and Technology.
Think quality, think future. Think Amboseli Institute. Enroll today.
Building tips for general construction should be bought from reliable sources, should not get dry before the specific curing time given for best results, must be kept certified. Exactly 50 kilograms guaranteed in each bag.
Adding strength to Kenya's landmarks. Power for specialized constructions. Cementing the nation's future. Simba Cement, the strength and pride of Kenya.
Now also produced in Nakuru and Mombasa.
Kenya Climate Innovation Center is a center which is trying to help Kenya to become more resilient to climate change. Our job is really to help the private sector, especially small and medium enterprises, to look at climate change as an opportunity. We know climate change is the biggest threat which is facing humankind in the 21st century.
Buda basi kama umerudia wizi na unaweza ibia mdem sai mchana, itabidi basi umeachana sera. Najua kamiti ni home.
I've been thinking, why don't we have the double date at my place tonight? Tonight? I think it's time you met my girl. Joey needs to know if you're allergic to anything.
I'm like a hyena. I eat anything placed in front of me. Soon you'll get what you want.
Welcome back. You're watching In the Market here on AM Live, and I'm holding court with Zadok Siongo, who is the founder chairman of South Global Partners Limited, also the former Assistant Minister of Trade. Also we have Governor Mureda with us, who's the governor of Laikipia. We have Suleiman Shabal, who is the chairman of Kentrade. We have also with us Peter Biwott, who is the CEO of Brand KE. Also we have Dr. Collins Odote, who is a regular resident analyst here on AM Live, a columnist with the Business Daily and a lecturer at the University of Nairobi. We continue pace with the conversation about coronavirus and how also it is rattling the global economy and how prepared are we here in the country as well, which is opening a wider discussion on also how manufacturing here in the country is faring on as well. Right, and I didn't make this note. You know, earlier, Assistant Minister of Trade, did you guys pass the baton? Did you see each other?
As he was leaving, I was coming in.
I was there a little earlier, and on that basis, I think I qualify to make the following two comments.
Yes.
One, on the question of technology.
Yes.
It is true that there is a lot of technology out there which you can actually adopt and adapt quickly without breaking the International Intellectual Property Rights Act.
Yes.
Because some of them are generic. Secondly, when I was the Assistant Minister for Trade and Investment Affairs, I led several delegations, and also I was privileged to have been sent to negotiate for avenues for technology transfer into Kenya. I went to India, I went to Turkey, and even China. The point is, we have a serious weakness in terms of adopting technology, even basic ones, and dispersing it into our populations. We have Kirdi in the industrial area.
Yes.
And so many similar organizations in other countries are more than willing to actually share basic technology of making toothpicks and other things. You had remember the Nyayo car?
Yes.
We have extremely beautiful equipment. The numerical machine.
Yes.
I went down all over the globe looking for strategic partners so that we can actually use it to start producing basic machinery, packing machines, manufacturing machines, tractors, and other agricultural equipment within Kenya for the whole region. That effort went to zero because we lack the discipline and culture of continuity. Now, UNIDO, who my successor we talked about, we started this program on developing value chain concept and ideology within this country, and that is what's killing us. The cooking oils we export, we are basically branding and filling into tins. All the raw materials come from former Unilever plantations in Malaysia and Indonesia and so on. So the bulk of the value of a Kimbo or whatever cooking oil you use here, the bulk of the value in terms of Kenya shillings or dollar is actually out there. By the time it is landing in Kenya, 80% we are already, by the time you are buying it, delivered at the port, 80% of money is already gone. We're just scraping a small little amount. And we know that in COMESA, as well as East African community, there are serious challenges of the rules of origin as far as cooking oil is concerned, because local components is very, very low. So I agree entirely with Governor Nderitu. We should be very serious about developing oil crops, and we should be very serious about adopting the concept of value chain so that we don't look at the end product, but we follow it right from the origin, from the basic farmer all the way up to the factory where it is converted to the final product that goes to the consumer. If we can do that, we are creating a big employment opportunities.
So we should be winding up also on this, yes, coronavirus.
You actually said about both Zadok and Governor Nderitu that they were both assistant ministers.
Yes.
And for me, that is the trouble with the country. Not with them as individuals, but with our leadership.
With our leadership.
Because the reality is that both of them are correct in terms of the status of technology.
Yes.
But our attitude and our policies and our approaches is such that we still think that the West and the East is better than us. Two things. But number one is here's where China gives us the example. China was not always a world leader, but they believed in their things and they just did them, and they have overtaken the entire world. Two, we spoke about Silicon Valley, Silicon of Nairobi. Silicon Valley of Nairobi happened when C.S. Mutai was in the Ministry of Information, meaning we can do it. But when we decide to do things as assuming that the West is better than us, we'll always suffer. My last issue, it brings me to this debate about coronavirus. If we want to mix health and economics, we can take this to actually take us to the next level. How do we do so? Biwott just said that, you know, President Trump says that there's no cause for alarm because America cannot do without the Chinese economy. The question we should ask ourselves, what does the Chinese economy benefit us as a country? Is it one where we must bend over backwards, or is it one where we must say, let's use this opportunity to actually be able to right some of the wrongs in terms of our relationships? Let's avoid this situation where we have a great influx, where they're doing all the basic jobs at Kenya, so that by the time this process is over, we have used the health excuse to right the economic relationships with China.
Look, America is dependent on China for many reasons, including that America borrows heavily from China. But back to our issue, and I would have to agree with you that it's an issue of attitude, because NMC, you know, we make lathe machines there. And you see, a lathe machine is the machine that makes machines. We make lathe machines at NMC. And therefore, for instance, you can ask now a different question. Why would we, and we make pumps, we make all kinds of things at NMC today. And you know, by the time I got to the ministry, they had already set it up, my predecessor. So, but we will still go out as a country, even as government, to buy things that we should actually machine at NMC. If you go there, the casting system, you can cast something like 15 tons of high-speed steel per hour in that thing. So we have the capacity, but it goes back to your point of attitudes. So for me, for instance, and everybody I guess is looking for their own piece in these BBI and other things, this question of ethos, national ethos, and what do we believe in as Kenyans and as Africans? What are we trying to do? That's what I'm interested in myself, because I know for fact we can do these things. In my neighborhood, in Nyahururu, we are making a small car, a tuk-tuk.
Very impressive.
And you know,
The electrical one.
yeah, and convincing people that we're going to getting ourselves to believe in ourselves and to buy what we are producing. And as I conclude, you know, what is right, if you look at the Continental Free Trade Area, you know, and what it means in terms of a market, really as Africans, we have no longer any excuse to keep thinking that we have to look elsewhere for markets, for technology, and so on.
Thank you.
You see, Governor, if you look at,
we'll come to yours.
If you look at the technology, today we have the avocados become like the new buzz in agriculture here. Yet we have millions of avocados rotting here in Kenya because they're trying to export raw avocados. Yet avocado oil has a higher commercial value than the actual avocado itself. And the machine for converting that is $3,000. Now, government should be promoting these ideas rather than trying to act as a technology advisor. Just show the people how much value there is. Show the farmers that you can make more money with your avocados by having an avocado press. Produce our own oil. Hopefully be what will brand it as Avocado Kenya. And then we will find the value of our exports going much higher.
Thank you.
Instead of wasting so much of our... Right. Technology doesn't have to be reinvented. We just have to adapt it.
Thank you.
And nobody cares whether it's from made in China, USA, or...
All right, thank you.
Let's
wind up with you, Biwot, on that.
China. I've studied China, actually. If you look at my paper, the Journal of World Economic Research, you know, what China did is they invested a lot in, you know, improving local technology. Even when their products were expensive, they actually encouraged Chinese to buy it. And they took advantage of their own market because there are very many people. So this is something that made China to leapfrog in terms of, you know, their technological advancement. And that's why now China is the leading economy in terms of purchasing power. So this is something that we need to adopt. What Governor is saying, whatever innovations have been, let's say, discovered in Laikipia, we need to see heavy investments and a focus on improving, because I normally see Kenyans who invent helicopters, but nobody takes...
We just laugh at them.
Yeah, nobody takes interest in them, and we say, okay, it cannot fly. But that's how planes started, actually. You know, you remember the Wright brothers,
Yeah, the Wright brothers,
who made wings to fly.
Yeah, we called it, when I was the Minister of Trade and Industry, hand-holding responsibility of government. When you have already clearly demonstrated that you can actually do something, government must come forward and hold you, help you. You know, I changed the thinking at the Kenya Bureau of Standards from being a police institution coming and arresting traders because this product is not meeting, or this particular fellow is not manufacturing the right product, to an extension, a technology extension service, so that we are now a unit at the Kenya Bureau of Standards that went around to Kariobangi in the light industries to help them, show them, look, this is good, but this is what you need now to amend so that it is better.
Yes.
Now, our minds must change.
Yes.
From
Let it speak. You know, I had a final comment.
Those institutions like Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEFIS, Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate, we should not be looking at ourselves as policemen who are there to arrest and prosecute, but to help improve their capacity.
I had a final comment to say, please. Why is it that countries which have heavy public sector investments seem to be succeeding in manufacturing? So does it speak to the form of economic model of a country? And you can see even the US now is talking about the US, America first. So is it a question of balancing government and private sector? Because in countries like China, even Ethiopia, we talk about every day, Rwanda, you see more government hand.
That's why some of us are arguing. If you look at ICDC, IDB, KIE, I mean, you know, we pay lip service to this thing. we should be putting 50, 100 billion, 200 billion into those
in the 70s, that is what transformed Kenya.
Exactly.
Kenya was an industrial giant because the leaders of then believed in IDB, ICDC and so on. And they put in money and those transformed, in fact, gave us our industrial base alongside import substitution policy, which we, of course, we have now thrown away because we want to be one global nation, liberalized trade. Nobody liberalizes its market before you are ready.
Now, if we put more money, as opposed to using that money to grow, we'll actually take it away from the economy. That's our only problem, and it boils down to leadership. So we must actually first both invest more in public service, but also change our quality of public service.
No, ICDC, IDB, KIE, these are public assets. They are, so, look, we go back to the ability, say, of commercial banks to lend to small business, to lend to industry, to lend long term. And it is really, it's not ever going to be there. So the right policy choice would be to provide, and you hear noises now from government, things like Stawisha SME and so on. But it is lip service. If we are really serious about it, put 200 billion into that ecosystem, and let's use it to.
Thank you. Let's wrap it up, and we move now to how the government also is handling the Locust menace before we go to other topics as well. And then there was a very interesting editorial cartoon as well by Victor in the Daily Nation recently. There you go, you have it there. And that is a Locust solution to a Locust problem. And you've heard also the Cabinet Secretary saying that the government was slow in responding to the Locust invasion, which has ravaged farm produce in parts of the country. Did we get it wrong from the onset? Because first of all, was spraying the prime solution as it is. And what really informed the decision for us to really go for spraying in the first place? Because looking at the nature, or just the nature of Locust as it is right now. First of all, we've had some of the dumbest statements coming from some of the CSs that you can actually get a picture, then forward it to the Cabinet Secretary. They are going to verify if it's Locust or not. Then we had from the Cabinet Secretary, they are dying of age right now, so we should forget about them. You see the color, it is turning out to be, I don't know, golden or yellow as it is right now. Since spraying is the only solution that we undertook to actually contain this particular virus, people are arguing maybe we should even change the mindset. When you're talking about technology, western part of the country, they're saying that is good food. Absolutely. Value addition can be actually done on this.
Very high protein.
High protein. It is good food. Yes. Yeah, even for the poultry. We can actually try and harness and get all these locusts to feed, some of the chickens that people who are rearing poultry as it is right now. But back to the spraying. Because I think looking at the locust is the exskeleton, because it doesn't breathe like we do. The respiratory system is not the same as we human beings. They have the exskeletal system, and they breathe through the spiracles, in the body. Was this effective in the first place? People were saying, how can you even send, just a moment, people were saying, how can you even send policemen with tear gas? First of all, they don't have tear gas glands in the first place. They have compound eyes in the first, they don't have tears. I don't know if this was the solution, but we want to actually look, how did we handle this particular, even if they say they were slow, were those measures effective?
You can see clearly Dibal passed biology in high school, eh?
I'm just remembering some of these things.
The three quick things. First, the conventional wisdom in terms of desert locust control is to spray. That's a conventional solution. Mm-hmm. Is it necessarily the best solution? I think that's debatable because of the questions we were putting yourself, that there are some other outcomes or uses that you can put to this thing. Number two, desert locusts are not just a national problem. Because, for example, this current wave started somewhere in the Middle East. So it's actually a regional, almost global issue. So the response needs to be coordinated. And when you look at the Desert Locust Control Organization, it was actually intergovernmental organizations, so not just a Kenyan thing, but nations around the Horn of Africa and so on. Third, why we slow in the offtake, my own personal view is that we were slow in the offtake. What we tried to do in Laikipia with our farmers and our neighboring counties, so as early as January 2nd or 3rd, we were already into spraying. But ultimately, the new waves of invasion have frankly overrun us. So that now, although for like 4 or 5 weeks, nothing was going south of Laikipia, in the last 2 or 3 weeks, you've seen now into Nyeri, into Nyandarua, into Baringo, and so on. So the reality is that they have overrun us.
Right. Let's say from Collins. Collins, we'll come to you.
Dibal, I think for me, several things. First, this speaks to our preparedness. I think government must realize that they do not just exist to do day-to-day work, humdrum. Government exists to respond to emergencies, to respond to things that are unusual. And our level of preparedness, thanks Governor, our level of preparedness is the reason why you're put in those sensitive positions. Look at CS Mutai. CS Mutai is now going to have to deal with coronavirus. Both his competitor, who is now back in Laikipia, Kiunjuri, and now Munya, should have realized that their work is not just normal basic conversations about agriculture. It's about dealing with the challenges around that. And I think the Locust issue brings the issue. The second thing that I think this demonstrates is as part of preparedness, we must take research much more seriously. And I think we don't. So we are able to innovate, we are able to respond to things. And once we do so, the third thing is I think response actions need to be coordinated. If you listen to the kind of responses that take place, is we seem to be almost reacting and just doing things as we go. And the last thing for me that then this brings is as government, they need to have consistent communication. You just gave the example of sending a photo. You know, it does not matter what else the Ministry of Agriculture does. People will always remember that their biggest communication to us on Locust was send us a photo, send the CS a photo, which might have been spoken about off the cuff, a mistake, yet we have communication departments. So I think it is high time that leadership realizes that the challenges that we continue to confront, and Locust is a perfect example, are challenges that are multifaceted. During break, colleagues were talking about, I think it is Zadok who was talking about an institution that was actually responsible for dealing with Locust, that was carrying out research. Where did it go? We thought that Locust is not a problem. We thought it is only useful for food because the rest of us, when we grew up, we used to eat it in Western. We didn't realize that actually the research that was carried out was because it has this potential negative impact on our agricultural economy.
That is a desert locust control organization that you are alluding to. Yes, but Wilson Airport. Yes. What happened to it?
I don't know. I mean, as a young student, we all used to see them. There are these aircrafts coming in, and it was IGAD based. It was for the whole region, and Nairobi was the headquarters, with Wilson Airport as the operating base. What happened to that institution is typical of what happens in all Africa. We create beautiful institutions. Once we create them, we let them go, but others copy them and go replicate and make them work better. Then we send people to go and benchmark. Benchmarking with your own ideas.
All right.
So that is an issue. But I just wanted to add this, that, you know, we have a very elaborate early warning mechanism. She's based in IGAD headquarters in Djibouti. In fact, Ambassador Kimani, present, I think is a co-secretary to BBI, and also he was actually the CEO, and he did a very good job. They were able to analyze any threats affecting the whole region, the IGAD region, give information to line ministries, government line ministries for preemptive action. And that, I think, really is something that we failed to take advantage of. We should have started early, kind of prevent it or at least cut it in the bud before it came in. But having come here, we are looking at a monolithic approach dealing with it. And I think that's where we go wrong sometimes. We need to look at this with a multifaceted mindset. I am convinced that with the unemployment in this country, youth and women, amongst the Suba community where I come from, They have an amazing equipment. They actually weave it, and they swing it, and it captures huge quantities. It does with the quilla birds that eat crops. We do it with the lake fly, which of course us along the lake up to Uganda eat. We boil it and make it to chapati and eat it. I'm sure if the youth and women in this country were also allowed to actually harvest, and we put a price for so many, for a kilo of locust captured, will give you so much. Presently, the main protein input for animal feeds is omena, because we don't grow our own soybeans. Locust would be a fantastic, temporarily, a fantastic source of protein for animal feeds. And the labor is there. You can get critical mass effect very quickly if you put a price. Kenyans love money. You put the right price per kilo, you'll be shocked. Personally, I think you'll be shocked how quickly the kilos will be coming to our factories.
Sabal, you were talking about a value addition.
I love what he's saying, you know, and it sounds very monolithic versus multifaceted approach. I already feel more intelligence just sitting next to you. In Mombasa,
yes,
we've been hit by an even more dangerous locust. It's called SGR. It's devastating our economy in Mombasa. I hope we will come to discuss that locust issue in Mombasa, because fortunately for us, we don't have that locust problem. I mean, it's there, but it's not really, Mombasa is not an agricultural,
yes,
but our biggest locust problem is SGR. But I love his approach. I think it is a very innovative approach to a national problem. Let the hunters become the hunted.
Absolutely.
You know, and if that simple technology of just harvesting the locusts and turning it into protein, maybe next time that locust invasion comes, they'll detour around Kenya and go somewhere else. But it's something that, you know, sometimes simple solutions do not look realistic. But the more I'm listening to what you're saying, it makes enormous sense. Maybe it's something that we should think about more seriously.
Right. Of course, we know people from Busia, the Odalala. Is it Odalala and and CK as well? This is a staple food and delicacy for them as well.
Actually, when I was young, I actually ate locusts. They were extremely nice. We would go and harvest them in the village. So this is not a story. This is actually real life.
The next but more malicious one is prawns.
Maybe now we need to put brand KE to task. Now that we're also talking about the export part of it, this is a good harvest for you. But the government it's really slow off the mark, as Governor is saying. We've not really actually handled this particular situation very effectively as we should.
As an institution, we are working on product diversification, product diversification to see how can we be able to diversify into new products. And even for food, I think we need to diversify our food. As my colleague has said, I personally also used to eat. If you roast a locust, it's very easy. You roast it and you can be able to eat it while we were herding cows in our farms. But what I wanted to say is our level of preparedness. We need to strengthen our institutions, just like the weather forecast, where this year we were told it was going to rain until February or January. We should be able to predict and see various kinds of disasters, including, you know, these pests and diseases. And if we can be able to create that efficiency, I was looking at it from the point of view of various kinds of locusts. For example, we have youth unemployment. That's another locust. We have, you know, issues of national ethos. Do we really have to shout at each other as a country when we are a nation and we are all Kenyans? You know, issues of, you know, even the diseases. You know, congestions in urban areas. How much loss do we get out of maybe traffic jams and others? So if we are able to create our institutions and have strong institutions which can be able to forecast and help us to get out of some of these challenges, then I think we'll do well as a country, because locusts have been there before. And it is there this year. It is going to disappear, but it will come back.
It will come back still.
So it should not get us again and bring us to a table and start discussing as if we didn't know about it.
Right. There was a wonderful piece, I think, in the Nairobi Business Monthly, the latest edition there, by Javan Bwire, And he gives a very interesting also comments there. I'll just zoom in a bit to the processing. He says that the government should consider planting a temporary locust processing factory in Isiolo or anywhere near the invaded areas and start processing them in earnest for consumption in western region and other parts of the country where they can be well utilized. We could as well export some to Japan,
Even China.
Some to China and Mexico, Thailand, India, Congo, Nigeria, which countries are well known to exercise entomophagy, that is eating of insects. By so doing, we could get foreign exchange, which we could be used to repay the burdensome SGR loan or carry out development projects. This is where now your SGR Locust is coming in. The Nexus.
You see, if you look at,
I don't think SGR is a Locust.
I like
if
it.
you look at today's headlines in the Business
In the
Daily,
Business Daily, yes.
Okay, counties with the highest, lowest youth employment. Mombasa is at 49% unemployment. 49% of our youth are unemployed. And I think the numbers are actually much higher.
Much higher, yes.
Okay? So 1 out of every 2 youths in Mombasa is unemployed. Look at the problems we're having. And then the locust called SGR is making it even worse for us. So I think it's time to look at these issues a bit more seriously and not just be flippant about them, you know.
On the issue of SGR, I don't think it's a locust. You see, if you look at it from this point of view, that Mombasa becomes an exit port for the country. Now, if we can all of us work using the county frameworks and have every county produce products at the special economic zone, which is going to be set up in Naivasha, actually, a lot of our products can go back through the SGR, and the youth in Mombasa can be employed because we'll have cold storage there. We'll have
don't get me
warehousing.
Wrong. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm not. I have never been against SGR. It is an economic transformational project for the country. Nobody doubts that. But when you come up and declare 100% of the goods to be carried on SGR without having come up with an alternative economic incentive for that region, you are destroying our economy. Now, 100%, it is fantastic that they are building this port in Naivasha, but for the country, the free zone in Mombasa is a national imperative. Right now, a road is being built to nowhere. No work has started, no preparation for the youth has started, no marketing has started. We're busy building in Naivasha, where if you look at it at a national level, the comparative advantage for Mombasa is significantly higher than Naivasha. Why are we focused on Naivasha and not in Mombasa? We're making the same mistake that was made in Lamu, where you're building a beautiful port, but there's no road to the port.
All right.
So it's a port leading to nowhere. Now here we're building a road to nowhere.
Right. I think we should dedicate just a show and try and slice and dice the SGR, the effectiveness of it right from the onset. We've done that before. There was also an expose with the Daily Nation, the Pillars of Greed. We should dedicate and see.
And the verdict has always been clear.
Yes.
In fact, I'm surprised that anybody is telling us that SGR is an economic benefit for the country. I think for all the times it's been here, because it is not just Mombasa. For the entire country, all we see are trouble. But let's discuss another time. Let's
discuss it. We are on Locust still.
I think, Dibal, I think it's too issue. It's too simple. I mean, let's not be too simplistic about this. Yes, it's overpriced. Yes, there's been a lot of theft in it, and you know all that we know.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it's been done the Kenyan style. Okay, but in the long run, it will be good for this economy. In the long run, it will be good for this economy if it is used properly. Even the old railway, what they call the Lunatic Express, why was it called the Lunatic Express? Because everybody thought this is crazy. It's a railway going to nowhere.
Yes.
Okay. But this Lunatic Express created cities along the way and helped the economy of Kenya, helped the economy of Uganda, the economy of Tanzania. So even our Lunatic Express, the SGR, eventually will kick in positive economic effects. But we need to manage it now. Don't destroy our local economies.
Thank you.
At the expense of building other.
I think we should dedicate just a show and try and talk about SGR and look at the swings and roundabouts about SGR.
This point, and my colleague here.
Sorry, dismissing the point.
The SGR concern on Mombasa, and my colleague here agrees completely that it's a
But we're having a consensus, all of us, that we should discuss because we own Locust.
We should dedicate time.
We should dedicate
to go
time.
deep into it because
Today or when? Because you see, Locust is not interesting to our economy, but to you it's very interesting. So basically, what this panel is saying is that the locusts are more important
than SGR.
Because it's important to your region, but not to, you know.
I actually think that in terms of airtime, we've actually had 3 full shows on SGR. If we need to discuss it again, let's do so. But I think at the same time, the fact that Locust is not in Mombasa does not make it less important. I think.
No, I'm not saying that. Let us look at our Locust also.
Thank you. But I think also with the SGR, the biggest component of people who are using the SGR are SMEs as well. And SME is a bigger cog of the economy, as we know, as in this country. And the national government is working with also counties to cut levies charged to small and medium-sized enterprises with the aim of harmonizing regulations to reduce costs and make it easier for small entities to thrive. According to Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i, multiple taxes across the 47 counties were eating into the margins of SMEs and blunting their ability to grow and create jobs. County governments introduced cess charges for products moving between the devolved units and refused to accept permits issued by other counties. The Treasury has in the past put county governments on the spot over the haphazard imposition of levies to raise on-source revenues. This has seen SMEs pay more to sell goods across the counties. And this is where also I'll rope in Shabal. You'll tell us more about also the Kentred and the import side of it. We saw you're slapping also SMEs, or people are trying to import with the system, which the single window system, which was so free before. But now there are charges now that were being accrued when you're using this particular system as well. But broadly, can we discuss the SMEs segment and the levies we were talking about? We can see also KRA is to access tax sheets, phones and records. This is a court backing. The issue of privacy as well is coming to bear. Can we try and amalgamate all these issues together as we're discussing levies?
You know, as we...
let's just begin with the Editorial. We'll come to you.
Well, I was going to say that CS Matiang'i should not... There's a way in which we bash counties as though they are the ones who are not doing the correct thing. The reality is that the number one culprit in not supporting SMEs is the national government. How so? Look at the turnover tax that has kicked in a few days ago. Now that is blamed on counties as though we are the ones imposing it. We're not the ones imposing it. It is imposed by national government. Look at the question of crowding out small business from the credit market. It is not counties. Counties don't borrow. Yeah? It is national government and its appetite to keep borrowing at 14, 13% in the domestic market. That is what makes it difficult for credit to go to SMEs. A bit has been made, a bit of show has been made that, counties are not paying businesses, and perhaps there could be some counties that didn't pay. But I can tell you this, in Laikipia, 70% of our invoices are settled within 60 days. So if you track the date the invoice is presented to the date the person has money in his pocket, 60 days, more than 70% of our invoices are settled. So, but I suppose the question really should be, what more should we be doing about SME? And I think we already began to say it, and I said here, personally, what I favor is that instead of paying lip service to the question of SMEs, we should be putting upwards of 200 billion into the ecosystem that can, so IDB, KIE, ICDC, we should revive SEFCO and other institutions that are focused and have specialist skill in assisting small business. Finally, we must effect this question of buy Kenya, build Kenya. Mm-hmm. And you see, we create our own, shall I say, hiccups. Look, next Monday, we are all going now, after a lot of fight with all government agencies, to go to deal with the issue of the certification of this car being made in Laikipia. The things that the chief mechanical engineer is asking, Yeah, they are asking for standards that they are not imposing on the imported competing product. Yeah. So here we are. We claim to support ourselves, but we put hurdles.
Regulatory frameworks, bureaucracy, they handle bureaucracy.
So because, and I ask, look, the competing product, these tuk-tuks from India and China, the standards that the chief mechanical engineer is demanding of the Kenyan manufactured tuk-tuk, they are not imposing them on the imported product. Yeah. So, Mr. Matiang'i should look, even maybe the Bible says, remove the log in your eye before you look at the speck in your neighbor's. Yeah. Let us remove the regulatory hurdles that we are putting for small business. I like what my predecessor in trade and industrialization said about the Bureau of Standards, that the Bureau of Standards ought to be evaluated not by how many people they are arresting, but by how many people they are assisting to meet global standards. Same with the Kenya Intellectual Property Institute. We should be asking KIPI, how many patents, how many utility models are you assisting to bring to the market per year? Not the way they are sitting as though their job is to harass and arrest people.
Be a big brother.
Yeah.
Right. Let's hear from Zadok.
Yes, and again, I'm borrowing a lot from what we did at the Ministry of Trade and Industry. And I think we did a good job. Unfortunately, there's no continuity in government, in this government. That's the biggest tragedy. But let us understand that SMEs essentially mean two categories, broadly speaking. There's a small-scale manufacturers, often called Juakali. They fabricate, they make our windows, they do our furnitures, and so on. That is one component of the SMEs.
Yes.
The second one is actually small-scale traders, kiosks, dukas, small-scale traders. And I dare say, for the sake of my colleague here, that the one lorry investor who is taking goods from Mombasa to Nairobi and who SGR is kicking out of business is also an SME. Having said so, let me put it this way. I agree entirely with Governor Nderitu. As a nation, the state has criminalized, in fact, criminalizes SMEs. The most harassed, bullied, physically manhandled player in the trade chain, in the business chain, is SMEs. They put a little kiosk, okay? They get a license. The following day, people come, police come, beat them up, and the police have no business checking on trade licensing. I think you are aware, in fact, your newspaper carried it, of the young man who was beaten up by the police near Mudurwa, just because he was defending his colleague who had a small kiosk by the roadside. And he was being beaten by the police because the police said he was on the road reserve. That's not the job of the police, road reserve. Now, SMEs have an enormous opportunity of employment creation throughout this country. In fact, it is the easiest, that is the point of entry into job market, as well as into technology market through Juakali. They also have a big base for government tax revenue. I did a small consultancy in Uganda for Uganda Revenue Authority. And they actually went there, recruited all those SMEs, gave them just receipt books free of charge. You sell, you put VAT. At the end of the day, you go and submit what you have done and you pay. They collect a lot of money. Of course, my former classmate, Waweru, came up with the electronic equipment, the, what do you call the ETR. The ETR. In Uganda, they just started with actually a receipt book, and it worked. Now, my final point is this. The national and county governor, we have a role to play, please. When I was sitting on the desk which you eventually sat on, we had a very clear policy, and we said we must create appropriate premises for these people. If it is the Dagoretti, let's create a zone, do proper premises, build up Juakali sheds properly with equipment, with lathe machines and so on, so that they can actually do that. At present, the sanitation in most of the areas where these people do business is dangerous for them and it's dangerous for customers as well. And we are killing it, and that is our biggest hope.
True. So imposing more taxes, I actually alluded to the fact that also Kentrade, with a single window system, you are slapping levies also on SMEs as well. But I think also you backtracked on that after there was hue and cry also from the sector as it is.
Let me just follow up on what Governor said. Governor said that the counties are not imposing levies. I think Governor, maybe Ukoju, Governor's office, you're not seeing what your boys are doing here. The counties are definitely increasing the levies. In Mombasa, we have a huge hue and cry on that. And I'm just waiting for my friend, the governor, to come back to have this discussion with him that, those county levies have to come down. If we look at the issue of promotion of these SMEs, India is a good example because at independence, they had this philosophical debate. Do we go industrialization or do we look at what we call SME? And of course, the majority were in the SME sector. So India, the Indian banking system has a bank called SIDBI, Small Industrial Development Bank of India. It is the law in India that every bank, without exception, 20% of their lending has to be to SME and 20% to exporters.
Absolutely.
Okay? And if you cannot service that sector, then place deposits in SIDBI and they will do the lending onwards for you. And that has developed the SME sector to where it is today. We cannot underestimate the value of SME. More than 60% of Kenya's workers work in the SME sector. It's the largest growth sector. Now, you asked about Kentrade. Kentrade is a facilitator. It's an electronic facilitator that when you're importing goods and if you have 7 different permits, instead of going to 7 different government offices, you come into one office and in your computer, in your office, you can apply for all of those 7 permits and process them, speeding, making your work much easier. Now, we process documentation for KRA, for KEBS, for 37 different government institutes. All of those institutions charge money except Kentrade, which is the gateway to all those. Now, Kentrade has always been funded by the government. And since it's an electronic platform depending on technology, technology evolves, technology needs to be updated. We all know that government is going through tough times. So we have to raise a little revenue to cover for our expenses and for the revival and renewal of the Kentrade system. Now, our CS Aden, in his wisdom, decided that this was affecting the ease of doing business. Maybe there's a point to that. But there's a quid pro quo in life. If we're not allowed to charge to keep on reviving this system is going to collapse. So either Treasury will have to fund it more. So the decision to start charging a nominal fee, and you use the word slap a fee, it's actually not correct. It's a nominal fee. It's a fee of 750 shillings. You see,
you can have a slap on the wrist. A nominal will be a slap on the wrist.
No. When you say the word slap levies, it implies something really. But you see, today, if you need a certificate of origin from Chamber of Commerce,
yes,
and you take an Uber from your office to the Chamber of Commerce, and then you spend a couple of hours waiting for it, and then take the same Uber back, it's going to cost you easily 2,000 shillings. That is if you don't have to facilitate on that side as well. So there's a transport cost, there's the cost of the certificate, there's the time wastage, and all we asked for is 750 shillings. It wasn't draconian.
Okay. Just a moment. We'll hear from Peter and Collins.
I quick rejoinder of what you see. Shabal is saying 750 is kidogo, and he's saying as counties we are slapping. Look, for small business, for single business, we have reduced licenses from 500 shillings to 250
for SMEs.
Yes, that's what my government is doing.
Please do me a favor. Look for Governor Joe when he comes back and buy him lunch.
And explain to him.
Buy him lunch and discuss this. Discuss notes with him. I'll even pay for the lunch.
This is what needs to be had.
Peter.
What I'm saying is, of course, obviously, as the panel is saying, SMEs are a foundation for economic development in this country. Now, is the issue of taxation or levies for economic development is something that should be a pride. It should be something that we are proud of as a country, as Kenyans, that we are contributing to economic development of our country. But is there an issue to it? The question is actually the administrative burden to it. Now, we know there are pain areas, this miscommunication, let's say, for example, in county levies. Because I've worked in the Chamber of Commerce and Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and even here, we're working on some on pain areas to exporters. Some of the things that we are trying to address. Multiplicity is a question that actually needs to be addressed, because you can pay a single business permit in Laikipia, $250 as an SME. In every county you go to do business, you pay another single business permit. So that issue of multiplicity, and that is why I think the National Treasury actually put in place a legislation on county-owned revenue sources, which is actually intended at harmonizing, so that as a country we speak to each other when it comes to issues of licensing and taxation. If you talk to many business people, they don't have a problem in paying the tax, but the struggle to the payment of the tax.
No, there's also another issue.
Right. The administrative
value,
and then value.
Value in exchange.
Of course,
For
yes.
every
Of course, and then
level, you
value.
must provide
But of
a
course,
service.
you know, we are a market economy as a country. We are a market economy, which means we are a free trade economy. Now, what are the basics of licensing? Let me just finish. What are the basics of licensing and regulatory imposition? Legislation. Let me just finish.
Let him just finish.
Legislation should be imposed on the basis of health, environment, and safety. It is not for revenue generation, and that's why we are losing it as a market economy.
Let's talk about a practical example. We are making a tuk-tuk in Laikipia. Please allow me.
No,
we are making a tuk-tuk in Laikipia.
I'll be unfair to
the Bureau of Standards has demanded that this tuk-tuk meet 59 different standards. This is a Kenyan manufactured tuk-tuk, creating jobs in Kenya. The imported tuk-tuks, the demand is for no more than 25 standards. So, and this is what I'm saying about national government. You guys in the national government, you must be real. You are stifling domestic production in favor of importation. Why? You should tell us.
Right. Collins. Shaban, let's hear from Collins.
Dibal, actually both Biwott and Governor are right. First, I think CS Matiang'i was right in his complaints about counties, because there is actually multiplicity of taxes. There's actually taxes across, and that needs to be dealt with. The only problem is that that is not a problem for counties only. I wish CS Matiang'i would realize that he needs to start from where he is coordinating, which is at the national government level, because that problem is also there. At the same way that counties are stifling SMEs, national government too, and governor has talked about the tax that we spoke about here in January that is imposed by national government. The second thing, there's huge pressure on counties to raise own source revenue. Huge pressure. Some of this pressure is actually unrealistic in some of the ways it's being facilitated. Both levels of government need to realize that if we want to facilitate SMEs, you don't facilitate it by strangling the cow, you facilitate it by fattening the cow, by making business environment much more conducive so that they can be able to produce more. If you look at the statistics today is talking about youth unemployment. You'll only be able to deal with that through ensuring that SMEs are facilitated. How do we do so? We do so by ensuring there's greater harmonizations amongst counties, but also greater harmonization between national and county. But if you start pointing the back where the word says counties, Governor Nderitu says national government, the reality, and Kentrade says it's only 750, 250, 1,000, all ends up to trouble for SMEs.
There needs to be an interface, an interconnectivity. Thank you.
Collins, that
30 seconds, sir. This will be final remarks.
Practical example.
30 seconds.
Ongoing right now. Why would the Bureau of Standards impose near 59 standards on a domestically produced tuk-tuk and only apply 25 standards on an imported tuk-tuk? I mean, that's what we're asking.
Thank you.
We agree with you. It's actually the attitude that is wrong.
Thank you,
Collins. One does not make sense.
Your closing remarks, 30 seconds.
Yes. On this matter, there are two important things the government must do. One is to create an enabling environment for SMEs in terms of policy, facilitation, such as the financing idea that Sabal was talking about, but also in terms of physical infrastructure. The areas where these people do business are very, very filthy. In fact, they are health hazard. Secondly, there must be a value in return for the levies and taxes. If they are going to, they are going to be charged, no matter how multiple charges there must be a return in terms of services rendered in exchange for the levies.
Thank you. Zadok? Sabah?
I agree. I mean, the most critical contributor to our economy is the SME. And we need to focus on the financing, reducing the cost of doing business, easing things for them, creating the right environment, and providing them with equipment. Like, you know, these people in the Goretti corner, support them with equipment. Let them pay for the equipment to rent it, but I'm sure we'll get much better value. And then use Brand Kenya to start marketing our products.
Thank you. Right, Peter?
Again, I wanted to say that if you look at the SME landscape, these are a majority of ordinary Kenyans. And the way we can actually be able to support them is to give them a leeway to develop their products, have them branded, and I think as a country, we just focus on ensuring that they have ease in branding their products, there is in branding their marketing, equipment, and we if possible, we can actually work to see how can we give them free, free branding of their motor vehicles as they market their products.
Thank you. Right, Collins, finally.
Diban, the SME challenge is a challenge about what is wrong with Kenya. It's a challenge where we focus on big, expensive, and foreign. I think we need to shift our minds to start focusing on small, cheap, and local. Not just in SME sector, but in everything we do, so that we can be able to build our economy.
Small, cheap, and local. Right. Thank you very much. You gave your closing remarks, Bonagama. Thank you. Right. And we want to thank our panelists for that very delectable discussion we've had. Of course, interest of time, we need to end it, but it's a healthy one, and we've agreed also SGR should be on the table. So let's also plan for that and try and slice and dice the effectiveness of SGR as it is right now. Right, I just want to show you where the needle is pointing when it comes to events today. Our True North is up next, and here we go. Interior Cabinet Secretary Dr. Fred Matiang'i is set to preside over the official launch of the Manufacturing Priority Agenda, that is MPA 2020. Also, National Assembly's Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations, chaired by Honorable Kato Ole Metito, will today meet with Ambassador Rachel Omamo, CS Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to respond to requests for statement on Kenyans in China facing coronavirus threat. And Interior Center, our International Center for Reproductive Health, Kenya, will today disseminate the findings of 2019 PMA Family Planning Survey. The survey was conducted between November and December 2019. Right, this is a maxim for the day for you to pause over. Economy does not lie in sparing money, but in spending it wisely. Economy does not lie in sparing money, but in spending it wisely. This is from Thomas Huxley. Right, don't go away. M Live Plus continues. The conversation goes on. Of course, every Thursday they train their focus on health matters. Gladys up next. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. And yes, I was happy to hear you guys talk about the COVID-19 red alert. Of course, this is something we shall be talking about, but also you do know that a country's health yardstick is actually enumerated by how well we curb the under 5 child mortality rate. Yes, we need to take stock of that because this is a big deal. We're doing well as a country, but there's some places we are falling short, especially now that health is a devolved unit. So the counties, again, will be on the spot, and that conversation will be coming your way right after this.
All right, maybe we should reserve Governor and Director to stay on with you and continue the conversation.
Laikipia is number 2 in having the lowest infant mortality. Only Nyeri is ahead of us. And we'll pull up our socks.
Well said, well said. Right. Well, more details coming your way after this.
Right, see you on the other side of a break with Gladys.
It's 8:52 in the morning. Living with S is the perfect destination for information, entertainment, and laughter, bringing a refreshing perspective to Kenyan television every weekday morning. Let's get revving. Welcome to Sun City Resort, South Africa. We create an environment that leads to moments of unpredictable fun that reflect on everyday people, celebrities, and experts in various fields that touch on your day-to-day lifestyle. So why not join me, Sharon Mundia, every weekday morning from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. as I seek to liven up your morning.
Welcome to Grace Today program with Bishop David Murithi, the General Overseer of the House of Grace Ministries International.
You have to believe that God, He's able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that you can think or even you must believe that He's the one who makes a way where there is no way. You must be a believer. You cannot belong to this spiritual body and not be a believer.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
What do you know about this recall place?
Stay away from them. Don't mess with your mind, man.
Welcome to Recall. First time?
Tell us your fantasy. We'll give you the memory.
Why are you here? Oh, why?
No, please!
Wait.
It's all a mistake. Nobody. Why are you trying to kill me?
Your memory was erased. Your mind was implanted with a life you think you've lived. Oh, by the way, you haven't even begun to see me trying to kill you.
Imagine a cab that's always on time. Imagine experiencing luxury and class at no extra cost. Introducing the new Prepare Taxi hailing app. Download the app today and experience love at first ride.
Buda basi kama umerudia wizi na unaweza ibia mdem sai mchana, itabidi basi umeachana sera. Najua kamiti ni home.
I've been thinking, why don't we have the double date at my place tonight?
Tonight?
I think it's time you met my girl. Joey needs to know if you're allergic to anything.
I'm like a hyena. I eat anything placed in front of me. Soon you'll get what you want.
In your paper this week, Hope for South Sudan. How international pressure birthed Juba's new unity government. China's eye on East Africa oil. Anticipated buyout of Talo Oil's Kenya stake, poised to give Beijing control of Kenya-Uganda oil reserves. KQ's coronavirus hit. Kenya Airways reveal $8 million loss from China route suspension. Uganda, Rwanda close ranks. President Yoweri Museveni and Paul Kagame inch closer to reopening common border. Plus our opinion leaders. Spoilers of peace. To those profiteering from South Sudan instability, day of reckoning is nigh. By Navi Pillay. Toxic batteries. Recycling of old batteries increases lead poisoning across Africa. Outlook. The magazine. Defying the odds. How young Somalis are rising from the ashes of violence and terrorism. The East African, understanding the region.
The blind man told police officers, afade mimi sijawahi ona bangi maisha yangu yote.
Hizo ma-award zikafanya watu waanze kuimbia award badala waimbe the word.
Mimi mkinichagua mtaona miujiza.
Anajifanya siku hizi.
Kibia mara moja.
Naogopa Mwenyezi Mungu na uji moto peke yake.
Hiyo si bangi.
NTV Tizi Mtaani. It kicks off this February 29 at Nyayo Estate, Embakasi. We bring you Zumba by Simon, Afrobeats by Kathy, and Cutterbox by Peter for only 200 bob starting at 7 a.m. There will also be free health checkups, a kids play area, and a food market. NTV Tizi Mtaani. Get ready to move, shake, and kick in a morning workout that you will love. NTV, turning on your healthy lifestyle.
Rib-cracking comedy. Just move to NTV.
On the 29th of February 2020, Seeds of Gold invites you for a farm clinic at the TAC Center behind Zion Mall in Eldoret. The theme is Climate Smart Agriculture, fostering resilience for food security. Please join us for an in-depth discussion on wheat, maize, poultry, horticultural and dairy farming, and mechanization of farming process. For more information, please contact us on the details on your screen.
Good morning, it's AM Live Plus. My name is Gladys Gashanja, and of course, this is your one-stop current affairs both within and without the country. And speaking of which, today, the top story is that the lawyers go to the polls this morning to elect a new Law Society of Kenya president to replace Alan Gashuhi. Now, the new president is expected to serve a 3-year term, and of course, this will be happening across the country. And my colleagues are standing by to give us briefs from their region. I'm talking about Kevin Mutai in Mombasa County. We have Billy Otieno, who is in Taita Taveta. We have Oko Kusa in Kisumu City, and of course Janet Nyamwamu in Kisii County. Let's start off with Oko Kusa. Kisumu LSK elections all ready to go. What's the atmosphere there?
Well, Gladys, I've clearly mentioned there, it's all systems go here at the Kisumu Locust in Court of Appeal, Room 1, where the exercise is set to kick off at around 8:30 this morning. That should be in about less than 20 minutes from now. But of course, as you can see behind me there, IEBC officials are already set to get this exercise rolling. We have like about 7 ballot boxes arranged neatly behind there, waiting for the advocates who are supposed to start casting their ballots by around 8:30. We are talking of about 203 of them will be participating in this exercise, which is scheduled to take place up to 5 when the voting exercise will end, paving the way for vote tallings and counting. So we'll be here keeping an eye on that, of course, and other news stories that are making headlines in this region. We'll have our eyes trained on the medic strike that is going on here in Kisumu. It's on its 2nd week, paralyzing operations in all the health facilities. grim picture there of the patients being turned away, empty beds, and that kind of a thing. So we'll be keeping our eyes on these two important exercises today here at the Kisumu Locust, of course, and at the health facilities out there. Back to you, Gladys.
Thank you, Okusa, coming to us from the Kisumu Locust, where the LSK will be kicking off elections of officials in that county. And of course, this is happening across the country. Over now to the coastal region. Kevin Mutai joins us from Mombasa County.
Well, the coast region will have two polling stations for this particular exercise, electing the officials of the Law Society of Kenya. There'll be one in Malindi and another one here in Mombasa to cater for the representatives coming from the southern part of the coastal region. But of course, there are concerns that are currently being aired by representatives of the LSK, or rather the members of the LSK Society, saying that they should have at least another station in Voi. But as now we are told that there will be at least 608 members who will be participating in the voting exercise from here in Mombasa, and at least 84 of them who will be required to cast their ballot in Malindi. A total of 691 members of the LSK will be casting their ballot to elect at least 7 members who will represent the society. That is the president, the vice president, the coast representative, 2 regional member representatives, 3 upcountry representatives, 3 Nairobi representatives, and lastly 2 disciplinary tribunal members. And as you can see, members, some of them are already here and on standby waiting for the IEBC officials to arrive. We're informed that the the voting exercise will be conducted at courtroom number 1, that as directed by the IEBC officials. But of course, there are various concerns that members, the heads of the LSK Society here at the Coast branch, maintaining that members who will be elected have to concur and follow the conditions and regulations as required by the Law Society of Kenya. That is one to do with integrity, leadership, and of course have to adhere to other regulations as stipulated at in the Constitution, and of course also with the recommendations in the Law Society of Kenya. So we're here on standby to follow who will of course be elected from this region, and of course we'll be bringing you all those results as soon as the voting exercise ends today in the evening. But of course also there's another story that is happening here in the coast region, and this time again, Gladys, we are reporting that there was an attack yesterday in Kisauni where we saw 5 members of a criminal gang killed. 2 of them were killed by police officers, and 3 succumbed to mob justice. This is after reports of at least 10 people who were injured and attacked by this mob at around 6 and 7 p.m. at the areas of Mishimoroni. But police swung into action and managed to address that particular situation. But we are receiving reports that there are still other people in hospital with serious injuries and others with minor injuries. So we are following up on all these issues, and I'm sure that we will be able to update our viewers in the subsequent bulletins. Back to you, Gladys.
Thank you. That is Kevin Mutai coming to us from Mombasa County. The LSK elections and of course security matters on his agenda. Over now to Kisii County. Janet Nyamwamu, what can we expect on your end?
Well, good morning, Gladys. I'm here in Kisii Locust, and where the IBC officials have already prepared for the exercise today, and we are going to be on standby to see how the exercise is going on. And I'm privileged to have found several agents already are here behind me there, and maybe briefly the chair of the Southwest will tell us a brief about today's exercise.
Oh, thank you, Janet. My name is Wilkins Ochoki. I'm the branch chair of the Southwest branch of the Law Society of Kenya. What we have today are elections where we are voting for members of council and the disciplinary tribunal. We have around, from this region, we have elections at Homa Bay, Migori, and Kisii. The exercise is about to start at 8:30 a.m. and will end at 5. The people who are eligible to vote are the lawyers who had practicing certificates for last year. And we expect, now that campaigns are closed, we expect the best man to win.
Now, Gladys, from this region, the returning officer, Sydney Namlungu, told me the exercise is starting at 8:30. They are already set, and the agents are sitting somewhere waiting for the exercise to start at 8:30. From Kisii County, Gladys, back to you.
Looking forward to details coming from that region. And of course, Bill Otieno from Taita Taveta County now joins us with a brief from his end.
Well, very good morning to you, Gladys. And I'm standing by here at Voic Town. And indeed, we are following up on the issue that will be going on today, and that is the locals of Taita Taveta are expecting the governor to be addressing the state of the county this afternoon. And indeed, I did got some information from the county communication director, Dennis Osarigo, who just told me that the governor is expected to touch on issues of the infrastructure, that is the roads, and the other time I just did a story about the bad roads in this county, especially that are heading to the schools. And we also we're expecting him to touch on the state of economy of this county. We did witness 2 weeks ago the biggest milk buyer, that was Brookside, leaving this county for the sake of price issues, and also they were saying there was very little that they could gain from the farmers or from the milk from this county. We're also expecting the governor to touch on water, and that is, we do understand in this county we are having Mzima Spring, and the residents of this county are also still complaining about water. We're expecting the governor to be doing this address at the County Assembly of Taita Taveta later at 2 p.m. We'll be following up on this, but of course we'll also be at the Voi Local to follow up on the LSK elections. Back to you, Gladys.
Thank you, Bill Otieno, coming to us from Taita Taveta County. And now over to Homa Bay County, where Bernardo Juang is standing by following up on those LSK elections.
Well, thank you very much, Gladys. Just as you have said, we are here in Homa Bay Town, where we are. It is a process that was supposed to be to take place in the morning at exactly 8, and of course, what we can tell you now is that the IBC officials at the body that is mandated to conduct these elections, the LSK elections, are already here. They are currently doing preparations, and as you can see, they are mounting some banners there at Court 2, Court 1. And remember, it is a process that will see over 10,000 lawyers across the country electing their leaders, and some of the leaders, some of the electors here, the lawyers, the learned friends, they are saying that they want to elect a leader who will represent the also somebody who will be at least fighting for their rights. And of course, they are saying that they are expecting the person who will be elected at least to bring change at the body. And as we speak now, the learned friends are already here, and they are only waiting for IBC or official at least to set up so that they start participating. Remember, they will be also having some cases here at least to conduct, and they are expecting this process to take place faster so that they are enabled at least to go to their various places.
Bernardo Juang from Homa Bay County also following up on the LSK elections. Now over to Murang'a County. Martin Maura stands by with the latest.
Yes, I'm glad it's a good morning from here, County 022, and it's actually a good Thursday, bright Thursday morning here from County 022. And as you can see, Gladys, as you can see behind me, the IBC is ready to conduct the LSK official elections that are slated to start at exactly 8:30 up to 5. I'm being informed that 20 lawyers from Murang'a County will be voting. Murang'a County has only 20 registered lawyers with the LSK. But the IBC official has just told me that any visiting lawyer from any other county, as long as he's registered with LSK, can vote. But the system that they are using can validate if one has voted and cannot vote twice anywhere else that you attend. Now, Gladys, something else that you're following up on today is there's the BBI validation meeting that will be taking place today at Thika Greens Golf Club here in Moranga. It is being chaired by the Moranga County Union Rep Sabina Chek. Those are some of the few things that we are following up from County 021. Back to you.
So clearly top of mind, the LSK countrywide polls that will be electing the new officials, and this is being conducted across the country, as I mentioned earlier, and being conducted by the IEBC. We shall keep you updated even as we get those results as they trickle in later on after 5 p.m. when the polls will be closing. Now, something that is actually a few things that are making the diary in our newsroom this morning. The 7th Sun Club Africa Summit edition starts today. The two-day summit themed Collaborate 2030 Scaling Entrepreneurship for the Global Goals will revolve around the Sustainable Development Goals and how various partners, public, private, donors, NGOs, etc. can work together to achieve these goals. The Sun Club Africa Summit aims to bring together over 1,000 different stakeholders, entrepreneurs, innovators, investors, corporates, academics, policymakers, and other thought leaders from around the globe to drive the agenda on sustainable development. The Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology is kickstarting a Tech Expo today. The two-day event is an annual event which began in 2009 that seeks to encourage and support students' innovative ideas across the country in a bid to bolster innovation, collaboration and education. The expo, themed Changing Lives Through Innovation, strives to align its projects with the SDGs with the aim of driving innovation and creating value to the society. Interior Cabinet Secretary Dr. Fred Matiang'i is this morning presiding over the official launch of a Manufacturing Priority Agenda MPA 2020. Now, the MPA 2020, which has been developed by the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, highlights immediate action plans that will yield tangible results in the short term to establish a competitive manufacturing-led economy for job and wealth creation. Now, if you're an artist, this definitely will fall in line with you. Music Copyright Society of Kenya, MCSK, will this morning distribute royalties to their members in the first scientific calculated payout based on audiovisual play and logs from the various media stations. MCSK will also provide a progress report since President Uhuru Kenyatta's address in January of this year on artists' rights management, among other issues. And of course, we are keeping an eye on the COVID-19 scare following the landing of a China Southern Airlines carrier, the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, yesterday, with 239 passengers who were cleared of the dreaded virus and asked to self-quarantine. Now, today, Foreign Affairs CS Rachel Omamo will be responding to queries from the National Assembly's Committee on Defense and Foreign Affairs on Kenyans in China facing the COVID-19 threat. Something else that we are keeping an eye on, the takeover of Nairobi by the national government, remains on our radar. Now, on Wednesday, at the Milimani Law Court, Sonko's application to have his prosecution in a 357 million shillings stopped was dismissed by Magistrate Douglas Ogoti. Senate Majority Leader Kipchumba Murkomen has termed the takeover of the county by the national government as an act which is in breach of the Constitution. Now, we will also be keeping an eye on reactions to NTV's exhaustive coverage of the challenges being faced by Kenya in its Wednesday's coverage of the broken system. The coverage brought to the fore issues around corruption and plunder of resources, erosion of the country's value system, and the degeneration of the social fabric. Persons in positions of leadership as well as ordinary citizens were put under the spotlight. Now, reactions from that definitely something we shall be keeping an eye on, and we'll also be keeping tabs with the investigation around the death of Police Sergeant Kipyegon Kenei at Imara Daima on Tuesday last week. Preliminary autopsy results revealed that the deceased was killed by a bullet fired from a pistol held to his chin. It was further revealed that he died a day or two before his body was found. So let's take a walk down memory lane. And on this day in the year 2013, classical pianist Van Cliburn died at the age of 78 at his home in Fort Worth, Texas. Cliburn, who had been suffering from bone cancer, from bone cancer for several years. And also on this day, divorce was legalized in the predominantly Catholic country of Ireland. Also on this day, voters in Nigeria elected a civilian president, Olusegun Obasanjo, which ended 15 years of military rule. Now on to our core conversation this morning, and in the developed world, under 5 mortality in this case we're talking about children under 5 mortality rate is actually used as a yardstick to measure how healthy a country is and how likely it is to meet its development targets. Now, with a country that is targeting to realize universal healthcare, how are we doing in as far as curbing child mortality rate? That is a question we shall be answering this morning. But let's just put to the fore some of the conversations and why we're having these conversations. Let's define what child mortality rate is. Under 5 mortality rate is a probability per 1,000 live births that a newborn baby will die before reaching age 5 if subject to current age-specific mortality rates. Now, this definitely is a big deal because Kenya is doing well, but we have a long way to go. And actually, according to a new study conducted by Kemri Wellcome Trust, I will quote that just after independence, 1 in every 7 children in Kenya born alive died before the age of 5. Now, many years later, mortality has declined significantly but remains high, with 1 in every 19 children not reaching or seeing their 5th birthday. So to help me dissect this conversation, we have Peter Macharia, who is a researcher at Kemri Wellcome Trust, and we have Vera Okeo, who is a global health reporter with NMG and of course very passionate about maternal and child health. Thank you for joining me. Now I'll start off with you, Peter. That statement, 1 in every 7 Kenyan children died back then, but now it's 19. Explain that.
So thank you for having me. To put this in perspective, it means in 1965, just after independence, for every 100 children that were born, 14 did not make to see their 5th birthday in a given year. Mm-hmm. But 50 years later, that is around 2013, it's only 5 who are dying in 100. At that time, it was 14. Now it's just 5. That is a 62% reduction over the entire 50 period time. But this is not to mean it was smooth over time. We had times when mortality was going up, other time mortality was going down, but overall it was a 62% reduction over the 50 years. We are in 2019. How is it looking? That is... Or rather 2020, actually. Yeah. That's a very key question because the data that we are using to do this estimation is only available up to 2014 when the last household survey was conducted. But recently, census has been conducted. Other household surveys will be conducted. And we also have routine health information system, which is gaining traction. Now, we are likely now to use these to get new estimates. So that is something we are working on at the moment to update this. But it is around 40 children dying before age 5 per 1,000 live births. Roughly, that's the current estimate. Okay, so we are saying we have or are doing better than we were doing post-independence, but there is still an alarming rate of child mortality. Why is this? It sounds like an oxymoron, like we've improved but not really improved. Yes, actually, so there are positive things to take out of this. We've improved over time, yes, But the numbers we still have is not acceptable. If you compare to the developed world, we have just about 2 or 3 kids dying per 1,000 live births before age 5. And in Kenya, it's about 40. So it's still high despite us reducing all these over time. And what we did with this study is try to see what is happening in different areas, because there might be pockets where mortality is actually very high and in other pockets where it's low. So it's good for us to see where mortality is high so that we can target these, and then we are likely to reduce the national value overall.
Okay, now post-independence, again, children in Kenya were hospitalized for polio, diarrhea diseases, cholera, dysentery, diphtheria, some of the conditions some of us have never had to live the reality. But we are still seeing some of these conditions headlining today. So what has changed over time, and why are we still stuck in some of those conditions that we faced post-independence, Vera?
Okay, I think what Peter did mention is that as much as we have changed, there's still a lot of iniquity. Well, his study, which is holding, illustrated that there are some places that have suffered systemic neglect over time, like the ASAL areas. You find people still don't have access to clean water, malnutrition is still high. So in places like Kwale, you'd find children under 15 still suffering from something like leprosy, which means in other areas where those diseases were discarded, in places that are completely neglected, you still find pockets where people still suffer from such kind of diseases. For this work that I've been doing about maternal and child health, I have gone to West Pokot, and you find children suffering for something like Kalazar, which for their healthier, well-nourished counterpart in, say, Central, in Western, their immunities would be able to fight such kind of diseases. But when you have that and other compounding factors like weak health systems, you find that diseases that were considered antiquated, like they were thrown out of our radar a long time ago, are still finding, you know, a place to thrive and affect children, like, you know, those leprosy and Kalazar.
Okay, but even as we are talking about that, let's maybe, what I'm hearing is that there's an effect of maybe the social, economic impact in day-to-day. And also maybe a reflection of the impact of the health infrastructure today. Speak on that.
Well, thankfully for devolution, in some other places devolution is not working really well, like you'd see pictures circulating on social media for like Homa Bay, the words are not good. But when we were doing our first, should I say, audit of public health system after devolution, you'll find places like Taita Taveta where they are starting to build those infrastructure from the ground. They're starting to build clinics, they're starting to like have very steady vaccination exercises. Remember before devolution we had that, push system where everything was decided at the national government and then just rolled out. And you know, you cannot roll out something, say in Kiambu, which you walk for say 4 kilometers before you reach a health facility, and then you expect the same intervention to work, say in Kwale, in Mandera, in Garissa. So thankfully for devolution, people are now beginning to tailor-make their health intervention depending on their circumstances. I would also mention that there is a study that the East African Institute, led by Dr. Alex Awiti, did, and it showed that that centralized system really did not favor places that are predominantly opposition. I don't know whether this is political or not, but you'll find like areas that were inherently poor became poorer because you're having a one-shoe-fits-all. But then, thankfully for devolution, I'm hoping the governors will do right by their people. They can decide to say, okay, we don't need, say, dialysis machines because you are not suffering from kidney things. We need water. We need more nurses. We need, say, more very basic things. We need antibiotics. We need immunization coverage to be expanded. So I'm hoping they will use data, which Peter will talk about, to make such kind of decisions so that we do not have those kinds of disparities where other places are doing so well, you'd think you're in Finland, and other places are doing so bad, you'll think you're in Afghanistan.
Okay, and clearly it sounds like priority areas need to be looked at per county. Now, before post-devolution, there was still improvement. Fine, there was a centralized government and way of doing things. But what about our health systems maybe improved our mortality, child mortality rate? Peter?
Yes, so thank you. So a lot of things have been done in terms of health systems, and I would first allude to distances that people have to walk to access care. Back then, we had areas with about 20% just being within a 5-kilometer radius of a health facility, and the government recommends us to be at about 90%. But over time, this has improved. If you look at areas like Northeastern, where this was very low, right now we have about 50 to 70% being within 1 hour of health facility. And this allows people to access interventions in health facilities that they would not have been able to access if they had to walk very long distances before accessing such care.
Okay, and speaking of which, your research or past research has shown that Nyanza and Western regions are some of the deadliest regions to be born, because a child under 5 had a higher chance of passing away than somebody born somewhere else. But this seems to have changed over time. What is changing?
So Nyanza and Western region generally have high prevalence for malaria. In the past, like around 1990, we had areas where the chance of you having malaria was over 90%. But this has reduced over time. We are having 20-something percent, 30%. That is the probability that you'll be having malaria in that area. And we know that malaria leads to death through many different ways. You can lead to severe illness, then you die. There is anemia, low birth weight, undernutrition. All those are conditions that if you get malaria, you are likely to die from. But we have seen that malaria has actually declined over time. We also have HIV, which was peaking in the late 90s with about 12-11%. But now it has also declined so much over time that we are able to see those improvements in under 5 mortality in those regions.
So the intervention in as far as HIV and malaria has helped these counties step up. But then again, it's interesting to see that even as we are patting our backs that we are doing well in as far as child mortality rate, there's some counties that are doing badly. And if we can have this on screen, and this is based on what the research had to do with. Right there, if you can see Bungoma County, something that I was looking at, and the average mortality rate back then in the 65 was really high, but it was actually best in 2013. And something maybe that would be of interest is to see how the central region is doing. So in this case, let's see if we can be able to pick out, let's say, randomly Murang'a County. Well, if you look at the graph, it looks like that has gone down with time, and it was actually at the lowest in 1990, but it seemed to have peaked a little bit towards 2013. That shows improvement. Then again, we started having a problem. So now, explain the contrast between the improvement in the Western Nyanza region and why we seem to be having issues in the central region.
So thank you. In central region, the starting mortality, if you compare with Nyanza region, central region was already low. So we had about 5 times the difference in those regions.
Yes.
And here is malaria and HIV, which has declined, and we are attributing them to the decline we've seen.
Yes.
In these regions, malaria was not as high during that time. It was about 9 to 14%, while it was over 90% in the other regions. So but going forward, what we are trying to do is in each county to try and estimate what is this that is leading to this decline or increase, for that matter, that we are observing over time. So this is some of the results we are trying to generate, and going forward we shall share with counties.
Now, counties like Samburu, Marsabit, Elgeyo Marakwet, Mandera have made also great improvements, and you'd think these are the counties that will be struggling. What has made this possible, Vera?
I think because some of those statistics were like, should I say, genocidal, if I could talk about, they were so large.
Yeah.
But because it was because of like little, very cost-effective chief interventions, which were probably, I'm assuming, were ignored that time. Because, you know, health provision also in those areas, the ASAL areas, is compounded by other things like, the terrain, and they also had civil unrest, so no healthcare worker wants to go and work in such places. And we have, apart from health, human health, we have seen in diseases like, Rift Valley fever. Those days, those areas were affected a lot because there was no road network, and the security was not there. So with relatively calmness, getting over there, and a little bit of sanity, and then donors are also moving away from having the one shoe fits all. They're like, we need targeted interventions. So you'd find something like, vaccination. It's a tested and tried public health intervention that was probably ignored. And then when you put it, you are amazed at the kind of things that you're able to reduce. And also, there's also a very close link between education, particularly for the mothers, and I'm not talking about school education, but letting mothers know the importance of, say, breastfeeding their children, of going for the vaccinations, of going for the 4 recommended antenatal visits. So when that goes, community health volunteers intervening, very low cost, you experience tremendous efforts when those things happen, which may not be different, may be different from, say, a place like Central. They already had vaccination, they already have, and I was just talking to another doctor that you'd be surprised that the hospitalization in places like Central is no longer infectious diseases, it's non-communicable diseases, because they're now, is it called the demographic transition? They have moved away from not battling the usual malarias of this world, the choleras of this world, and now they're battling diabetes, they're battling hypertension, other diseases that shows that they are moved. It's more like a developed world kind of scenario as compared to the ASAL areas where we are starting from the beginning, and that is working for things like immunization. Yeah.
Now, Peter, this research was conducted up until 2013, and I believe devolution actually came to effect in that year.
Yeah.
So does it really reflect the effects of devolution, or was it just our health infrastructure just morphing with time?
So it does not reflect what has happened post-devolution. We were limited by the amount of data we could have. But the importance of this is we shall be able to test what intervention worked, how much they worked, so that going forward, we are going to prioritize these interventions more. Say if immunization worked better in a specific county and it reduced a lot of deaths, it means we need to put more effort in this area because this is the intervention that is working well. So these results will form like a baseline going forward. We can rely on them to tell us what has been happening, what we have not been doing right, and what we need to do better going forward.
And speaking of devolution, there are still killer diseases and conditions for children, and the resultant deaths kind of puts a light on the disparity in the counties. Now, in the day and age of devolution, and we're moving towards the UHC, what should we put emphasis in to ensure we curb the rates that we're seeing today, Vera?
Okay, so I cannot put a finger on one thing that we need to. The World Health Organization has, I may not name them all, I remember that in my classes, but there are 7 things you need to look at if we are going to have because what we need is a resilient health system that is able to take care of the infectious diseases and as well take care of the non-communicable diseases, that is able to prevent diseases from coming to its people, but should you get sick, it should also be able to, look after you. And some of these things include, health, human resources for health, that is adequate nurses per population, doctors, clinical officers. Kenya is, it's not even acute, it's chronic shortage of healthcare workers. The last time I checked, according to the Kenya Workforce Study, we were at 23 per 1,000, and no, it's actually less than that. We are actually performing like 400% below what is required to look after us. So what will be more important, most importantly in those 7 elements is governance, Peter's colleague, Edwin Barasa, conducted a study about the decisions that are made in the counties. None of them is usually, even the people that are appointed to health departments, is following any data, any research or anything. So at this moment, it would be important for counties to really follow up those 7 things, and I know they know them, HRH and a steady health system, but most importantly, use data and evidence to inform what they do, because just sometimes governors, they're like, oh my God, this area voted for me well, oh, to reward them, let me just build them a hospital, and then they do not know whether that, is it going to serve any purpose, is that what that area needed? It would be important for county governments to, have technical teams that will give them evidence that they can use to make decisions for themselves, because this is a very, very great opportunity. Finally, those people who are saying, oh my God, the government does not look after us, this is their opportunity to look after their people, and that is not going to happen if you're making decisions based on populism, on who voted as the most and who did not vote as the most. Health is not something that you can go, doing ping pong with,
Yeah.
When you do that ping pong, you kill people. You let them, you expose them to diseases that they should not have been exposed to. So I'm really praying that county governments and the health departments will just, put politics aside a little bit and just mix it with evidence and data to make decisions for their people.
And speaking of data, Macharia, looking at this data, clearly all the 47 counties can look and track at how they have been doing up until 2013. But somebody could be asking, to be fair for the county government and the resources and of course the officials in the counties, it is good to have an up-to-date research that shows where they are at and where they should prioritize, right?
Right. Yeah, that's true, and we are actually working on that. The government has put a lot of effort in routine health information system. We have a system called District Health Information System version 2, where we can track mortality and things that are happening at the facilities. So that is a resource that we are tracking with my colleagues at KEMRI, Dr. Imelda and Dr. Victor Legana. We want to come up with methods that can help us estimate a property of mortality by county, and talk to the county governments and update them with these results. And also census was done recently.
Yes.
That's another very important source of data that we shall use to update these estimates and share with counties.
Yeah. And how best will you be working with, now that we have a health department in every county, how best will you be working with these people and working with them to ensure that whatever you come up with is actually translated on the ground?
So actually, we've been going to some of the counties, to the specific Ministry of Health, talking with them, telling them this is the estimate that you have, this is how you can use them. They have county integrated development plans that they say this is our mortality and this is where we want to end up to. So we are updating them with these estimates. So this is your value at this particular year. So you need to set a target that by 2023 in your county integrated development plan, you will have reached this value. And the things that you need to look at include, say, immunization or antenatal care. So we are actually going to them and also calling them to our offices and having these conversations with them.
Now, Vera, as journalists, our job is to ensure that we put them to account,
Absolutely.
So on your end, what do you think we should do more of to ensure that we don't leave it to them and then come back and complain you haven't done, but to walk with them, reminding them that these are the gaps in your areas?
Absolutely, that's really, really important. What I would advise, like my colleagues reporting on global health and health, is that first of all, we need also to internalize this kind of data, because normally we usually report on what we have seen now. This data shows that this year, this is number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We rank counties on who's doing best, the top 5 and the bottom 5, but sometimes we don't look back. This is what this data, as the map would show, really opened my eyes to, that sometimes, you could be making a lot of noise about how Homa Bay is not doing so well, but looking back at where they have come from and where they are, there's something that, you can do there. And media and journalists are very, particularly in Kenya, in issues to do with health. Sometimes we report things and there's evidence that has shown that those things are actually taken by the public or policy makers to, have policies that they do. So this is a topic that journalists should not just, you know, when we have the census, we report once, number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a few comments here and there, it's gone. I think reporters should go to the ground and really see what's happening. The fact that, say, for something like neglected tropical diseases like Kala-Azar, it kills less than 1,000 people, and then you could actually just rubbish it off like, oh yeah, but AIDS is killing more people, let's focus on HIV. But when you look at the human cost of the pain of that 1,000, it's enormous. So reporters should go to the ground, and if there's something that's working, let's bring it to the fore. If there is an intervention that was put and it's not working, let's say why it's not working, so that it's a balance between you're not doing right, but this was doing right, add it up a little bit. And then that means also a collaboration between people like KEMRI, because they're always out there gathering data, always doing research. You know, if we could put those relationships together, because I wouldn't have known about this if it were me. I wouldn't have known, but because of the relationship between scientists and journalists, we're able to have this kind of conversation to try and, you know, you point people to the gap and tell them you are doing well in the 90. Let's look at what you're doing in 1990. Maybe you could, you know, replicate that in 2019 or 2020 and see where you can go with this, instead of us always having, you know, this confrontational attack. I think this is the point where, for health reporting particularly, solution-based journalism, which you are trying to do, I know you try to do it a lot, is really, really important. If something is not working, let's ask, what did you do wrong? If it is working, we're like, keep on going.
Okay. Now, Peter, looking at this research, now apologies that maybe the font is a little bit tiny, but the beauty is that you can actually go to the Daily Nation website and get that report that is appended to an article written by Vera. It's titled, What's Been Ailing Kenyan Children Since the 1960s. And it looks like there are certain years that were golden years. We're talking about the years 2000 and 2013. What did we do right in this time frame?
So within this time period between 1965 and 2013, the period 2000 to 2013 is when we had the greatest decline overall in Kenya. And thinking about this is the period when we had Millennium Development Goals. When the international community set a new momentum to reduce under 5 mortality between 1990 and 2015 by 2/3. So every country was working very hard to try and reduce this. So the Kenyan government put a lot of interventions into place. A lot of bennets for protection against malaria were started to be distributed to pregnant women, to infants. We had also a lot of intervention for HIV coming into place. For example, we had also drugs used for malaria which were resistant being replaced with effective ones. So there was a huge momentum during that period which we can actually attribute to what we saw in terms of that huge decline between that period.
And now we're living at a time where the dynamics of what is ailing us as a country are changing. Cancer has become a priority area. And actually, just coming from KEMRI, there was that research that you did that centered on 12 counties and their priority areas in terms of the 5 most common cancer cases. Going forward, how is that information important also in ensuring that there is prioritization when it comes to resources and health infrastructure, Vera?
Okay. That evidence is very, very critical. And that kind of information shows Kenya that as much as we are still battling communicable diseases, we are having an epidemiological shift, and the trouble with us is that we're having a double burden. We are having the non-communicable diseases, the cancers, as we are living, as health has improved, you're getting richer. We are also, that blessing is coming with other curses as well, you know, the cancers are coming in. So this is the point, as I was stressing about a resilient health system. Now more than ever, do we need to have a health system that will not crumble when things are going, like if we have an outbreak, like God forbid, let's not have coronavirus coming right now, but we need to have a health system that is able to respond to that. The communicables, the fast diseases that attack you and then you're able to recover, say like Ebola, but we also need to have a health system that can do that non-communicable chronic kind of diseases. And more importantly, that we are not going to be able to do that if we do not have data. We must, our government, our ministries of health at the county and at the national government, we cannot let go of data. We have to keep our eye on that to see what's happening, what can we change, instead of just, you know, oh, it has happened, oh my God, it's here.
Let's react to it.
Let's go buy equipment, you know,
Yeah.
instead of looking at the long-term feature, like how can we prevent this? And should it happen by bad luck that someone gets it, how could we make sure that they are treated and then they have dignity? Because as you can see, for poor people like now, and you've covered plenty of those stories yourself, when you get cancer, it's like, you know what, it's a death sentence.
Yes.
If you cannot fly out of this country, like Esther Passaris and the other politicians, you're doomed. So we need to encourage our government to work towards a resilient health system.
Okay, and Peter, as we close this, all this needs resources. Maybe you're parting short in as far as supporting research and, of course, the healthcare infrastructure.
My parting shot would be we need to invest more in research and particularly collecting good data. We are flying blind without data, and for this case, good and quality data. And then we need people who are implementing on the ground to work together with researchers, because they will be pointed to things that are really being troublesome in terms of child mortality. It is a very multidimensional space, so a lot of actors need to work together and aim to reduce our under 5 mortality and probably achieve our sustainable development goals.
Okay, Peter Macharia, Cambry researcher with Wellcome Trust, and of course Vera Okea, who is a global health reporter passionate about child and maternal health, working here at the Nation Media Group. Thank you so much for your time. And of course, that question needs to be answered, and answered critically. How are we doing in as far as curbing child mortality rates in this country? Because as we said, this is what is used as a yardstick on how healthy a nation is and how it's going to achieve its development agenda. My name is Gladys Gashanja. A lot of good things coming your way in our programming, and of course NTV Sasa will start at 11 a.m. I will see you at 1 p.m.
I help women find independence by training them in fish farming. It's tough on my back, joints, and can cause headaches. Panadol Extra relieves multiple types of pain.
If symptoms persist, seek medical advice.
I found out. You really indeed had a colorful past, but yours is colored black.
I know that someday you're going to ask for help from someone like me.
Accept that as my gift for being our partners.
I rarely fall in love, but when I do, it'll be forever.
You had a grandmother who took care of you, and yet you grew up into a lying, deceitful, cunning thief.
That isn't true! Oh my! Hey!
Hey!
He took my bag!
Hold this!
Julio!
Hey!
Help! There's a thief!
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more. Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
This is Fact Finder from the BBC.
Were these Chinese officials taking coronavirus victims for execution as claimed in this video? We went digging for the answers.
Will Ethiopia's new law curb the fake news menace in the East African nation? We hear from tech experts.
We'll also have tips on how you can spot a fake story online.
And are robots here to help, or will they take over the world? We find out.
Sour Shower has never been better with the new look Sour. Now with a new formulation too that will leave you feeling fresh for longer, while the soap lasts even longer.
It's delicious.
NTV, turning on your world.
Good morning, everybody. I have a question for you. What was the first thing you did when you woke up this morning? Chances are you picked up your phone and you went online. And I'm pretty certain on your feed was one, maybe two, maybe all three of my guests today. We are at Swiss Lenanamont Hotel, and today's show is all about digital content creation. I don't think in the 1+ year that I've been doing the show that I've had this many blue-ticked guests on the show. At some point, even like as we were prepping, someone was like, whoa, are they all blue ticked? On Instagram, you know, it's like it's a thing on Instagram. My guests have completely blown up online, and it's no wonder why. If you've been on their pages, it's no surprise. I have got Sharon Mwangi, who is a content creator and an actress.
Yep.
I've also got Nice Wanjeri, same content creator and actress, welcome. And to my immediate left, I have got David Oyando, aka Mulamwa, who is a comedian and a digital content creator. How are you guys doing without your phones? It was a struggle. Let's
struggle.
Yeah, it was a struggle taking the phones out of the set. It was like, oh God, 45 minutes, how is this going to work? But thank you. Thank you for taking time to have this conversation with us. So there's no surprise here that digital content creation has taken the world by storm. It's blown up in every way when it comes to media, advertising. You know, it's really changed the game for a lot of people. What kind of impact do you think it's had on your life? If you were to give it like 2-3 words to describe what social media has been like for you, what would those 2-3 words be?
I would say it has just been amazing. Like you can't explain what actually happens online. Yeah.
Okay, amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah.
To me, it's life-changing.
Wow. Oh, you were good?
I was going to say that.
Life-changing.
Yeah, it's life-changing.
Life-changing.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go back to the beginning. I'm curious to know what your introduction to social media was and what the first platform that you explored was. Yeah, maybe we could start with you, Sharon.
My first platform, and that's my only platform, is Instagram. And I started doing videos back in 2016. Okay. Yeah. So we're usually a group of 3. They were doing Vines before I was. And then since we used to hang out a lot, they'll always need a female character.
Yeah.
So that's how I started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you explain what, I know there's a good chunk of people who understand what Vines are, but can you explain what they are in case there's someone watching?
Oh, Vines are just short, funny videos, 1 minute long. On Instagram. They used to be 6 seconds.
Yeah.
And then
on another platform altogether.
Yeah, on another platform. Vine.
Yeah.
That's how
Vine.
Vine started. Yeah. But Vines are just short, funny videos.
Short, funny videos.
Yeah.
Okay. So were you always interested in humor and acting?
No, I was good at it.
Okay.
But it was never an interest. It was never something that I had, I was thinking I wanted to do.
Yeah.
So when I started doing it, it was just a hobby. It was just pastime. Like, okay, fine.
Interesting.
And then
the rest is history. Yeah. Now you're blue ticked in on it.
Yeah.
What about you, Nice? What was your introduction into social media?
My introduction, at first it was more of pictures, just pictures, and just showing off the character that I was in Antiboss. But I never thought of doing anything till last year, when I left Antiboss, and then I was like, wait a minute, I've been doing stage plays, I've been doing other stuff, and I think I can act, I can be funny. Aside from the character Antiboss, I can be funny. I've done different characters. So when last year came, the first video I put on Instagram was the Alvando song, Taka Taka. And then the way the reception was really great. I was like, wait a minute, where was I all this time? I think my page will be like massive right now. But it started last year, I think November. Until now, I'm still doing it. Yes.
Wow, okay. What about you, sir?
Okay, as for me, I started on a different platform, which was WhatsApp statuses.
Oh.
Yeah, WhatsApp statuses. So I was noticing people posting jokes, old jokes, repeating them, some old videos. And I was like, what if I do videos for WhatsApp, just 30 seconds to entertain people on their statuses? What could it be like? So the first one was not intended to be funny, actually. I was just singing on my phone. And people found it funny. And
so let me take you back, David, a little. You were sending it to WhatsApp groups, or what do you mean WhatsApps?
So like WhatsApp, the status, whereby you get a short video, just post it on your status for other people to see, other people on your contacts list, they'll watch it. And when they like it, they download it and repost it.
Oh, I didn't know. Wow.
So that's how it went. And the first video was viral, like everybody had it, but it did not have my watermark. So people just thought it was just another random person with random videos like any other. Yeah. But once I produced the next one and the next, they realized, oh, there's a person behind this. Who is this?
Wow. So and when was that?
That was around March this year.
This year?
Yeah.
Wow.
Around March this year. So after that, for my subsequent videos, I started tagging my handle, my Instagram handle and Twitter, which is my favorite, Twitter. So they were coming to follow up. And when they come, they find new content each and every time. That's why I was nicknamed the status comedian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty certain you're curious to see a little bit more of what they produce on a daily. So take a look at their clips and what they do online.
Unakataa kuwashalia kunaenda kwa murogi na kuroga unakufa. Ninakuja kwa mazishi yako kukura na kukunywa nikuseke ukizikwa. Unaliga nini? Sura baya kuliko busi. Roho shafu kuliko saitani.
Mlamua, kwani unaenda wapi?
Mimi nimeamua nihame Kenya bwana, niende majuu bwana, hata kama ni Uganda tu bwana. Kenya maisha bwana imekuwa ngumu bwana, wanatuwekea vitu zingine kwa chakula, vitu zenye hakuna. Juzi tu walikuwa wanatuwekea mercury kwa sukari. Jana nimesikia hapa kwa news hapa hivi wanatuwekea nini kwa nyama, inaitwa sodium metamorphosis. Wanatuwekea kwa nyama bwana. Tunaacha nyama tunakula omena, mabibi nao wanatuwekea steel wire kwa omena yenyewe. Tutasurvive aje? Hii Kenya by the time unafika 35 years umekula element zote za periodic table. Kina lithium, kina magnesium, umekula kina kinetic energy, force of gravity, Hooke's law, zote umekula ba. Kutoka 36 years hiyo tu sasa ni ma reaction. Ndio maana hata unasalimianga mzee hivi kidogo anazusha. Unamwambia nikatie shamba mzee anazusha, kumbe ni sodium. Unajua ni highly reactive element. Siwezi kaa Kenya yenu ba.
Hello? Ya tano unashukua, ya nne ulikata, hizo zingine tatu zimekuwa miss call. Uko wapi? Saizi ni saa ngapi? Usiniambie na inaangalia vizuri. Saizi ni 9:02. 9:02 msichana mzima hujaingia kwa nyumba. Hebu take a while to guess baba yako alikuwa hapa saa ngapi? 8:30. 8:30 ndio huyu hapa amekelea miguu anaona TV. Uko wapi? Wacha nikwambie, huko kwenye unaendaga unakunywa pombe unakuja hapa kama umejikulisha tubigijie ndio tusisikie. Usifikirie mimi ni mjinga. Sasa juu umeamua you are now the man of the house. Wewe ndio utakuwa unaingia wa mwisho. Wewe ndio utakuwa unatufungia mlango, unatuzimia stima, unatuzimia TV, unatufungia curtain. Hiyo ndio kazi yako sasa, si ndio? Utafanya hivi sasa, ukikuja hapa, upitie hapa kwa brother yako, uchukue invoice ya school fees, uende ukalipe. Token ndio hiyo inaenda kuisha, because you are the man of the house, utalipa. Unasikia? Acha nikwambie, hii tabia kujia kwa nyumba vile unataka, utafanyia kwa bwana yako. Huko ni kwa bwana yangu. Tunaelewana? Tunaelewana?
So you see exactly why they're blowing up, right? And if you're not following them already, I don't know what you're waiting for. So I'm so curious I mean, what struck me from just hearing a little bit about your journey is that you're essentially quite young, it feels, in this space. It's just like 2 years, 6 months. It's not even 6 months?
Not yet.
Like even you, like it's not even been, and what's also shocking is that you've obviously blown up. You've got tens of thousands, 100,000, 200,000. What do you think has contributed to your success? How do you get people to come back, to click follow, to be fascinated?
Consistency first, because if someone knows that if I come on your page today, I'm going to find a video, and I come tomorrow, I'll find another one. Like, they'll always want to follow you. They always want to laugh at me. So yeah, I think that is what has grown the follower count. Yeah.
Okay.
Just consistency.
Yeah.
I'll say the same, and also, as you're consistent, the funny part, you have to ask 2 or 3 or 4 people before you post it if it's funny enough, because there is like a thing of you can create, to you it is really funny, it is, oh my god, I'm over the hills, but then when my friend watches, it's like, oh my god, why did you do this? Is it a mask? Yes, why? You have to have like 4, we call them, for me I call them, since I've grown in theater and also I've watched Churchill, I've been there for like 2 shows or 3 shows, and they are called creative tables. Like, you have 4 or 5 people that they listen to your jokes and they tell you, hey, hii ni kali, ongeza kitu kadogo, hii haiwezi, hii bana unachoma, So I also have such people. You create it on your own, you sit down, you laugh a bit, and then I send it to you, Sharon, and you're like, oh my god, this is epic. That's it. Now in the evening I'll upload. So there's that aspect of also asking people. You're of course not your fellow comedians. We all know we steal jokes from each other. It's not a lie, right? So you ask like people who are close to you, they cannot, nowadays you cannot trust just anyone. Yes. So that one also make people also love your work. It's not only you didn't just like it yourself, there's another person, there's yes.
And the vice versa is also true, whereby you might produce a video and you think it's not funny, but somebody else, it's very funny. Like there's one that I did not want to post, but my friend who runs the account sometimes just thought it's funny and posted it, and it was viral even more than the ones that I thought were funny. So it helps when you interact with others to tell you more. But what keeps you in the game is being unique. Like, of course, everybody is producing comedy. What makes you stand out? Just be real, be, like we can say, be up to date, produce things that people relate to. And that way you'll just remain and be relevant.
So let's talk a little bit about that authenticity and stealing jokes. How do you deal with that? And I know recently you called out another comedian for stealing your jokes. So so how do you protect, your property, or is it that you don't talk to each other? What do you do to?
Personally, I haven't experienced it.
Okay.
I don't think anyone has stolen anything of ours. But now you're making me think about it. Like, what could happen?
So what about you? Was that the first time where someone had blatantly stolen?
No, I can't say it was the first time. It has happened before, but when you're stolen from and you're a young artist, there is no media that you can complain to. There are so many people who are losing songs, losing dance style, losing everything, but they don't have that voice to say that, oh, so-and-so took this from me. But once you have a certain voice and you say, yo, here's the video and here's the copy, people will be like, oh, so you have been stealing from young ones. But actually, we were working with him, Duncan Wambilianga. We were working with him before. It's just that he got the platform ahead of me. So when he goes there, he goes with some of the lines. But yeah, we are in the same industry. It may be the same stem, but the way he executes it, it's different. Yeah.
On adding on that, personally, I don't mind when someone steals.
Oh.
Especially when I've posted it, the first person. If you steal it, that shows, yo, I'm cool.
I'm not cool with that.
I'm cool.
But they're stealing your joke. They're not copy paste. They're not
Some
putting it on
copy
their
paste.
So
well,
you know,
okay, no, they're not like taking work and saying, wow, this person is so funny. Look at what they're doing. They're
No,
taking work
they
for
take your
word.
joke and they do it themselves, and so.
And you're okay with that?
I'm okay. Why?
I'm not okay.
Because if I was the first person to post it, even if you steal it, it shows, yo, I'm cool. I'm greater. I'm greater for you to like my work that much that you're stealing every line.
It's not cool.
But what happens if it's someone like Trevor Noah? Who is known way more, so no one will ever know it's sourced, or maybe they would at some point.
I think because
but it would take a longer time. He would be credited as the funniest.
So
person.
you know, like as for me, I'm looking at this instance whereby I'll be one day I'll be on TV, and I'll need my jokes to be on TV because when I post on Instagram, it hasn't reached the entire Kenya. When I get a bigger stage, I have to perform them. But now when you perform them ahead of me, what am I coming to TV to do? That's like a test program. It's a prototype that you are running there. Once the joke is amuses people, you know which line to go to. So that when you get a TV chance later on, because I myself am not on TV, I don't perform on TV, so it's online entirely. And when I get TV, it's when I'll bring those jokes on board and amplify them even to reach bigger audiences that have not explored yet.
What you asked of, maybe if someone like Trevor Noah steals your joke and he has a bigger platform and people will think that's him, he's so funny and all. Personally, it hurts a little bit when someone who has more fall above you takes all your jokes and then you're the one who feels like you're now copying him or her. It hurts a lot. It hurts a little bit, but you'll not die anyway. But what I tell myself is just like when you're fired at work, someone will take away your job, but they'll never take away your work. So I tell myself, even if you will steal today, it will come a time that I will be greater. I will be greater, because if we keep on fighting and there's no laws in Kenya that can defend us, right? If I steal your joke and I say it's mine, I'll say we have same minds. You know, we think sometimes you may wear this top and then I'm your friend, we wear the same thing and you're like, how did you think? Oh my God, I thought, you know, but same mind, you see. But it hurts, but we have to come up with laws in Kenya, like the way there is a piracy in music, like if I copy your music, something will be done. Also for us, it has to come up.
It has to come up.
Would you call a fellow comedian out on social media? Would you say, hey, do that? Or
yes, I would. I would. But before I do that on social media, I think I'll actually talk to you personally and tell, by the way, it's not cool. It's not and cool. If you don't hear it, then I think people need to know, Bana, it's not cool. It's not cool. But personally, I don't mind it, because I feel after tomorrow I'll get Sharon who will give me a certain joke, and then maybe nitaipeleka
the bigger problem is that you are posting it. Maybe you are not earning from that joke, but somebody is earning with it.
Actually, and you know, on YouTube they do have, you know, maybe not, you know, they do have that in place whereby if I use your music, it doesn't matter whether you know or not. Now a little bit of the proceeds will go to you and your account. The royalties, exactly. So they've got that in place so clearly. We've got to take a break. We'll be right back in a moment.
Cracking comedy. Just move to NTV.
On the 29th of February 2020, Seeds of Gold invites you for a farm clinic at the TAC Center behind Zion Mall in Eldoret. The theme is Climate Smart Agriculture, fostering resilience for food security. Please join us for an in-depth discussion on wheat, maize, poultry, horticultural and dairy farming, and mechanization of farming process. For more information, please contact us on the details on your screen.
The blind man told police officers, afade mimi sijawahi ona bangi maisha yangu yote.
Hizo ma-award zikafanya watu waanze kuimbia award badala waimbe the word.
Mimi mkinichagua mtaona miujiza.
Anajifanya siku hizi.
Kibia mara moja.
Naogopa Mwenyezi Mungu na uji moto peke yake.
Hiyo si bangi.
Buda basi kama umerudia wizi na unaweza ibia mdem sai mchana, itabidi basi umeachana sera. Najua kamiti ni home.
I've been thinking, why don't we have the double date at my place tonight?
Tonight?
I think it's time you met my girl.
Joey needs to know if you're allergic to anything.
I'm like a hyena. I eat anything placed in front of me. Soon you'll get what you want.
Sonia yampenda Jabali kiasi.
Yale wayaita mapenzi, ule wake ni wivu. Sasa mambo ya kumpenda Jabali na kumchukia huyu Fadhili yaingilia nao kwa pisini, mambo mawili tofauti.
Baba, simu yangu yenyewe ni ile wejua. Nitakesha nayo vipi na kuchaji mpaka kazini?
Jamani, mwana mrongo yuwauzwa wapi muuze mimi angalau mpate pesa za kuondoa hizi dhiki.
Mara nyingine najiuliza kati ya wewe na huyu Fidhuli wako Jabali, nani bingwa wa kuudhi?
Kwani ulikuwa haulizi kuhusu sausage kuungua?
Nilikuwa nimekuulizia kuwa mvua ikinyesha huwa ardhi ya tota.
Nimekuja kuongea nawe.
Siongei na maadui zangu. Nishatangaza vita na wewe ni adui. Toka.
Hatutakuwa tukipotezea na muda rafiki yangu. Akili yangu ina mambo mengi bwana. Sasa hiyo akili yenye mambo mengi ndio ingefanya kazi haraka haraka iyapunguze na kuyaondoa.
Molfix breathable surface developed with Airsoft technology is very soft and provides the best Molfix skincare.
I've found the best diaper for my baby's sensitive skin.
All babies deserve a high-quality diaper. You should also try Molfix.
Je, maumivu ya kichwa na kukosesha amani? Kaluma Strong hutuliza maumivu ya kichwa, maumivu ya mwili na hata huondoa joto jingi mwilini. Kaluma Strong ina aspirin kama kiungo. Maumivu yakizidi, muone daktari.
Do your gums hurt? Yeah. Does your toothpaste contain sage, eucalyptus, myrrh, chamomile?
All that in one toothpaste?
Yes, try Colgate Herbal. Colgate Herbal contains nature's best herbs and Colgate's fluoride technology to give you strong teeth and healthy gums.
Colgate Herbal.
Let's go. Colgate Herbal for strong teeth and healthy gums naturally.
Welcome back, everybody. We're at Swiss La Nana Mount Hotel, and I've got social media icons here. I've got Sharon Mwangi, Nice One Jerry, and David Oyango, aka Mulamwa. So, I'm curious to know, what's your favorite platform?
Mine has to be Instagram. That's my only platform.
Okay, Instagram.
Yeah, my Twitter is very personal. I don't post on my Twitter.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will say Facebook page, not my account. Facebook page and Instagram. But my favorite is Instagram. I'm always on Instagram looking.
Yeah.
But YouTube, oh God.
You don't understand. You're not there. Yeah.
It's tiring.
It's tiring.
Oh, okay, mine is always different from them. They are ladies, so Instagram is their thing. But as for me, I prefer Twitter because Twitter it's more about logic, not about followers. You can have 2 followers but have the maximum influence depending on what you're saying and what you're doing. So I prefer Twitter and just WhatsApp, reaching out to people. In fact, my videos, before I post them, I send them to everybody on my contact list.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I do. So I prefer people having my videos rather than them being online.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Sharon, I can imagine what your answer will be here, but what platform makes you the most money, or do you think has had the most impact on your career? Or maybe for you, Sharon, I'd phrase it as, would you explore others that you think would have a greater impact?
The only platforms, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube.
Yeah.
I'd try YouTube.
You would try YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube is something I would want to do later on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for the two of you, which one do you think brings the most attention, money, has had the most impact?
Mostly when it comes to your Instagram page, because I have more followers there, and then there's a Facebook page, which I have like 59k followers.
On Instagram, you have 202,000,
but now on my page now, Facebook has 59k.
Okay.
Yeah, so both of them, because there are people that are not on Instagram, they are all over Facebook, and there are those who will never actually go on Facebook. They are ever there, especially the millennials. Yes, so I'll say both.
Okay.
Yeah. As for me, Twitter, for most of the corporates, I work with them on Twitter, running hashtags and other videos to market them, followed by, I will say, Instagram a bit, then YouTube. YouTube closest the chapter. Okay. But Facebook, I haven't grown that much. I'm at around 14k Facebook. Okay. You can follow. Go like the page. Yes. But on Twitter, when you have like 10k followers, that can be an equivalent of around 60, 70k on either IG or Facebook, because that's a lot of influence.
Oh, you mean you're saying 10,000 followers on Twitter is almost the same as 60, 70,000 on Instagram?
Because when somebody comments, if you have 20,000 followers and you comment on my post on Twitter, those 20,000 followers of yours will get to know what I wrote.
Yeah.
So that's how it replicates.
So the ripple effect is a lot greater.
It's a lot greater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you navigate working with clients? Do you sort of have a yes policy, just an always yes, come through, yes, we'll sign, show me the check I am in, or do you have moments where you're like, this I don't think it works? How do you navigate
There are people who you wouldn't work with, like even with your personal beliefs, or like just what you stand for. There are things you'd never market.
Have you said no to?
Yes, I have said no to a couple of
brands.
Yeah, a couple of brands. Also, like sometimes when they need you to push an event and you're like, no.
Yeah.
Okay, I've said no before to some people. Like there was this guy, Mganga kutoka Pemba, with some weird stuff, some skeletons, and he was offering a lot of good money. Oh, and every time I was raising the price, he just kept saying yes. Okay. And I was saying no, I can't post some witchcraft.
How far did you rate? Can you tell us how far?
I can't say on TV, but it was really high. I was raising it every time.
And he was like, yes, I'll pay you.
Please, I'm okay.
Talk about me and my
No, I said no.
Oh God.
I'll say same case. I've said no to, I'll say so many, because some of them are just there for the sake. They just want to use you. They know this is a very expensive platform. Let's talk the truth. It's expensive to do things online because you do not use your phone. You have to have people who are shooting for you. You have to pay them. So it has to have some profit value. So you have to say no to some people. Some will give you, they'll tell you, "Ai, nitengenezee video niko na 5,000." You're like, do you know what we go through?
Yeah.
Do you know? So there are others also, as she said, some brands you cannot. Yes,
Yeah.
if you're, I'm this person who loves God, so alcohol.
It doesn't sit well with you.
Yes.
Yeah. How long on average does it take to produce your clips? The 1-minute videos. How long does it take to produce that?
As for me, it just depends. Mine is instantaneous. I have a plan, like I have several coming up. So whenever I find time, I just record a few, like 10. Then I'll be having them on my phone. I'll be posting regularly.
Oh, so you just sit with your phone and record
Yeah.
yourself?
All of my videos are done by phone.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you have a different setup?
Yes, I have a different setup, which is sometimes it will take even 2 hours for one video. But now, if it's a client job, like you have hired me, I have to look for cameras, I have to look for, as in professionalism, because I have to give you legit work. But sometimes when it's just me, I'm doing my own stuff, I'll use my phone, yes, but also I'll have to have someone who is shooting for me. I don't know how to edit, which is I'm learning as time goes by. I have to have someone. So it takes time. I'll say, personally, it's exhausting. You have to watch other people's videos so that you may not have one idea, of you.
Has that happened before where you're like, wow, this is a good idea? And
Yes.
then when you realize, oh my God.
Yes.
It happens.
You post it and then someone tells you, usually you post jana, you're like,
or you meet a screenshot on your tweet.
Me, I saw a video and I was like, no, I was just about to do this. I was just about to do this. So.
But at times I use the phone because of my brand, because Mulamo has to be that guy. Like you're a village guy, so you don't have to be so professional. Lighting might be poor a bit, but it's not, because it's intentional, so that the video comes out the way it's supposed to actually come out. And also for sharing on WhatsApp, it doesn't have to be of big quality. When you shoot with the camera, it comes with a very big quality and frame size, so sharing it on social media is very difficult. So we want a lighter video, like 3 MB, 2, so you shoot with the phone.
And I've also started to notice that there's space and an interest in more relaxed, whether pictures, content, conversation, so that it's not just perfect and my highlight is perfect and my posture is, that it's more relaxed.
Just
so I can
being free.
understand why both have a space on the internet and both would attract so many people's attention.
Yeah.
So now, what pisses you off about social media? And let's be honest here. What is it that just makes you think, dear Jesus God, if I never...
Okay, I'd like to think I have thick skin, but being known on social media, and I don't know why people think they have like, they're so entitled to your life. Thank you. Like there's a time I put up a video and I hadn't done my nails, so why? It's okay. I mean, I don't mind not having my nails done, but then someone feels like you are supposed to have your nails done.
Wow.
People are so entitled to your life now. It's like, guys.
And how do you respond to that? Like
most of the time I just don't respond. I'm just like, you know what?
Yeah.
I think I've only clapped back like twice. I'm really bad at clapbacks. So I've only done it twice.
I usually clap back. So
no, but at least you have clapbacks. Mine come like 2 days later. I should have said this. Yeah. I should have.
Same.
Come back.
Actually, and they will go as far as attacking you and even those close to you. Your spouse. Yeah. They usually attack anybody close to you just to get at you.
Oh,
and you just can't keep quiet.
And so what do you do in that sense?
I clap back real quick. And
Personally, I don't, because sometimes there are so many. There's so many. Like there's a video I did singing, and then I just wrote yes or no, nay or So some people are like, oh my God, you do sing. Yeah, there were good comments. And then we always see the black dot in the white paper in it. So someone tells me, Ati, and your knees need some aremis. My friend, as in, I was in the house. I just did my hair like this, and then I wore a dress, and then I'm like, let me sing. And then someone decides my knees need some aremis. And then I tell, that one I answered. I tell the lady, it's a lady. Wow, is all that you saw in that video?
Yeah.
And I kind of went overboard and I said, I like them that way. And then some other lady comes by, no, that's Facebook. Some other lady comes and says, Ati, really, you're a lady too. Is this what you saw? And then the lady is not, the woman, it's an old woman, an old mama. So it goes like, ati, sijui cracked knees are not good. And and I'm like, Wow. Other people are getting angry on behalf of me.
Yeah.
There was also some other times that unaekelewa kitu and then people attack you.
Yeah.
I got like body shaming. There was a video that went viral. Oh, I'm in a sex tape. I'm in a sex tape. My God, I wish you saw how ladies attacked me. God, if I normally, thank God, you have very thick skin. I didn't have very thick skin last year, but this year, oh my God.
But also there are things that would break you, like would move you. Something like that would move you.
Like I would only want to sleep on my bed and never come out of that.
You know, sometimes
I cried so hard.
Sometimes it hurts so much until you turn off commenting, so that nobody says nothing about anything you post.
Or you don't even want to
but
see
it's
notifications.
you want to see notifications, so you turn off.
What do you do when it's also your career? So you can't fully turn off. You have to come back and you have to find it in you to upload again.
It's usually really bad, and you can easily give up. Like for me, I was almost giving up, like saying, why am I doing this? Sometimes you go to record a video, the police catch you, they take the phone, you are recording in a wrong area, you are beaten up, you are locked in cells. Then the video comes out and the first comment is, what is this? And you're putting so much effort.
If you knew what I went through.
If you knew what I went through to come up with this. If it's bad, leave it for me. Just click and follow and go. You don't have to be here.
Why do, but
and it's for free, you haven't paid to be here. And nini bana, hii nafanya ongea kwa Kiswahili bana, hapana, appreciate. Sema umefanya poa lakini
just like
I don't know why people don't it's always baffled me. I mean, if you were being offensive, if you were doing something or saying something that I found absolutely offensive about, I don't know, women, children, life, I would probably think, hey, this is the time to be like, hey, I really don't think saying that about dark-skinned women or something, this is just not the time. It's 2019. Comment, say something. Just comment. No, then if you said something that I thought was absolutely foul, I think it's fair to address it in public. But if all I was saying is like, why did you have to put your hair on this side? Can't you have put it on the?
But
it's like, why do you? It's not.
But there are a lot of good fans who fight for you at times.
Yeah.
Somebody comments roughly, they attack that person. Even this guy who attacked me, and he was trolled so much until he deleted his account. It doesn't no longer exist because he was saying something that's not there. Other people are saying it's funny. I may insist it's not. So they were attacking him on my behalf.
And I usually wonder, why don't you just unfollow? I mean, you don't have to.
Yeah. That's a big one for me. I don't understand. Why don't you just unfollow?
It's a bad one.
But thank God when you have fans,
they fight
loyal
for you.
ones, they fight for you. Mine fought for me and they gave me that comeback. They gave me that urge to come back. I used to go to town because the previous day people knew it's on Facebook. People are saying it's me. But then again, I didn't know. I didn't have a phone at that particular time. People are looking at me and I'm like, people are discussing you. I go home and voila, I'm like, what is going on? I'm crying all over. My daughter is asking, Mama, what is it? Tasha, I need my time. And then they close the door, you cry. I'm very prayerful. So I'll go on praying and I have supportive system at home, my brothers and all. And so,
but this industry forces you to
and
have
I don't know
whether you wanted to or not.
I just don't know why people with large followings will focus majorly on the negatives rather than supporting you once you are down. Like when you are coming up doing great stuff, people with bigger influence on Twitter will never post you. They're just waiting for that loophole. That's what they will measure on. I don't know why.
You feel, and you've, in your experience, you've had these big wigs, people who are really successful, not support you, but when something
goes wrong, they will maximize on that.
Wow.
You find somebody with 80k followings on Twitter saying that, umeshindwa kuambia mlamwa sifa ni nini, and you have been in their DM sending them videos, please post for me this one. They never posted. So you don't know why they're doing that.
Interesting.
That needs to change, actually.
It needs to change.
It
needs to change. All right, we've got to take a break. We'll be back in a moment. It's 8:52 in the morning. Living with S is the perfect destination for information, entertainment, and laughter, bringing a refreshing perspective to Kenyan television every weekday morning. Let's get revving. Welcome to Sun City Resort, South Africa. We create an environment that leads to moments of unpredictable fun that reflect on everyday people, celebrities, and experts in various fields that touch on your day-to-day lifestyle. So why not join me, Sharon Mundia, every weekday morning from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. as I seek to liven up your morning.
What do you know about this recall place? Stay away from them. Don't mess with your mind, man.
Welcome to Recall. First time?
Tell us your fantasy. We'll give you the memory.
Why are you here? Oh, why? Wait.
It's all a mistake. Nobody. Why are you trying to kill me?
Your memory was erased. Your mind was implanted with a life you think you've lived. Oh, by the way, you haven't even begun to see me trying to kill you.
Imagine a cab that's always on time. Imagine experiencing luxury and class at no extra cost. Introducing the new Prepare Taxi hailing app. Download the app today and experience love at first ride.
It's delicious.
New Blue Band Peanut Butter. Made with 100% pure peanuts. And a good source of omega-6. Grow healthy and happy kids with New Blue Band Peanut Butter.
Welcome back, everybody. We're talking about the digital space, and before the break, we were diving into how vicious it can get. I now want to understand where, for you, you draw the line. I know a lot of your work that you put up is, you know, the vines. It's funny. It's just you acting. Do you ever introduce more personal aspects of your life, or do you have? Where's the line? Does that matter to you, especially given what we've just talked about, it being quite a vicious space? Maybe we could start with you, David.
Okay, as for me, the person maybe that I introduced, maybe was my girlfriend, let me say. And I was tagging her, I didn't introduce her as such.
Yeah.
I was tagging her in my photos, my stories, and people are going to see what she's doing. And for me, I was creating a brand for her, for herself. Maybe she can make something out of it. Right now, she's a brand ambassador for some dreadlocks company or something. So I was creating a brand for her so that she could be empowered as a woman to stand on her own. It wasn't for bad intentions or showing off. I wanted to create something for her that she can also stand in for. But sometimes people cross it over, they misunderstand that, and they try to attack her instead and attack you and try to pull down everything. I don't know why, but some have been supportive.
Yeah, attack for what reason?
Just for no reason. They go there, they look at the dressing, maybe we are not that well off, so they will troll the dressing, they will troll the background, the house. Are you living in a bedsitter? Why are you dressed like a school uniform? Like, things like that. So
have you had any regrets for introducing the world or your audience to her?
I wouldn't say, because it raises your scope of course, acting and interactions, because many people, some are there for the jokes, some are there for the relationship, so it increases your scope and interaction with the audience. Yeah.
Do you feel like you have to keep up with
No.
that?
No.
Like,
I actually
aspects of your
stopped
relationship?
because it was catching up with me, and I stopped. Nowadays, I don't do it much.
You don't. Oh, you don't post.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Personally, I draw the line of my personal life so much. Like there's some stuff I cannot say. and also using vulgar, very vulgar language. Personally, I do different characters. So if a character is a grandma, I use it from where I come from, the things they used to say, their words they used to. That is not nice. That is that character. And most of the time, when I'm being nice, it's totally not really funny. It's more of giving hope to the young generation, or someone you can look up to, not the comedian part, not the actress part, but the nice part. So any video that you see nice herself with this hairstyle, and it's either I'm talking about God, it's either I'm encouraging you. So I act with my daughter, some of the videos, small videos, and people have asked me this question, very few. Why did you have to introduce your daughter to your audience? Don't you think some can troll her and some can, you know? And I'm like, I am the one with the account. I am the one who dictates what goes on there. I am the one who says what you see. If you comment a bad comment, I have a right to delete it for you not to see it. You know? And I have to develop a thick skin for her too, because as a daughter of a celebrity, as they call it, that's what a girlfriend to a celebrity, your guy to a celebrity, that is what they call us. You have also to have that thick skin. I learned it this year. Like, you have to be there, you have to have it for your people.
Yeah.
Because girlfriend yako akitroliwa, you have to tell her, come on, you do not feel it. You know, you walk like you didn't feel it, you know. And also those parts of you feel like you have to do more to satisfy that thing, oh, unaka bed sitter and all that. It used to get me. It used to get me that sometimes you would unapanda nini Uber na huna ya Uber. Umekopa beshte ndio ufike na class. It helps, yes, especially for corporate shows. You cannot go na boda tafadhali. You go there and your client sees you, kwisha. So I'll say yes, we draw that line. You have to separate yourself from the character. You have to, whether you like it or not, there are things you will never want people to know about you unless it's your family who are so close to you, and you know if it leaks out, misses. You know, so that's where I draw the line. Like, if it's nice, she talks about specific things. If it's character, I will wear a bikini and act out. That is not me. You will never find me in a bikini. Trust you me. As nice one, Jerry, you will never. I am that person. Like, I will act on stage with a very short, and then my tummy is out, and you can see the kitovu and everything. But when the character is done, and now we are called, all of us, to introduce yourself, your name, you will never find me. I will wear dera juu ama nifunge Masai, because I feel ashamed as nice one Jerry going in front, because that is not nice who was on stage. The words that she was using, she can't use it as a person.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't post much about my personal life.
Yeah. And was that an intentional decision from the very beginning? Or?
Yeah. I just decided I don't want to do it. I don't want, like, if already you feel entitled to my life and my space with the little that you know now, what if I gave you more?
Yeah.
Like, no, and then I feel like some things come back to bite you.
They catch up with you at times, and you regret why you did it.
Where do you think this space is headed? What are some of the changes, the shifts that you've witnessed in the digital, online digital space, and where do you foresee it going? Do you think there's hope? There's money?
Yeah.
It's
you know, with
full,
digital space, it's getting bigger and bigger. The bundles are becoming cheaper. There is Wi-Fi everywhere. That was the main issue before. But now people have access. The phones are cheaper. People have smartphones. Almost 90% of the people in Kenya have smartphones and have access to good network. So it will be easier for companies to market online through the social media acts, through the content creation. Because how much time do you take on your TV compared to your phone?
Right.
Yeah, every time you have a moment, it's your phone. It's your phone you're on.
Yeah.
Every time you have a moment, it's a phone, it's WhatsApp, it's not the TV.
Yeah.
So actually, it's becoming a bigger platform, and I can see it growing each and every time.
Yeah.
And that with time, we shall be at a place where most of the corporates will prefer to do it on social media. Yeah.
Do you think that social media is structured enough for brands and advertising agencies to come in and look at it as a legitimate industry, or do you think it still has a while to go before it starts to demand that kind of payment? Or
brands now are seeing how much social media marketing does for them. So many brands are shifting to that. Like when you're doing your advertising, they'll always have, in your budget, you have social media set aside. So many brands are coming this way to market their products. So yeah, it's something that is gonna just keep growing and growing and growing.
Yeah, when you talk to different people, especially on radio, basis on radio, few who will tell you the truth. They will tell you it's not dying, but it's in the verge. Like more people are running to social media to advertise their stuff rather than go on radio. TV is different. TV will always be there. I'll say, even if we go 20 years from now, I feel TVs will be there to advertise stuff. Why? Look at your grandma back at rural area. Look at your uncle. Those people, yes, they have their phones, but mostly they use them just to call, just to text. That's it. But they will sit down, watch news, and watch maybe their favorite local program. Then in the midst of that local, that's when they will see a certain, there are those people who will not afford TV. Because TV, I feel, it's a bit expensive also compared to online. They would rather maybe split that advertisement, maybe to 2 people or 3 people. They'll give you maybe your 20K for one post, maybe 30K for a certain post, and maybe do that. So if 3 people are advertising for you and they keep on putting them on their Insta stories, like, Insta is after 24 hours, they appear, they come back, So I feel in maybe 5 years to come, there will be more brands are looking for that. And also the fear is most people, like I'll say maybe 5 years ago, so many people wanted to be musicians. Like you feel, oh, music is paying, all of us we run there.
Oh yeah, that's what is happening now. So many people are doing like this so many people are doing it.
Creation. And it's tiring. It's just like the Kikuyu business of quails. Like when one person started, oh my God, it was booming, and then 2, 3, 4, then 1,000 of them decides now we are keeping quails, and then voila, it's gone. It's gone.
Do you think that is a trajectory?
Yeah, I feel bad.
It will be saturated.
It will, but also these ones who are created before will have masses more, and we will be had more, comparing to those who are coming up because they're just coming up for just for the sake of cash. No, it's a career.
And also, that's why they are verifying accounts, so that a brand can be sure that you can handle them and you cannot, wanataka kuchoma. Like it's not today you are posting about them, then tomorrow you are posting something that it's demeaning to the company or something. So when you are verified, it means that a company can identify with you, and you can actually work for them because you have been studied. Actually, that's what Instagram does, or Twitter, or Facebook. They study you. Are you consistent? Are you doing the right thing? Then they verify you so that a company can come and say, yeah, we can work with this guy because he's consistent, he's reliable, and he will never do anything detrimental to the company that he's associated with.
And also, are your followers legit?
Yeah.
Because so many people are will, I'll be out of Form 4, my father is rich, I'll talk to you, Sharon. Niaje bana, ni kampuni gani tunaweza buy ma followers sawa, natoa 50 Gs. Inakuta likes, inakuta 800K. Where did they come from? Like I had 34 followers, all of a sudden in 3 weeks, you are, they look for that. They see your growth. They know if you have attained them by people liking what you do, not just buying, because they are robots followers. Right. Like you will post a photo.
In fact, a lot of social media influencers have been called out because of that, because it's hard for companies to know, are these actually
to actually validate the extent.
Or where is it going? So do you foresee, how long do you foresee yourself in this business, in the digital online creation space? Wow. No, and I mean it in the sense that because it's relatively new, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And there's also that because there are no clear structures around it. Do you see yourself here in the next 10 years? Do you see yourself stepping into TV or stepping back into TV? Where do you foresee your brand going?
I don't know. I personally don't know. But I'll say this. I'm here to stay. No,
Yeah.
I'm not just here to do it for 1 year and then I'm tired. I'm here to stay because there are new things that are coming up. And you need to be funny. You need to keep on
producing.
creating and producing. And the mind never gets tired.
Yeah.
I will, maybe even in 5 years, you will find us, 3 of us now, we are working together. In all our videos, we appear, Comedians are coming together, doing the same thing. So I think, I don't know in 10 years where I will.
As long as it's there, we're still
as long as it's there.
On social media, you think as long as social media is there,
as long as it's there, we shall always exist. And ideas usually come, like every time. We are here seated. How are we seated? Ratio is 3 to 1. That explains to Kenyans you should have at least 3 girlfriends or something. But actually, wherever you are, content will always be there. And you'll keep posting and keep growing until maybe the end of time or something. Yeah. So it's not like we are here for a good time. We are here for a long time.
Yeah. And that this is your passion. Is this your passion, actually? Is this? Do you believe you're doing what you were meant to? Your thing. You look like actually, there might be another one.
Yes.
Yeah. Sharon, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'd love to get into TV. Oh yeah. And that. So if I do social media and TV, then my life is complete.
You're good.
Yeah, I'm planning also to go back to TV.
Oh, you would like to go back?
Yes, I would like to
I would also
to go back
like
there.
so much to be on TV because I've never been. Have you ever been?
Yeah, I've done 2 shows.
I've never been on TV myself, but since I started it, I'm now the host of Talanta Mtaani, so at least I air somehow. But I want to be on TV, like a real acting scene, a real comedy stuff.
Yeah.
I do acting. You can check my YouTube. There is a lot of skits there, and I'll keep producing each and every time. So I want to grow, to be on TV, to grow my channel on YouTube, to actually act and just spill my heart out more. Nifike kabisa maza. I want to see every Kenyan happy.
Right.
Yeah,
that's your aim, to make every Kenyan happy. Right, so where can people find you now that we've talked so much about your platform? How can people
my Instagram handle is @_Sharon Mwangi. Yeah, I think that's the one account that you worth following.
Okay, my accounts are Facebook page, account tunafikishana 5K nasahau, but page it's Nice Wanjeri, just like the page, and also Instagram Nice Wanjeri, and of course Twitter. Yes, @Wanjeri Nice.
Yeah, of course on Twitter it's @Mulamwa, on Instagram the same @Mulamwa. On YouTube @Mulamwa, Facebook @Mulamwa, all of them like that.
YouTube, also YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube. Subscribe and
Nice
be posted for the videos as they come.
Subscribe. And I know we've got a few more clips to show you, a couple more to show you, just to end the show on a humorous note. But thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
it's been fun.
Thank you.
And for being open and honest, and also just not just on the show, but on your platforms as well, to be vulnerable. Because really what you're doing is you're putting yourself out there, hoping to make people laugh and happy, but also opening up yourself. So thank you for
so much.
pursuing that so bravely.
Thank you for having us.
Oh, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. All right, ladies and gents, thanks for watching, and thank you to Swiss Lenana Mount Hotel for lending us your space. Remember, we've got a couple more clips to show you of our content creators, so don't go anywhere just yet. But you have a great day, and I'll see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp. Bye, everybody.
Bye, Kimani. Kuulize, kuna ile sadaka nilikupatia last time? Iliisha ndo kajipatiane as living sacrifices. Kwani wewe unaga wazazi wakupatie pesa kila saa, ni mimi nakupatia pesa? Sasa wako na yako, hata siwezi jali, sitaki kujua. Sasa oneni huyu. Are you crazy you? Wewe unakuwaga mjinga wewe. Are you crazy? Ni nini baya na wewe? Sura baya kama wewe mtoto amekaa hapa nyuma, acha nikuambie. Juu kama hii wewe, nike wewe. What is wrong with you? Ai. Nani kama wewe? Acha leo msikize sana kanisa. Yeah, be slow to anger, the Bible says. Yeah, nakupenda.
help women find independence by training them in fish farming. It's tough on my back, joints, and can cause headaches. Panadol Extra relieves multiple types of pain. If symptoms persist, seek medical advice.
This is Fact Finder from the BBC.
Were these Chinese officials taking coronavirus victims for execution as claimed in this video? We went digging for the answers.
Will Ethiopia's new law curb the fake news menace in the East African nation? We hear from tech experts.
We'll also have tips on how you can spot a fake story online.
And are robots here to help, or will they take over the world? We find out.
Sour Shower has never been better with the new look Sour. Now with a new formulation too that will leave you feeling fresh for longer, while the soap lasts even longer.
The blind man told police officers, afade mimi sijawahi ona bangi maisha yangu yote.
Hizo ma-award zikafanya watu waanze kuimbia award badala waimbe the word.
Mimi mkinichagua mtaona miujiza.
Anajifanya siku hizi.
Kimbia mara moja.
Naogopa Mwenyezi Mungu na uji moto peke yake.
Hiyo si bangi.
Buda basi kama umerudia wizi na unaweza ibia mdem sai mchana, itabidi basi umeachana sera. Najua kamiti ni home.
I've been thinking, why don't we have the double date at my place tonight? Tonight? I think it's time you met my girl. Joey needs to know if you're allergic to anything. I'm like a hyena. I eat anything placed in front of me. Soon you'll get what you want.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes unsuitable for children under the age of 10.
On tonight's show, we discuss mental health, specifically bipolar, which is a disorder associated with episodes of mood swings, ranging from depressive lows to manic highs. And our guest today is a human rights lawyer and advocate of the High Court who has lived with this disorder for, get this, 28 years. Let's meet Jonjo Mue. Welcome to Unscripted with me, Grace Salame, filming right here at Gramo Suits. Welcome to Unscripted, and with me today is a very special guest, Mr. Jonjo Mue. Welcome to Unscripted.
Thank you, Grace.
I'm so humbled and honored that you're here today because we're having it's a sensitive conversation. Mental health and mental illness is either one that we're never sure how to handle, we don't fully understand, and with you, thank you. I just want to say thank you for coming on. But before we get into the conversation, let the people know, who is Mr. Jonjo?
I am a husband and a father of two lovely girls. And by profession, I am a lawyer. I'm a human rights lawyer who has dedicated his life to fighting for social justice and democracy in this country and beyond. I have led successful human rights organizations here and abroad. And for purposes of conversation this evening, I have lived with a mental health condition called bipolar disorder for the last 28 years.
Imagine, 28 years. That is a long period. But before we get into that, to those who may not understand or not very clear what bipolar is, I did a short intro in the beginning, but from you, what is bipolar?
Bipolar disorder is a mental health condition that manifests itself either by depression, very low moods, or elevated high moods, one or the other. Sometimes one is down completely and almost unable to function, low levels of energy, lack of motivation.
Even to do the simplest things, like get out of bed.
Get out of bed, interact with people normally. That's the depressive phase. But then it can spike to the other extreme, which is highly elevated mood.
What happens in those moments?
One is very energetic. One can go without sleep for days. One is very creative in that whatever. One has very many ideas, but without necessarily having the ability to follow through on these ideas. And one can be also very, generous in that elevated mood, which is called, the other part of bipolar. In fact, the other name for bipolar is manic depressive illness, and I prefer that name because it captures both. It captures the mania part and it captures the depressive part.
But as you're speaking, I feel like, even for myself, are there moments where I'm like that I have high energy to do lots of stuff and times when you're just not in, So to those at home who may feel that way or feel like that sounds familiar, how then do you know that indeed you do have bipolar?
I think we're all like, as you say, we're all like that to some extent. Right. Because having moods is part of our makeup as human beings. The thing with bipolar is that they're extreme. You see, you can have a bad day. You can decide it's a bad Monday. I don't want to get out of bed. But when you are depressed, you are incapable of functioning. You're incapable of getting out and engaging. Because even if you are normally just having a bad day, eventually you get out and get moving out. Again, the other extreme is that all of us have their capacity and ability in part of our human makeup to be happy and to celebrate. But the extreme of bipolar is that, again, it's a notch higher.
What were your extremes when you were in the higher or happy stage?
When I'm in the manic phase, you tend to feel like you are limitless. And so one of the dangers of mania is that you can very easily empty your bank account in an afternoon. You can go shopping. If you love books like I love books, it's easy to just find yourself in a bookstore and
buy every book
you've bought enough books to start a small library, which you wouldn't otherwise. You wouldn't do that normally. If you like clothes, or you probably have a phone at home. Those days we had phones, not necessarily mobile phones. You could just make a call, and if you're postpaid, you can make a call to the States. I speak with people, and they don't know what's going on. But I'm running up a bill in the thousands in a day. So that kind of lack of usual limitation that I normally have when I'm not in that state is part of what defines mania. But also lack of sleep. I could go for days on 1 or 2 hours of sleep and function. But unfortunately, that's not normal because human beings need 6 to 8 hours. So if you do that without a measure of control, without it being brought back, you are definitely going to crash into an even bigger depression. So it's that up and down that defines bipolar disorder.
Before we go into what the triggers were for you, many people, like I said earlier, it's stigmatized to have the conversation about mental health and illness. For you, what made Jonjo decide, I want to talk about this? Why?
The thing is, first and foremost, it's my story. And I decided to write about it, to speak about it, to come to this show and talk about it publicly, because I want to own my story. All of us have our own stories. And if you don't tell your story, somebody else will tell your story. And most likely they'll distort it.
Yes.
They'll distort it, either out of ignorance mostly, or even out of malice. So if I don't talk about my story and the way I know and I've experienced it, it's out there in the wind and other people will talk about it. And so the first reason why I talk about it is to own and tell my own story. The second reason is that if you look at statistics of mental health, they are really alarming. the Ministry of Health and World Health Organizations tell us 1 in 4 people suffer from one or other form of mental illness. That's a huge number. That means that the people who are watching on TV today, all of us either are struggling or know somebody who is struggling. Despite that issue, there's a lot of stigma that is attached to mental illness, which means that people who need help are struggling on their own. So the fourth and last thing, which is also started an S, story, statistics, stigma, and the fourth is silence. Because of the stigma, there is silence, there are people suffering in silence, and that silence can have deadly consequences. As we have seen the rise in suicide rates in this country, into alarming rates, there is violence, a lot of it related to unmanaged mental illness. So for me, it is time to break the silence on mental illness, and I am speaking out to give voice to bipolar disorder.
Thank you so much. So for you, if you could explain to us, what are the triggers, especially in your case, what triggered the bipolar?
The first time I went through a deep depression, I was a new student at Oxford University in the early 1990s. I had just won this scholarship. I had gone to start my master's, and it had begun well, but after a few weeks, I started struggling with getting out of bed, with making decisions, with turning in my assignments. It became really, really difficult.
And why?
And I did not know at the time.
What was happening?
Because I had never suffered that. I did not know at the time what was going on. I found out much later what it was. But the trigger for me would seem to have been living alone in a foreign country for the first time.
It was the first time.
And this foreign country happened to be England, which rained most of the time. As
you
winter
needed vitamin
approached,
D.
it was cold, yes. It was cold.
Yeah.
People kept to themselves. So you come from
an African setting,
where there's community and where it's sunny, the days. And
I've heard about vitamin D.
So
it happens to many people when they leave the country and they go into a depressive state.
Yes.
Yeah.
So for me, that was the trigger. So, but when it happened at first, I didn't know what bipolar was. I just went through this depression, which much later I would come to understand was the onset of bipolar disorder.
And take us through how a day looked like for you.
At that time? Like I said, I struggled to get out of bed to do basic tasks. I would go to a supermarket and take a long time making up my mind between 2 brands of toothpaste or 2 brands of bread. It was, I could sense my mind almost grinding to a halt. Yes. Eventually, I stopped being able to function as a student, to do my assignments, to hand them in. I left college without really telling anyone, because I felt I no longer belonged there. And I was out in the streets of Oxford, sometimes in London.
Living in the streets?
Yes, living in the streets. And I wasn't living in the streets because I didn't have money. I had a lot of money in my bank account because I was on a very generous scholarship. But I had lost my ability to make concrete decisions, to make the decision actually to come back home. So before I came back home, I was out there. And it was just by the grace of God that no harm
happened to you.
Came to me. Nothing happened to me because eventually I was able to come back home.
Wow, so was that your lowest point, you feel? Being out in the streets with...
Being out in the street in a foreign country in the winter, alone. You couldn't, I couldn't sort of just pass by a friend's house and knock at the door and get in. So I think that I could easily say through this 28-year journey, that was my lowest point.
That was your lowest point.
Yes.
When we come back, I'd like to talk about when you discovered indeed it was bipolar and what you did after that. So stay tuned, keep it here on Unscripted.
Sonia yampenda Jabali kiasi
Yale wayaita mapenzi, ule wake ni wivu. Sasa mambo ya kumpenda Jabali na kumchukia huyu Fadhili yaingilia napi kwa pisini, mambo mawili tofauti.
Baba, simu yangu yenyewe ni ile wejua. Nitakesha nayo vipi na kuchaji mpaka kazini?
Jamani, mwana mrongo yuwauzwa wapi muuze mimi angalau mpate pesa za kuondoa hizi dhiki.
Mara nyingine najiuliza kati ya wewe na huyu Fidhuli wako Jabali, nani bingwa wa kuudhi?
Kwani ulikuwa haulizi kuhusu sausage kuungua?
Nilikuwa nimekuulizia kuwa mvua ikinyesha huwa ardhi ya tota.
Nimekuja kuongea na wewe.
Siongei na maadui zangu. Nishatangaza vita na wewe ni adui. Toka.
Hatutakuwa tukipotezeana muda rafiki yangu.
Akili yangu ina mambo mengi bwana.
Sasa hiyo akili yenye mambo mengi ndio ingefanya kazi haraka haraka iyapunguze na kuyaondoa.
Just move into the weekend where there's something for everyone. For relationship, financial, and travel information, grab the Saturday Magazine. For trendy farming practices and the latest in agricultural technology, read Seeds of Gold every Saturday. Get your gossip and entertainment news in The Buzz every Sunday. For updates on lifestyle hacks, read Lifestyle every Sunday. To keep your child entertained, get Young Nation every Sunday, covering your needs.
At the right hand of the Father, you are holy.
This Saturday tutakuwa tunawapatia mashup, yani Buda tunaleta reggae ndani ya Teen Republic. So you better stay tuned.
Itakuwa ni noma sana mazeju, ndakuwa pale na DJ Bash.
The roughest and the toughest DJ Mo atakuwa in the mix with Kenya's #1 party DJ Bash. Show itakuwa wagwan, so make sure you tune in because
when the music hits you, you feel no pain.
Like, you know, we always give you the dopest vibes, and this week we have something special for you.
Exactly, man. Teen Republic and Jam Down mashes up to bring you a very special reggae edition.
Join me every Saturday on Nation FM toka saa 1 hadi saa 4.
Reggae meets hip hop right here on NTV. Au sio? Nobody can stop reggae.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
It's 8:52 in the morning. Living with S is the perfect destination for information, entertainment, and laughter, bringing a refreshing perspective to Kenyan television every weekday morning. Let's get revving. Welcome to Sun City Resort, South Africa. We create an environment that leads to moments of unpredictable fun that reflect on everyday people, celebrities, and experts in various fields that touch on your day-to-day lifestyle. So why not join me, Sharon Mundia, every weekday morning from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. as I seek to liven up your morning.
Buda basi kama umerudia wizi na unaweza ibia mdem sai mchana, itabidi basi umeachana sera. Unajua kamiti ni home.
I've been thinking, why don't we have the double date at my place tonight? Tonight? I think it's time you met my girl. Joey needs to know if you're allergic to anything. I'm like a hyena. I eat anything placed in front of me. Soon you'll get what you want.
New Blue Band peanut butter. Made with 100% pure peanuts. and a good source of omega-6. Grow healthy and happy kids with new Blue Band peanut butter.
Breastfeeding tips for new mothers. Anticipate your baby's desires. You can anticipate their needs by watching for a few telltale signs. Get comfortable while nursing. The constant squirming and moving on your part can disrupt your baby's breastfeeding.
Kiss Kids diapers. Kiss Kids. No rashes. Kiss Kids. No rashes. Bye-bye rashes. Bye diapers. Choose Kiss Kids.
Welcome back. And special thanks to Grammar Suits for hosting us here on Unscripted. Jonjo, thank you for being very open and honest about your journey with bipolar. But when did you discover indeed that you do have bipolar, and what did you do after that?
So eventually I did come back home.
Okay. How long after that, being in the streets and...
I was out for about 4 months, actually. Eventually I got the courage to go back to my college because I'd been missing in action. And they then facilitated my return home. And when I came back, I was admitted to hospital and treated for depression because there was no way even the doctors could tell it was actually bipolar. So I was treated for depression. I was admitted for 10 days. And then I felt much better. I could sleep and wake up in regular cycles. I had appetite to eat, which I didn't have before. I started functioning normally. And then after that, I got a job. I worked for a couple of months. And then I went to the States to visit my sister. And it was while in the States that the manic phase started. This was now from depression to mania. So I thought I had recovered. But when I went to the States...
So tell us the difference, for those at home, from depression to mania.
That's as I was explaining earlier, depression is when you are extremely low, unable to get out of bed, and so on. And then the mania is you are overly active, energetic, imaginative. And let me pause here and say that a lot of artists, creatives have bipolar disorder. Some of them have disclosed it openly, others not.
I don't even know. Yeah. Unknowingly, like you'd have no idea.
And then also that mental illness doesn't mean that you are crazy necessarily. It doesn't be.
Pay attention to this part.
Being mentally ill doesn't mean you're crazy or you don't know what you're doing. In fact, 99% of mentally ill people are perfectly aware of what they're doing. Their mental illness is about mood swings, like bipolar. So at no point in time was I not aware of what I was doing. My mental struggle with mental illness has always been about my moods being low and being extremely high. Yes. So when I went to the States, I was admitted to hospital, and that's the time that the doctors now diagnosed that what I was living with was actually bipolar disorder and not just depression.
How did you feel when you heard that news, and what did you do after that?
I think initially one struggles, partly because of the stigma associated with mental illness. When I went to the States, they treated me and I recovered. But again, there was a gap because nobody explained to me that I'll be on medication for the rest of my life. So I came out of hospital, I was okay. I thought it was just like malaria. You come out, you feel okay, you finish this dose of drugs, and you go on with life.
And you're back to normal, yeah.
So I was back to normal, and I went on for another 1.5 years without any medication until the next relapse. So after that next relapse, after 1.5 years, is when now the doctors in that hospital that I was admitted in, because by this time I had gone back to Oxford. So I was admitted in Oxford, and those doctors are the ones who explained to me that what you have is a condition that has to be managed with medication. So you're not taking medication because... you can't stop. You're not taking medication because you are sick. You are taking medication to stop yourself from getting sick. Just like if you have diabetes, you take insulin. If you have high blood pressure, you take some other form of medication. It is a management system rather than a curative system.
I see. So to date, you're still on management?
Yes, to date. I've been on medication for those 28 years, and it's part of my treatment regime.
How do you do that, I guess? Like, how do you wake up in the morning knowing you have medication you must take every day? If not, this could happen, your family could be affected, your work could be affected. How is it dealing with that every single day?
It's become second nature to me.
It has?
I don't even really think about it. It's very routine. You see, for me, I look at it and I think how privileged I am that I'm able to afford treatment, because 5 in 6 people in this country who suffer from mental illness do not receive any form of treatment. They can't afford it. The government is spending only 0.01% of its health budget, not even the overall budget, of its health budget on mental health. There are only 92 psychiatrists in this country to serve a population of almost 50 million people. So for me, I look at it and think the fact that I am one of those very privileged few to get this treatment is such a privilege. And the other side of it, as you said, it enables me to function normally, so normally, in fact, and to be successful as a husband and a father and in my career, and in such a way that you wouldn't know unless I tell you that I'm living with this condition.
You wouldn't know.
Yes.
You wouldn't know. Yeah. But I like that you brought up that there is indeed a need and a struggle for those who have mental health issues here in Kenya to get any form of help. So with that in mind, is there any form even of support group, or those who may be struggling with it at home, what step can you advise them to take? What can they do?
First of all, those who struggle with bipolar or any other form of mental illness, I think the first thing to say, and that's why I am speaking out and others have spoken out, is that we are special human beings created in the image of God, and we are complex beings making our way through a complex world, just like anyone else. It's just that our complexity manifests itself differently in one organ called the brain. There are other people whose complexity is manifesting itself in the liver, in the heart, in other parts of the organ, because we live in a broken world. And so people should not judge themselves, people should not condemn themselves, and certainly should not allow others to condemn themselves. Secondly, is to understand that because any broken part of the body needs treatment in order to have healing. If you break a leg, you have a cast. To accept that one needs help and to seek it where professional help is available. And so not to, I like to say that half the battle with mental health is accepting treatment. And it's unfortunate how many people refuse to accept treatment because they think that if I accept medication, I am confirming what these people who are judging me are saying. But for me, I say...
It's such a mental battle, isn't it?
It's a battle. If you don't accept treatment, you'll end up having a relapse and actually confirming those who are judging you and who you are thinking are preventing you from taking and accepting treatment. So treatment is important. It's just so unfortunate that such few people are able to access it. And it's a question of justice in terms of lack of access to treatment, particularly in rural areas.
I agree. And then we hope that can change soon. And maybe even for you, I don't know if I can pose a challenge, start like a support group of sorts where those who feel that they don't have a space to talk about it, no one who understands what they're going through, they can just have a safe space where they can talk. They know they're not alone. I think that's important.
I think that's critical.
Yeah, it is. It's step one of healing, I believe.
Absolutely. I was preaching a service 2 weeks ago in one of the churches.
I saw that. Yeah.
In one of the churches who are having a campaign on mental health, and I told my story. And after the sermon,
the feedback was immense.
The feedback was immense. I remember particularly this one young lady who came and told me, "You told my story. As you are sharing the experience, that was my experience that you said." So I think healing cannot happen in isolation. Healing needs community. And so I take up that challenge that you're giving in terms of us finding each other, because we are many. and therefore helping each other to walk along this journey.
Indeed. And you just mentioned you were speaking at a church recently, and I can tell as you speak that you are a believer. I'd like to ask, how did this affect your faith, a relationship with God? Because we know God as our healer. But then here we are dealing with almost a lifetime illness or disease. So how did this affect your faith, if it did at all? Did it make it stronger, or did it work in the reverse?
I was a very young believer when I was first diagnosed with bipolar. Okay. And so I went to church, I went to healing crusades to be prayed for healing, and expecting to be healed immediately, like Jesus healed people in the Bible. And I have to say, I was quite disappointed that healing did not come in the way that I expected. And I felt, God didn't care about my situation. However, it started occurring to me that God has healed me in this way, that God can and does heal. He's a healer. That's one of his, Jehovah Rapha, God our healer. That's one of his names. So we accept that. But the choice of how belongs to him. So while it's possible he can come and say, Grace, be healed now, and you get healed, he can also say in Jonjo, my healing for you comes from the fact that I've given you access to a psychiatrist who can diagnose the condition. I've given you the ability to afford treatment, medication, and other support that you need.
To live a normal life.
So his healing is a day-to-day journey that I see, as opposed to just a click of the finger and I get healed. And then thirdly, the Apostle Paul in the Bible also had a thorn in his flesh. And he asked God to take it away. And in 2 Corinthians 12, God said no. And God told Paul, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in your weakness. So Paul then says, I will boast in my weakness because God's power is being manifest in me. And so, for me, the third form of healing that I receive from God is the daily dependence on his grace that has seen me walking this journey for the last 28 years, achieving what I've achieved, and being able to say, I am a living sacrifice. When I talk about this condition now on national television, somebody will see it and understand, surely John just serves a God who heals our infirmities.
That's very powerful. To high five on that one.
Thank you.
Where we are weak, he is made perfectly strong.
Yes.
Thank you for that. We'll be right back with more from this amazing man.
This week on Tin Republic, we're bringing you nothing but special vibes.
Exactly, so link up with us from exactly 11 a.m. at the 1 p.m. at Tin Republic, and Jam Down marches out for a very special
Reggae edition. Yes, you heard it from the Republicans. This Saturday, tutakuwa tunawapatia mashup. Yani Buda, tunaleta reggae ndani ya Tin Republic. So, you better stay tuned.
Itakuwa ni noma sana mazeju, nitakuwa pale na DJ Bash. Reggae meets hip hop right here on NTV.
This Saturday, the roughest and the toughest DJ Mo atakuwa in the mix with Kenya's #1 party DJ. DJ Bash show itakuwa wagwan, so make sure you tune in because
hii saa tu mazee itakuwa mambo mbaya ndani ya Tin Republic, au sio?
See you this Saturday for the reggae edition.
Na iwake mazee buyeka.
Nobody
can stop reggae.
Teen Republic in association with Fanta. rib-cracking comedy. Just move to NTV. It's delicious.
The blind man told police officers, afade mimi sijawahi ona bangi maisha yangu yote.
Hizo ma-award zikafanya watu waanze kuimbia award badala waimbe the word.
Mimi mkinichagua mtaona miujiza.
Anajifanya siku hizi.
Kimbia mara moja.
Naogopa Mwenyezi Mungu na uji moto peke yake.
Hiyo si bangi.
Welcome to Grace Today program with Bishop David Murithi, the General Overseer of the House of Grace Ministries International.
You have to believe that God, He's able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that you can think or even you must believe that He's the one who makes a way where there is no way. You must be a believer. You cannot belong to this spiritual body and not be a believer.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
Sonia yampenda Jabali kiasi.
Yale wayaita mapenzi, ule wake ni wivu. Sasa mambo ya kumpenda Jabali na kumchukia huyu Fadhili yaingilia napi kwa pisini, mambo mawili tofauti.
Baba, simu yangu yenyewe ni ile wejua. Nitakesha nayo vipi na kuchaji mpaka kazini?
Jamani, mwana mrongo yuwauzwa wapi muuze mimi angalau mpate pesa za kuondoa hizi dhiki.
Mara nyingine najiuliza kati ya wewe na huyu fidhuli wako Jabali, nani bingwa wa kuudhi?
Kwani ulikuwa haulizi kuhusu sausage kuungua?
Nilikuwa nimekuulizia kuwa mvua ikinyesha huwa ardhi ya tota.
Nimekuja kuongea naye.
Siongei na maadui zangu. Nishatangaza vita na wewe ni adui. Toka.
Hatutakuwa tukipotezeana muda rafiki yangu.
Akili yangu ina mambo mengi bwana.
Sasa hiyo akili yenye mambo mengi ndio ingefanya kazi haraka haraka iyapunguze na kuyaondoa.
What do you know about this recall place?
Stay away from them. Don't mess with your mind, man.
Welcome to Recall. First time?
Tell us your fantasy. We'll give you the memory.
Why are you here? Oh, why? Please! Wait.
It's all a mistake. Nobody.
Why are you trying to kill me?
Your memory was erased. Your mind was implanted with a life you think you've lived. Oh, by the way, you haven't even begun to see me trying to kill you.
Imagine a cab that's always on time. Imagine experiencing luxury and class at no extra cost. Introducing the new Prepare Taxi hailing app. Download the app today and experience love at first ride.
You are holy.
Welcome back to Unscripted with me, Grace in Salame, and again, special thanks to Grammar Suites for hosting us always, and Jonjo, thank you for sharing your story. I really appreciate it. I need to ask, bipolar is a daily journey of overcoming, either overcoming or losing a battle, depending on how you handle it. So how does it affect your relationships around you? Could be as a husband or as a father, as a son, as a brother. How does this play out in your relationships?
Well, at first, when I was first diagnosed, I think when I got back home, I was received by my family. That time I wasn't married. The unconditional acceptance of family was so important, because before that I thought my family valued me because of what I had achieved academically. I'd always been at the top of my class. I had won this famous Rhodes Scholarship to one of the world's most famous universities, Oxford, and then I had gone over there and everything had fallen apart. So I had thought my family would not have the time of day for me. And yet when I came back, it was just the opposite.
Really?
They accepted me,
Yeah.
they did not judge me, they looked after me, they upheld my dignity. Eventually they helped me to seek the professional help that I needed. And that is critical for families dealing with people struggling with mental illness, that unconditional acceptance. So the unconditional acceptance of close family members and friends was important, very important to me in my journey of recovery. And sometimes family also needing to be gracious in understanding how to handle somebody in that situation in a manner that helps that person eventually, because it's rare for a person, although not impossible, for a person to go and have themselves admitted when they need to be admitted. It has to take a family member who, graciously is able to handle that sort of thing.
It doesn't give up, I guess.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I am actually very grateful to my wife. We've been married now for 12 years, and we have 2 daughters. And so both my immediate family and my extended family on both sides have been very, very gracious and very helpful.
Oh, good, good. Because my next question is going to be how families, friends, colleagues can support someone they know who has bipolar. So I guess you already said that. Just be gracious and supportive, no matter how long it takes.
And yes, and also educate themselves, because it's not always very easily understood, and you cannot, even however gracious you are, you may not be able to have the capacity to help if you do not educate yourself. Fortunately, right now there is a whole lot of literature online to be able to understand what a particular person who has that diagnosis
what the signs
is
are,
going, what the signs are, what to look out for, what the triggers might be. And for someone like for me, if I start going, since my wife is the closest person to me, if she notices I'm going on 2 or 3 hours of sleep, she'll sort of know that that's a red flag, and then she'll be able to
sort of help manage it.
Help manage it.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. And we thank you. We thank God for your amazing family. I need to ask, you mentioned indeed treatment is very key, but what other ways can you get to mental wellness you could advise someone at home?
Here, I'd like to borrow from Pastor Rick Warren of the Saddleback Church in the US. I was watching a clip where he and his wife were talking about
Purpose-driven life.
Yes,
yeah.
the author of Purpose-Driven Life. They have a very good mental health program in their own church. And I was watching a clip where his wife and him were talking about what to do once you or your loved one is diagnosed with a mental health condition. And they were saying that it's important, and I completely agree with them, to have a holistic approach to understand that the issue may be biological, that it's a chemical imbalance in the brain that needs to be righted by medication. The issue may be psychological in terms of needing a professional to help you process some things you may have gone through, trauma in the past and so on. Then thirdly, the issue may be physiological, that being able to have exercise, eat well, sleep well, that has an impact on mental health of anybody. Then fourthly, it's about relationships, having healthy, wholesome relationships, which we've just talked about. And fifthly is spiritual, having a strong and abiding relationship with God. And that's where prayer and meditation and study of God's word comes in. Because if you look at the Bible, I'm a Christian, if you look at the Bible, you find very many references to mental illness. The Psalms are full of songs of sadness, being distraught and trying to reach, finding out, God, why have you abandoned me, and so on. Jesus himself healed many mentally ill people. So the spiritual component is also critical to addressing mental health, either of oneself or family members who are trying to support somebody who has a challenge with mental health.
Well, like you said that you're a believer and you've even quoted the Bible, but what about the Christian settings? Could be churches or just a Christian setting where someone shares their issue and they're just told, just pray about it and leave it at that. What would you tell them? I'd tell them that prayer and meditation are critical, they're important. A relationship with God is important. Community, a church community is important. However, it's a mistake to tell somebody, pray about it or read the Bible, because that is necessary but not sufficient, because mental health conditions are medical conditions that need medical interventions. So if somebody comes with a mental health condition and is told, go and pray about it, if they go and pray about it and nothing happens, then they think, God doesn't care about me. They end up worse off than they were before. So I would propose that those who help others within a church context equip and educate themselves and also approach mental health challenges holistically. Thank you. Yeah. Like you just talked about, not understanding and educating yourselves. So what prejudices have you heard or dealt with during these 28 years with bipolar?
I think there was once that I was denied a job, and I suspect it was because of the condition. The way things went, because I was offered a job and I did an interview and I did great. I was offered a job, and then after they checked some of the references, they did some background, they came back and offered it.
I see.
So I suspect that was prejudice. But the other prejudice is people speaking about you and your condition behind your back, which at the beginning I said is the reason why it's important to own your story, to tell your story. I've written about it in social media and a blog, and I hope to turn that into a book so that it's available to others and other people may know they're not alone along this journey.
Thank you so much. And lastly, the question that, I know it's a hard one, but can bipolar be cured completely?
Cure, I don't know. I think I'm not a professional. To speak of a cure, one would either have to be a psychiatrist or a researcher who has
analyzed it,
and examined data over a long period of time to be able to say so and so got cured. I'd rather talk about healing because while cure is a destination and an end, healing is a journey. And since I've lived with this condition for 28 years, I have walked that journey and I've been healed on a day-to-day basis. I've been walking a journey of healing on a day-to-day basis. And that's why I would like to say that bipolar can be healed when you stay on that journey, the journey of support from loved ones, the journey of cooperating with treatment where you have access to it, and the journey of accepting yourself, encouraging yourself, and allowing others, when they have concerns, to be able to express them and help you when you need that help.
I see. Have you come to terms that this could be a lifelong journey?
Yes, I have. I mean, it's been, I'm 52, so 28 years. So 28 years is basically over half of my life, this journey. I have accepted it, and I am glad that it has not stopped me from being who I am, from being a father and a husband, and also delivering in my area of calling.
Fantastic. So how's your second half looking like?
It's looking great. Yeah. It's looking great. I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. Yes. A book is coming out soon, as you're saying, among other things.
Wow. Now I'm committing myself on national television to get the book out. By the grace of God, I hope that I will complete it.
You will complete it. Yes. Do you have any last words for someone at home who you feel you need to tell them something?
I think my last words is where I began, that we are living at a time in Kenya and worldwide where there is increased pressure and at the same time traditional systems of support are breaking down, and our exposure to a lot of news and information are increasing the pressure for everyone, and therefore we're having an epidemic of mental health conditions. And I'd just like to tell anyone at home watching, either struggling themselves with mental health or families taking care of loved ones, that we need to find each other, we need to work with each other, and we need to support one another. And most importantly, we need to break the silence on mental illness.
We do. And thank you so much, Jonjo. Really appreciate you being on the show and sharing your story. To someone at home who needed to hear this, I hope you've learned a thing or two from Jonjo. You are not alone. We're breaking the culture of silence here. And indeed, we are a support group and we'll get through this together. Thank you so much for watching Unscripted. Special thanks to Grammar Suits for hosting us. Until next week, take care and God bless. Goodbye.
I help women find independence by training them in fish farming. It's tough on my back, joints, and can cause headaches. Panadol Extra relieves multiple types of pain. If symptoms persist, seek medical advice.
It's 8:52 in the morning. Living with S is the perfect destination for information, entertainment, and laughter, bringing a refreshing perspective to Kenyan television every weekday morning. Let's get revving. Welcome to Sun City Resort, South Africa. We create an environment that leads to moments of unpredictable fun that reflect on everyday people, celebrities, and experts in various fields that touch on your day-to-day lifestyle. So why not join me, Sharon Mundia, every weekday morning from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. as I seek to liven up your morning.
Twende holiday na spot on vacation. 2 days, 1 night for half board at Mayan Nanyuki from 10,000. 3 days Masai Mara from 13,000 with transport, accommodation, meals and game drive. 3 days Mombasa from 13,000 with SGR tickets, accommodation, transfers and meals. 5 days Dubai for 53,000 and Zanzibar from 67,000 with flights, accommodation, meals and excursions. Call us on 0741 06 5656 or visit our office on Gong Road, Gong Lane Plaza, 4th floor, or visit our website www.sportonvacation.com.
This is Fact Finder from the BBC.
Were these Chinese officials taking coronavirus victims for execution as claimed in this video? We went digging for the answers.
Will Ethiopia's new law curb the fake news menace in the East African nation? We hear from tech experts.
We'll also have tips on how you can spot a fake story online.
And are robots here to help, or will they take over the world? We find out.
Shower, sour, your
Sour Shower has never been better with the new look Sour. Now with a new formulation too that will leave you feeling fresh for longer, while the soap lasts even longer.
NTV Tizim Tani. It kicks off this February 29 at Nyayo Estate, Embakasi. We bring you Zumba by Simon, Afrobeats by Kathy, and Catterbox by Peter for only 200 bob starting at 7 a.m. There will also be free health checkups, a kids play area, and a food market. NTV Tizim Tani. Get ready to move, shake, and kick in a morning workout that you will love. NTV, turning on your healthy lifestyle.
I found out you really indeed had a colorful past, but yours is colored black.
I know that someday you're going to ask for help from someone like me.
Accept that as my gift for being our partners.
I rarely fall in love, but when I do, it'll be forever.
You had a grandmother who took care of you, and yet you grew up into a lying, deceitful, cunning thief.
That isn't true! Oh my! Hey! He took my bag!
Hold this!
Tonyo!
Hey!
Help! There's a thief!
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
It's delicious.
This is NTV.
Naam, karibuni katika NTV. Sasa ndio mwanzo mkoko unaalika maua, ikiwa ni saa 5 saa za Afrika Mashariki. Tunaanza kipindi hiki siku ya Alhamisi. Yapo mengi ambayo tutazungumzia, lakini kikubwa ni mambo ambayo yanaunganisha Wakenya, na sio Wakenya pekee bali pia Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, Afrika nzima na sasa ulimwengu mzima. Sizungumzii swala la homa au virusi vya homa ya corona, kwa sababu pia vinaunganisha ulimwengu mzima kutokana na hali ya kutafuta mbinu za kukabiliana na virusi hivyo, ila nazungumzia lugha adhimu, lugha ya Kiswahili ambayo bila shaka tutakuwa tunaijadili hapa hii leo, tujue nafasi yake katika jamii humu nchini, Afrika na vile vile kimataifa kwa ujumla. Lakini kama kawaida huwa hatupo pekee yetu katika kipindi hiki. Wapo wenzetu ambao wanafuatilia mambo chungu nzima katika maeneo tofauti humu nchini. Tutakuwa pia tunakudokezea tu kuhusiana na yale ambayo yanaendelea katika maeneo tofauti. Kama unaweza kuona hivi sasa tunao wenzetu kutoka maeneo tofauti mule.
Naam, tunaye Ali Magongo pale, Yoshua Makori amuona katika kiwambo cha runinga yako pale akiwa tayari kabisa kutupasha atakayokuwa kijiri. Lakini ningependa tuanze na Ali Magongo ambaye yuko katika eneo la Imara Daima hapa Nairobi. Atueleze ni nini ambacho unafuatilia na kufikia sasa hali iko vipi, Halima?
Naam, asante sana Dan Mule. Tuko hapa kwenye nyumba zinazojulikana kama Villa Franca Imara Daima, ambapo hapa ni nje ya nyumba ya marehemu Sajini Kipyegon Kenei, ambaye alipatikana ndani ya nyumba yake akiwa amefariki, na kulingana na wapelelezi au leo hii asubuhi wapelelezi mbalimbali akiwemo maafisa wa DCI, mkurugenzi mkuu wa serikali, mkurugenzi mkuu wa mkaguzi wa familia, mkaguzi mkuu wa serikali, na pia pamoja na maafisa wengine wa upelelezi wamefika hapa kuja kukagua ni nini hasa kilichojiri hadi kikapelekea kifo cha Kenei. Na jana ripoti ya upelelezi wa mwili wake ilitolewa na ikabainika kuwa alipatikana na majeraha ya risasi au jeraha la risasi chini ya kidevu chake, na haijabainika ni nini hasa kilichopelekea kifo chake. Huenda kulingana na maafisa upelelezi, huenda ikawa labda aliuawa au alijitoa uhai mwenyewe, na maafisa hao wako hapa ndani wanaendelea kuchunguza hali hiyo ili kubaini ni nini hasa. Huenda ikawa ndani wana chunguza nyumba yake kujua iko katika hali gani, au kulikuwa na nani ndani ya nyumba yake kabla ya kisa hicho kutokea. Na sisi tumekuwa hapa hivi tangu asubuhi tunajaribu kuwasubiri maafisa hao upelelezi wa malize ukaguzi wao, kisha watoke nje, labda tutawahoji ili watueleze ni kitu gani ambacho wameweza kukipata. Na ni hayo tu ambayo tumeweza kuyapata kwa sasa, na kwa taarifa zaidi ni katika taarifa zetu za jioni.
Asante sana Hali Magongo. Bila shaka ni kesi ambayo imewacha wengi vinywa wazi, hususan ikizingatiwa jinsi alivyoaga dunia afisa yule wa polisi. Lakini cha msingi ni kwamba familia imesema kwamba haijaridhishwa na matokeo ya uchunguzi wa maiti, kwa sababu bado haijabainisha iwapo aliuliwa au alijitoa uhai? Ndicho ambacho familia inataka kujua kwa sasa, lakini ndio kama hivyo, Halima Gongo atakuwa anafuatilia yote hayo. Wakaguzi na wachunguzi wote wako pale wanafanya mambo yao, kisha baadaye watatoa taarifa yao rasmi kupitia vyombo vya habari. Alafu wewe pia tutakujuza pindi tutakapopata taarifa kutoka kwao. Kwa hiyo mbali na hayo, mengine pia yanaendelea katika nchi hii, maeneo tofauti. Kumbuka wanasheria wanataka kuwachagua viongozi wao. Mule.
Naam, hakika chama cha mawakili nchini kimeamua kwamba ni wakati wa uchaguzi. Si kwamba wameamua, umefika wakati wa uchaguzi.
Hawana budi.
Na hawana budi. Kwa hivyo wanaendesha uchaguzi katika kaunti mbalimbali kuchagua viongozi wao maeneo na pia viongozi wao wa kitaifa. Na sasa tutakuwa tukianzia katika kaunti ya Kisii ambapo Janet Nyamwamu yuko tayari kabisa kutupasha mawili matatu kuhusiana na mchakato mzima wa uchaguzi huu wa mawakili kufikia sasa. Janet.
Naam, Harith, hapa Kisii katika koti namba 2 ndio uchaguzi wa lawyers inaendelea, na ilianza asubuhi mwendo wa 2:30 hivi na itakamilika hapo mwendo wa 11. Na vile nimekuwa nikitazama hapa, shughuli imekuwa ikiendelea vyema na ni shwari kabisa. Niko na mawakili wawili ambao washapiga kura na wataenda kutueleza ni vipi hii shughuli yote inaendelea katika kaunti hii na katika koti hii ya Kisii.
Jina langu ni Karen Ondeyo. Mimi ni wakili huku Kisii. Nimekuwa hapa kutoka asubuhi na naweza kusema ya kwamba mawakili wengi wameweza kukuja na tumeweza kufurahia kwamba bado wanaendelea kukuja. Mnamo wa 10:30 asubuhi mawakili 32 walikuwa wameshakuja kotini kuvote, na tumefurahi. Na pia vile officials wa IEBC wameweza kujiwakilisha na vile wanafanya kazi, tumeweza kufurahia. Na pia tunangoja tuone vile itaendelea na tumefurahi sana.
Shukran. Niko na wakili mwingine pia, wacha atueleze ameonaje shughuli ya leo.
Kwa majina naitwa Geoffrey Wesonga, mimi ni wakili hapa Kisii. Shughuli yenyewe imeanza kwa utaratibu. Tumefurahia na idadi ya mawakili ambao wamejitokeza kupiga kura. Ingawaje kwa sasa kuna wengine wangali katika koti, lakini tunatarajia kwamba vile sessions za koti zinaendelea kuisha, tutazidi kukua na idadi ambayo itakuwa ya juu. Kura inaendelea kwa njia mzuri na tunatarajia kwamba wale waliuza sera watashinda.
Nashukuru sana. Na vile umeona Harith, hapa Kisii shughuli ni shwari kabisa, hakuna utata wowote. Mawakili wako tu sawa katika hali hii ya kuchagua viongozi wao, na nitakurejesha katika studio ili na nitaendelea kusalia tu hapa ili nione shughuli vile inaendelea. Ambaye amesimamia shughuli hii kutoka upande wa IEBC, Bwana Sydney na Mlungu, aliniambia shughuli hii itakapokamilika mwendo wa 11 wataanza kuhesabu hizo kura. So kwa leo tutasalia tu hapa kuangalia shughuli hii ya mawakili vile inaendelea. Harith.
Naam, Janet, asante sana. Bila shaka tutaka kujua shughuli ilivyoendelea, iwapo idadi itaongezeka ya mawakili ambao wamejitokeza au watakaojitokeza kupiga kura hiyo kuchagua viongozi wao. Mule, tatizo haliwi mwanzo, linakuwa katikati na mwisho kura zinapohesabiwa. Sasa sijui
aswa mwisho wako na mambo. Unajua hata katika uchaguzi mkuu wakati ambapo na umewahi kuwa kule Bomas mara nyingi, wakati ambapo matokeo ya uchaguzi yanaenda kutangazwa, kumekuwa na utulivu siku nzima, lakini wakati wa jioni kabla huwa kuna mambo mengi, lakini tutarajia kwamba tutafanyika vizuri na
tupate hivyo. Ni kama homa vile, mchana unaweza kushinda vizuri, usiku ukifika ndio mtanange unaanza, lakini ndio kama hivyo. Kwa hiyo shughuli kama hiyo pia inaendelea katika maeneo tofauti katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Mwenzetu Kevin Mutai yupo huko. Kevin, kama unatupata kwa njia iliyo safi, hebu tujuze kuhusiana, kwa sababu kuna mambo mengi yanaendelea pwani. Jana usiku kulikuwa na matukio ya ukosefu wa usalama, visa ambavyo bila shaka vinawatia tumbo joto wakazi. Washukiwa 5 nilivyoarifiwa wamepigwa risasi na kuuawa na polisi. Hebu tujuze mbali na hayo na vile vile kuhusiana na uchaguzi wa mawakili iwapo unaendelea katika kaunti ya Mombasa.
Kweli kabisa Harith Salim, kuna mengi ambayo yanaendelea katika kaunti hii ya Mombasa na vilevile mengi ambayo vilevile yanajiri katika kaunti zingine za ukanda wa Pwani, lakini tukirejelea swala la hapo jana ambapo wahalifu ama magenge ya wahalifu waliweza kuwashambulia wakazi wa mitaa tofauti katika eneo la Kisauni ikiwemo Bamburi, Mishomoroni na hata maeneo mengine katika maeneo ya Junda, na tunaarifiwa kwamba zaidi ya watu 10 waliweza kukatwa kwa panga, na hali hiyo sasa imesababisha taharuki na hofu miongoni mwa wakazi wa eneo hilo. Hii ni baada ya ripoti kwamba genge ya zaidi ya vijana wasiopungua 10 waliweza kutekeleza mashambulizi yao jana kuanzia mwendo wa saa 12, na wakati maafisa ama wenyeji wa eneo hilo waliweza kuwajulisha maafisa wa polisi, basi maafisa walifika pale na kuweza kuwapiga risasi na kuwaua wawili kati yao, na vile mtazamaji, tunaarifiwa kwamba 3 kati yao waliweza kushambuliwa na wakazi wa eneo hilo. Basi ni swala ambalo tutazidi kuzungumza na vifaa ama viongozi wa usalama katika eneo hili ili kuweza kuelewa kwa kina ni mpango upi umeweza kuweka ili kuweza kukabiliana na visa hivi. Kumbuka kwamba si kisa cha kwanza kuwahi kutokea, bali wakazi wa mitaa tofauti katika maeneo ya Kisauni, Nyali wameshinda wakikabiliana na mambo kama hayo. Lakini mtazamaji,
na mtazamaji, ndivyo hivyo, tunaendelea kufuatilia masuala haya na tutakuwa tukirejea kule kupata mengi zaidi kuhusiana na uchaguzi huo katika chama cha mawakili nchini na vile vile kuhusiana na masuala hayo ya usalama. Na sasa tunaelekea katika eneo la Nyanza alipo Bernard Ojwang baada ya kuangazia yanayoendelea kule Mombasa. Na Nyanza, hadi kwa vipi Bernard Ojwang kwa sasa?
Naam, asante sana Mle. Bado tumekita kambi hapa katika mahakama ya Homa Bay. Kumbuka kwamba kinachoendelea hapa ni mawakili humu nchini ile wamejitokeza kushiriki uchaguzi wao, kuchagua viongozi wao ambao watakuwa wakiwasilisha maoni yao katika eneo mbalimbali. Na kumbuka kwamba zoezi ambalo lilianza mwendo wa saa 2 asubuhi na inatarajiwa kukamilika kama desturi ya IEBC, tume inayosimamia uchaguzi humu nchini, inatarajiwa kukamilika hapo saa 11:30. Na bila kupoteza wakati nitaweza kuzungumza na baadhi ya mawakili hapa ambao pengine wameweza kushiriki uchaguzi huu, wamepiga kura na pia wana maoni mbalimbali. Bila kupoteza wakati, njoo hapa. Ulifika hapa mwendo wa asubuhi kuchagua kiongozi ama pengine unapenda. Je, umepiga kura?
Naam, nimepiga kura.
Utaanza kwa majina?
Kwa majina naitwa Quinta Adoyo. Mimi ni wakili. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. Practice in the firm, the name and style of Quinta Adoyo and Company Advocates. My office is based here at Homa Bay. I was actually the first one because I was here at 7:30. Because we had been told that the IEBC officials would be coming early. So I came to see how the whole process was taking off. I came early because I'm an agent of one of the candidates seeking to serve us in the capacity of president of the Law Society of Kenya. Yes.
Na pengine ile umeweza kufika hapa kuchagua kiongozi, ni kiongozi wa aina gani umekuja kuchagua? Juu kila mara tumeweza kusikiza mawakili wakilalamika kwamba wanasema malalamishi yao hayasikiki na viongozi wao wasaidii.
Mimi nimekuja kuchagua kiongozi ambaye ana wakati wa kutushughulikia. Manake kwanza kwa wale ambao wanatuomba kura, especially chair person, wengine hawajachukua wakati wa kuja kutuomba kura. So mimi mtu kama huyo simpi kura, manake unapotaka kuwakilisha watu fulani lazima uwafikie, uwatafute, uwaelezee nia yako ama lengo yako ni nini. Unataka kuwatumikia kwa njia gani? Kwa hivyo yeyote ambaye hakuja kuniomba kura, mimi sijampa kura, asitarajie. Pili, kama mawakili tungependa sana kuwa na wawakilishi ambao wana wakati wa kutuwakilisha. Na kama mawakili, we have a duty even to the republic, we have a duty to the members of the society, we have a duty to our own selves as the lawyers, a duty to the LSK, duty to the members of the public. And we really are looking for leaders who have time, who do not have conflict of interest, who have the interest of the society and lawyers at heart.
Kuna baadhi ya viongozi hapa ngine watachaguliwa siku ya leo, ni nini unatarajia kutoka kwao?
Mimi kwa viongozi ambao watachaguliwa siku ya leo, na tumaini ya kwamba wale watakao shinda uchaguzi huu wa leo watatupigania. Watapigania wananchi, kuona kuwa there is respect for the rule of law, respect for decisions of judges and magistrates, that orders of court are obeyed and complied with, and that there is no impunity. We want to see people who can come out and fight to ensure that there is independence of the judiciary. Judges and magistrates are not victimized for the work they do, and lawyers have a free environment to practice law, knowing that when they get orders from court, those orders will be respected.
Well, asante sana. Nilikuwa nazungumza na wakili Adoyo hapo, anasema kwamba yeye ndiye alikuwa wa kwanza kufika eneo hili kushiriki uchaguzi huu. Ameweza kupiga kura yake, na anasema kwamba baadhi ya viongozi ambao watachaguliwa hii leo anatarajia kwamba watakuwa katika mstari ya mbele kuwatetea haki za mawakili humu nchini, na vile vile kutetea wananchi. Na kumbuka kwamba bado tumekita kambi hapa, tutakuwa hapa hadi pale zoezi hili utakuwa umekamilika hapo mwendo wa saa 11 jioni. Na habari hizi pia tutaweza kuandaa kwa habari zetu za saa 1 na vile vile habari za saa 3 jioni.
Naam, asante sana Bernardo Juang. Bila shaka tunaona shughuli zinaendelea katika maeneo tofauti, na cha msingi ni kwamba tunasubiri jioni tujue mambo yatakuwa vipi, hesabu zitakapofanyika na mengineo. Sasa hivi tunaelekea moja kwa moja hadi katika kaunti ya Mombasa kuungana naye tena Kevin Mutai. Kevin Mutai, kama bado upo, hebu tueleze mambo gani yanaendelea kwa sasa katika kaunti hiyo nambari 001.
Naam, kwa hakika Harith, shughuli ya kupiga kura inaendelea katika mahakama ya hapa Mombasa, na mawakili kutoka maeneo tofauti wamefika hapa, na kuarifu mtazamaji ni kwamba kaunti ama ukanda wa Pwani kumekuwa na vituo viwili vya kupiga kura, moja hapa Mombasa na kituo kingine kikiwa Malindi. Kituo hicho ambacho kitasimamia kaunti 3 za eneo hilo kama Kilifi, Tana River na vile vile Lamu, na kituo hiki cha Mombasa kitaweza kusimamia kaunti ya Kwale, kaunti ya Taita Taveta na vile vile kaunti ya Mombasa. Na naarifu kwamba idadi ya mawakili takriban 691 wataweza kushiriki katika shughuli hii ya kupiga kura, na kumekuwa na malalamishi kutoka na baadhi ya mawakili hasa kutoka eneo la Voi ambao wangependelea wapewe kituo kingine, lakini tunaarifu kwamba tume ya IEBC iliweza kutoa mwelekeo huo kusema kwamba kutakuwa na vituo viwili. Na pengine kwa kifupi tena jumuike naye Nyabena ambaye ni mwenyekiti tawi la Mombasa katika chama cha mawakili humu nchini LSK. Tueleze tufafanulie harakati ama shughuli za kupiga kura zinaendelea kivipi, wapo kama mmeshuhudia changamoto zote?
Shughuli ya kupiga kura inaendelea vizuri, hata ingawa ilichelewa kama saa 1, lakini IBC wamekuja na tunaona watu wanajitokeza kwa wingi kwa ajili ya kuweza kupiga kura. Na kama vile ndugu Kevin amesema, kuna vituo viwili kwamba ni Mombasa na eneo la Malindi, na kuna baadhi ya wenzetu wako katika eneo ya Voi wamekuwa na tetezi kwamba wanahitaji wawe na kituo katika eneo la Voi. Ukiangalia kutoka Voi mpaka Mombasa ni takriban masaa 3. Ni vigumu sana kutarajia mtu kwamba atumie masaa 6 ili aje kupiga kura katika eneo la Mombasa.
Na je, pengine mmeweza kutilia maanani malalamishi yao?
Tumetilia maanani, na labda hii haiwezekani kwa sahihi, labda kwa wakati wa kura ambayo itakuja tunatarajia kwamba kwa hakika wana sababu ya kuweza kuwa na kituo katika eneo la Voi, tukiona kwamba kuna high court pale Voi.
Kwa sasa idadi ya mawakili ambao wameweza kufika kupiga kura ni wangapi, na pengine mwatarajia kama kwamba idadi yote ya takriban mawakili 691 wataweza kufika ili kuweza kutekeleza wajibu wao wa kuweza kuchagua viongozi wao katika chama cha LSK?
Niweze kueleza kwamba wale wanaotarajiwa kupiga kura eneo hili ni 690, lakini tufahamu kwamba wakili anaruhusa kupiga kura katika kituo chochote. Kuna wale wamesafiri kutoka hapa wakaenda maeneo mengine, akiwa pale anaweza kupiga kura, na kuna wengine hasa kama Mombasa, kuna watu wana semina mbalimbali wamekuja wakaonekana wamepiga kura katika eneo la Mombasa. Kwa hivyo kufikia sasa nikikisia tu ni kama watu 150 wamepiga kura tayari.
Na la mwisho kabisa, je, kuna mikakati ambayo yamewekwa ili kuhakikisha kwamba shughuli hii itakuwa na uwazi na usawa?
Kufikia sasa katika eneo la Mombasa, na tunajua kwamba kuna uwazi na usawa. Kutoka hapo nyuma hatuja kuwa na malalamishi katika sehemu ya Mombasa kwamba kuna shida yoyote, lakini kura zitakapomalizika kuhesabiwa, hapo zitakapomaliza kupiwa zitahesabiwa, na hapo atatangazwa yule ambaye ameshinda kutoka eneo la Mombasa. Ni jambo ambalo itachukua muda mrefu kwa sababu kuna wawaniaji takriban 45 kwa viti ambavyo vimetangazwa. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja kuhesabiwa kura yake itachukua muda, lakini kufikia sasa hatuna sababu yoyote kusema kwamba kura haitaenda sawa.
Sawa, asante mtazamaji. Ni shughuli ambayo tutazidi kukita kambi hapa kufuatilia kwa kina ili kuweza kujua iwapo mawakili wote katika ukanda huu wa Pwani wataweza kutekeleza wajibu wao na kuweza kuchagua viongozi ambao watawawakilisha katika chama cha mawakili humu nchini ambacho ni chama cha LSK, na tunaarifiwa kwamba vile vile wataweza kumchagua rais ambaye ataweza kuongoza pamoja na naibu wake, na kwamba kuna nyadhifa zingine vile vile ambazo mawakili hapa wataweza kushirikiana ili kuweza kuwateua viongozi hao kupitia shughuli hii ya kupiga kura. Kumbuka kwamba kuna vituo viwili mtazamaji, na hivi sasa tunaarifiwa kwamba takriban zaidi ya mawakili 100 tayari washapiga kura yao, na tutazidi kufuatilia yanayojiri katika kituo kingine cha kule Malindi, tuweze kujumuika pamoja na wanahabari wenzetu katika eneo hilo kutueleza ni yapi yanayojiri katika eneo hilo, na vile vile kuzungumzia ama kuangazia kwa kina malalamishi ya baadhi ya mawakili katika eneo la Voi ambao wametaka kituo kingine kiweza kufikishwa pale, lakini kwa hakika kwa sasa kulingana na wasimamizi wa shughuli hiyo wamesema swala hilo halitaweza kuangaziwa, lakini tutaweza kukita kambi hapa na tutazungumza na maafisa kutoka tume ya uchaguzi humu nchini IEBC ambao wanaendeleza shughuli hii, na tutakupa kule taarifa kwa kina zaidi kutoka na shughuli hii ya uchaguzi wa mawakilishi ama mawakilishi wa chama cha LSK.
Naam, asante sana Kevin Mutai hapo kwa kutupasha hapo. Hadi umeona Kevin Mutai kijasho kinamtoka, manake kazi nakwambia si mchezo, manake kutoka kula atarejea tena Kisauni kuangazia yale masuala ya usalama pia.
Bila shaka kuna mambo mengi sasa hivi katika ukanda wa Pwani mzima ambayo yanaendelea, na iwapo utasema ufuatilie kila jambo basi utomaliza, lakini ndio kama hivyo. Tunatarajia mambo mawili matatu kutoka maeneo hayo katika taarifa zetu, labda saa 10 na vile vile saa 1 jioni.
Naam, na tukirejea hapa Nairobi, kumekuwa na misako ambayo imekuwa ikiendeshwa na ile kampuni ya umeme hapa nchini Kenya Power katika maeneo tofauti kuhusiana na sehemu ambazo kumekuwa na unganishaji wa nyaya kwa njia ambazo si za kisheria ama hazikufuata utaratibu wa Kenya Power kama wanavyodai, na wamekuwa kiendesha misako katika maeneo tofauti, na hii leo wako katika eneo la Donholm na Fatuma Bugu yuko kule. Fatuma, hebu tueleze yanayojiri kuhusiana na misako hiyo ya Kenya Power.
Naam, Dan Mule, Tasia, ni baadhi tu ya maeneo mengi jijini Nairobi ambayo shughuli hii ya msako wa makazi ambayo wameweza kuunganishwa nyaya za stima ama mita kwa njia isiyo halali ama kinyume na sheria. Na kama unavyoona katika eneo hili la Tasia, nyumba nyingi kuna waya ambazo kulingana na Charles Keter, kwa sababu kuna baadhi ya viongozi ambao wameweza kufika hapa kama George Kinoti, waziri Charles Keter, na pia afisa mkuu mtendaji Bernard Ngugi, ambao amesema kwamba nyaya hizi ama waya hizi sio salama kwa binadamu na kwamba inaweza kuhatarisha maisha yao, na hivyo basi nyumba nyingi katika eneo hili zitaweza kutolewa waya hizi ili iwe ni tu salama kwa maisha yao. Na kulingana na Charles Keter, anasema kwamba Kenya inapoteza 20% ya fedha kutokana na swala hili, na pia amesema njia inayotumika kuweka mita na nyaya za stima hizi sio sahihi na ni kisa ambacho kinafaa kuangaliwa kwa undani. Wakazi pia wamesisitizwa ama wametakiwa wametakiwa kuhakikisha kwamba maafisa ambao wanaweza kuwafikia katika majumba yao ni maafisa ambao wametoka katika kampuni hii ya Kenya Power na wako na vitambulisho vinavyowatambulisha, na pia wametakiwa kulipa pesa zao katika benki ama katika namba maalum ambayo inajulikana katika mitandao yao. Na pia msako huu sio kwamba umeanza siku ya leo, umeweza kuanza miezi miwili iliyopita. Na niko hapa na mkazi mmoja ambaye ataweza kutuelezea ni njia zipi ambazo wamekuwa wakitumia ama ni namba gani ama watu gani ambao wamekuwa wakilipa pesa zao za kila mwezi ama ada yao kila mwezi ya stima. Naam, habari yako?
Nzuri sana.
Hebu tueleze majina yako, unaitwa nani?
Mimi naitwa James Mugo.
Naam, kama mkazi wa hapa, ni watu gani ambao mnalipa pesa zenu ama ada yenu ya mwezi ya stima?
Mimi mahali ambapo tumewekewa toke. Ijapokuwa ninaona wamekuja wameng'oa transformer, lakini hapo mahali ambapo nafanyia kazi naona wamewekewa toke. Yeah.
Na unaona kwamba njia ambayo inatumika katika kuwekwa katika mita hizi ni njia salama katika maisha yako? Kwa sababu ukiangalia waya zingine zinaonekana kuwa hatari.
Mimi kwangu sidhani, kwa sababu ya usalama, maana saa zingine hizo unakuta ileko connection unakuta zinasababisha mioto na unakuta nyumba zinachomeka, watu wanapoteza mali yao. So mimi kwangu afadhali kukuwe na stima halali hata kama ni token ile ambao mtu anaweza kuwa anatumia mita yake. Yeah.
Asante sana. Na hizi ni baadhi tu ya waya ambayo zimeweza kutolewa katika majumba tofauti tofauti katika eneo hili, na msako huu bado unaendelea. Ukiangalia kando yangu kuna maafisa wa polisi ambao wanaweza kuendesha shughuli hii na wataendelea kukita kambi hapa ili kuhakikisha kwamba shughuli hii inakamilika, na pia wamesema kwamba shughuli hii itaendelea kuendelea katika sehemu nyingi ama sehemu tofauti tofauti katika jiji la Nairobi. Na pia kulingana na afisa mkuu mtendaji Bernard Ngugi amesema kwamba walipata mapato yao yalipungua kutoka 92%, ambayo hii inatokana na hali kama hizi, na wamesema kwamba maafisa wataendelea maafisa zaidi ya 100 wameweza kufutwa kazi kutokana na shughuli hii ya kuweka waya ama nyaya za stima zisizokuwa za sheria. Na wamesema kwamba pia shughuli hii ni shughuli ambayo itaendelea kwa muda wa mwezi mmoja ili kuhakikisha kwamba wakazi wote jijini Nairobi ama maeneo tofauti tofauti katika kaunti zote wanaweza kupata stima ama kuwekewa nyaya za stima kupitia njia inayostahili. Na tutaendelea kukita kambi hapa ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunafuatilia shughuli hii, na kwa taarifa zaidi ni katika taarifa za NTV jioni.
Naam, Fatma Bugu, asante sana. Hayo ndio yanayojiri sasa katika NTV. Sasa unayapata mubashara katika maeneo tofauti jinsi mambo yalivyo. Na mbali na hayo, kuna mengi pia yamejiri katika ulingo wa spoti. Tunaye mwenzetu hapa tayari amedunda katika studio tayari kutema madini japo kwa uchache. Makori. Hebu kwanza tujuze kuhusiana na taifa hili letu Kenya, kuhusiana na mchakato wa kutafuta tiketi au kuinda tiketi ya Olimpiki huko Japan. Wako Dakar, Senegal sasa hivi. Ni wangapi wamesalia au matumaini yapo kwa mabondia wangapi mpaka sasa?
Harith, wajua walikuwa mabondia 13 kijumla, kwa maana ya wanaume 8 na wanawake 5, ukifanya hesabu na hisabati ya haraka upesi na kuletana mabondia 13. Lakini hadi dakika hii tumeingia awamu ya nusu finali kwenda finali, ni mabondia 2 peke yake ambao wamesalia kule, kwa maana mwanaume 1 na mwanamke 1. Na tayari katika upande wa wanaume, Kenya tayari ina tiketi ya moja kwa moja. Kijana ambaye alikuwa na nahodha wa timu hiyo, Nico Koth, tayari wengi wanamuita mitaani ni komanda, amewahi tiketi ya kurejea Olimpiki baada ya kukaa katika kibaridi cha kukosa makala mawili yakifuatana. Akakosa makala ya mwaka 2012 jijini London, akakosa makala mwaka 2016 kule Rio, na alikuwa katika makala mwaka 2008 kule Beijing, China. Akawa tayari leo hii amerejea baada ya miaka miwili, amekata ukame wa miaka 12 yani, na sasa anarejea katika makala haya ya mwaka 2020 kule Tokyo, Japan, na tayari ameingia tu finali. Kuingia finali tayari ni tiketi ya moja moja kwa moja, manake ukiingia fainali katika kule kupata medali ya dhahabu na medali ya fedha ni tiketi ya moja kwa moja, alafu medali ya shaba huwa sasa tena inawaniwa kwa maana nyingine kwamba mnarudi tena ulingoni kupigana nani anawahi medali ile ya shaba. Manake kitambo ilikuwa kwamba mkishaingia nusu fainali tayari medali ya shaba mabondia wawili wanapewa, lakini safari hii sheria ikawa imebadilika. Kwa sasa ni kwamba mnarudi tena ulingoni kuwania tena awamu ya kuingia katika kule kupata ile medali halisi ya shaba na kisha kuwahi tiketi ya moja kwa moja. Harith, unasemaje upande mwingine?
Naam, tuwe na matumaini kwa sababu ndio kama hivyo walivunjika moyo, hususan baada ya wenyewe wanamuita captain wao Kwiri kubanduliwa katika hali tata, lakini bila shaka safari bado haijesha, wengine wanaendelea. Lakini mbali na hayo, jana kulikuwa na mechi katika mchuano huu wa vilabu bingwa Ulaya na tunaona kwamba vilabu vikubwa vyote vimesalimu amri.
Ndo unaitwa mkengeuko, manake mambo yanabadilika sana. Ukiangalia Real Madrid
au mpira karata
ndio walikuwa natawala sana katika hii ligi ya mabingwa Ulaya. Safari hii hawako vile, manake ukiangalia wakiwa chini ya kocha mkuu Zinedine Zidane akalinyakua hili taji la masikio marefu kwa mara ya 3 kifuatana mfululizo na kuweka historia ambayo kiukweli itadumu miaka nenda miaka rudi. Na safari hii akiwa nyumbani katika uwanja wake wa Santiago Bernabeu, ametoa nyumbani akiwa ametoa ndani mara 2-1 akakwamba amefungwa na Manchester City. Kumbuka Manchester City inanolewa na kocha ambaye ni Pep Guardiola, na Pep Guardiola aliwahi kuanoa watani wao Barcelona na aliwahi kukiri kwamba yeye hawezi katu kuinoa Real Madrid. Ugenini ilitoka 1-1 na Club Brugge ya kule Ubelgiji, na hitaji ushindi nyumbani, ushindi muhimu sana, lakini manake ina bao la ugenini iko vizuri. Kwa hiyo ni kuhakikisha kwamba ikipata ushindi wa 1-0 iko salama, ushindi mabao 2-0 iko wima. Alafu ukiachia hayo mbali ya ligi ya mabingwa Ulaya na ligi ya Europa, ukirejea nyumbani ni kwamba awali nikufahamisha kwamba tiketi ya kuwania kwenda katika mashindano ya Olimpiki makala ya mwaka 2020 kule Tokyo, Japan, Nick Okoth, komanda huyo, aliwahi tiketi yake ya moja kwa moja baada ya kuingia katika awamu ya fainali na aliweza kumshinda kijana ambaye anafahamika kama Isaac Masembe kutoka Uganda. Aliweza kumshinda katika nusu fainali hiyo, akaingia moja kwa moja katika fainali. Uzani wake ni wa fedha ukipenda unyoya. Sasa fainali atakuwa anakutana na Everisto Mulenga wa Zambia katika fainali ambayo kiukweli pia atakuwa anahitaji, mbali na kuwahi tiketi ya kwenda Olimpiki, angalau alirejea nyumbani akiwa tayari ana medali yake ya dhahabu ya kuwania ubingwa huo wa tiketi muhimu ya kwenda katika mashindano ya Olimpiki. Anarejea baada ya kukaa nje kwa miaka 12, akakosa makala ya London mwaka 2012, akakosa makala mwaka 2016 kule jijini Rio. Safari hii amejipanga na kurejea vizuri. Sasa upande wa kinadada, kuna dada mmoja ambaye atakuwa anawania tiketi muhimu sana, manake angeingia fainali jana usiku, angewahi tiketi ya moja kwa moja, Christine Ongare ambaye alishindwa katika awamu hii ya nusu fainali, ingawaje sasa ataenda kuwania medali ya shaba na atakutana na Nanziri Catherine wa Uganda katika harakati ya kuwania medali hiyo ya shaba. Akiwahi medali yake ya shaba, atakuwa tayari pia amewahi tiketi ya kwenda katika mashindano ya Olimpiki ya mwaka huu 2020, mashindano ambayo licha ya homa ya corona, wadau wamesema kwamba yataendelea kama yalivyokuwa yamepangwa awali. Kwa hiyo kikubwa na cha mno ni kwamba Kenya ilipeleka mabondia 13, lakini 2 ndio wamesalia. Tafanyaje? Heri wapate 2, dada na binti, itakuwa ndio starehe. Lakini kesho pia kukumbusha tu ni kwamba ni mikiki. Usikose saa 5, weka miadi. Harith.
Na asante sana Makori, bila shaka tunatarajia mengi mwendo wa alasiri leo kitupakulia yaliyomo katika spoti. Kwa hiyo mbali na hayo, tunaungana naye mwenzetu kutoka Murang'a, naye ni Martin Maura, atujuze ni yapi ambaye ametuandalia. Martin, kuna yapi mapi ambayo hatujui siku ya leo?
Naam, asante sana Salim Swale kwenye pole kaka Harith Salim kwenye studio. Hapa tu kama unavyoona nyuma yangu kuna watu wametulia hapa, wamekuja kufunzwa 2 matatu kuhusu mambo ya BBI. Unajua kuwa kutoka mlima huu wa Kenya kutakuwa na mkutano mkubwa sana kule kaunti ya Meru, ambapo wakazi pia na viongozi watakuwa wanakutana huko ili waweze tu kuongelea mambo 2 matatu yanayokumba sekta hii, sekta tofauti katika mlima Kenya. Ningependa tu kuzungumza na mwakilishi wa wanawake kutoka kaunti ya Murang'a ambaye ndio ameleta mkutano huu hapa, anieleze ni kwa nini wamekuja hapa. Karibu sana kwenye NTV, na ningetaka tu utueleze mkutano huu hasa maono yako ni yapi?
Mkutano wa leo ni kuleta viongozi kutoka mashinani, viongozi wa makanisa, viongozi wa elimu na viongozi wa kutoka nyadhifa mbalimbali ili waweze kuzungumza maneno ya BBI. BBI imekuwa ni hatujapata copies, wengine tunaona tu political rallies, na sasa watu haja kuwa wakielewa BBI ni nini. Na Saturday ama siku ya Ijumaa tutakuwa tukienda Meru kesho na kesho kutwa ili tupeleke maoni kama wakazi wa Murang'a. Na ndio leo numeenda Murang'a, leo kumekuwa na shughuli kadhaa. Huu ni mkutano mmoja, kuna mkutano mwingine ambapo tunataka viongozi watoe maoni yao, na ya kwanza haswa ni wapewe ile kopi ya BBI na waambiwe ile kitu iko ndani. Pia wao waseme ile kitu wangetaka, kwa sababu tumeona eneo zingine za nchi ya Kenya watu wamesema yale maneno ambayo wanasikia wamefinyika sana. Sisi tunakuanga wengi, kwa hivyo kwa wengi tunakuwa discriminated, na wakati mwingi watu wakisema face of Kenya, we are not seen as face of Kenya kwa sababu tuko wengi. Kwa hivyo kuna yale maneno ya kilimo ambayo pia hapa ndio uti wa mgongo, na kuna maneno mengi, vijana wetu wengi hawana kazi. Kwa hivyo tutakuwa tukichukua maoni kutoka kwa wananchi wenyewe, ili ile memorandum tutasoma kule Meru itakuwa ni memorandum ya wananchi, sio yetu viongozi. Na ndio umeona wajumbe wamekuja, gavana kuna mkutano mwingine, pia MCAs wako hapa na viongozi kadhaa, kwa sababu tunataka ile memorandum itasoma kule Meru tukipeleka ya Murang'a ikuwe ni ile memorandum ya wananchi, sio sisi viongozi, kwa sababu imekuwa ni kama viongozi ndio wanaendeleza hii maneno ya BBI, na tunataka wananchi kwanza waelewe.
Asante sana mheshimiwa. Na ningetaka tu kuzungumza na jamaa pia aliye kwenye jopo hili la BBI, aweze tu kunieleza hasa leo wananchi mtawaambia nini hapa?
Asante sana NTV. Mimi kwa majina naitwa Jesse Wanyeki, na mlengo wa kwanza wa kufikiria mambo ya BBI ni kuleta amani. Na nataka kila mwananchi popote alipo, ukisikia jina BBI ujue inamaanisha amani. Ni kama kusema synonym, ni kitu moja, ama majina inamaanisha ni amani, kwa sababu BBI ukisoma ni building bridges initiatives. Hiyo ni kujenga, badala ya kujenga maukuta, badala ya kujenga pingamizi, unajenga daraja. So ni madaraja ya wakabila yote 42 ambao wamekuwa wa Kenya, ambao wanasema ni wa Kenya, wanajenga madaraja ya kuwa pamoja, madaraja ya kufikiana na kuafikiana, kukubaliana na kufanya kazi pamoja. Sio madaraja ya kutukana na kutenganishwa, ni madaraja ya kuongea kitu na kwa lugha moja. Na kwa Mount Kenya hasa, sisi tunataka kuongea lugha moja. Tukiongea lugha moja kama watu wa Mount Kenya na kama Wakikuyu. Hata hapa ukiangalia watu wengi wanaongea lugha ya mama, kwa sababu wanataka kuelewana. Waelewane, yule mzee na kijana na mtoto wote, wa mama na wazee, waongee lugha moja ile wamefundishwa nayo na wamezaliwa nayo, waongee na waelewane, waseme ni amani Kenya. Na waseme ya kwamba rasilimali za nchi, kama kwa kweli vile mheshimiwa pia Zabina amesema hapa, ya kwamba ndio tuko wengi, basi ni kumaanisha hata sisi tuangaliwe na wingi wetu. Kwa sababu ni vizuri tuongee lugha moja na tuelewane. Viongozi wetu wale wamechaguliwa, tuwapatie rasilimali za kutosha, all the way kutoka ward reps wapewe rasilimali za kutosha za kuweza kuhudumia mwananchi aliyowachagua. Na sina mengi.
Asante sana. Nila tukuzungumza na seneta wa kaunti hii hapa Murang'a. Tumeona kuwa watu wamekuwa wakipiga siasa wanapoenda, na pia matamshi yanatolewa, matamshi ambayo inaweza leta uchochezi. Na tunajua tunaenda hapa Mlima Kenya, watu wanaenda Meru. Wewe maono yako ni yapi? Na unataka kuambia wanasiasa nini?
Wale ambao wanaongea matamshi ambayo yanaenda kinyume na maadili ya Wakenya, bila shaka naambia polisi wachukulie hatia, wapeleke kotini na tuweze kuona wakiwekwa ndani. Na sisi ambao tuko hapa tutaweza kuongea mambo ya kuunganisha Wakenya, kuleta usawa na kuleta ile tunaita uwiano. Hatutaki BBI itumiwe kwa njia mbaya, lakini kwetu sisi pia tunapatiana uhuru wa kila Mkenya kujisema. Sisi ambao tunatoka hapa Mlima Kenya, mambo yetu ambayo yanatuhusu ni mambo ya ukulima, haswa ukulima wa chai, wa avocado, wa kahawa, na mambo ambayo yanahusu maziwa. Kumaanisha pia katika lile jopo ambalo linaangazia maneno, tutakuwa tunaangazia ukulima umeweza kuangaziwa kwa njia ipi.
Wewe kama seneta, kuna bill ambayo ulikuwa umepeleka kule seneti, waweze ndio ward reps ama MCs waweze kupatiwa pesa. Unataka ikuwe kwenye BBI?
Bila shaka mimi nimefurahia zaidi ya kwamba BBI imeweza kutimiza lile wazo langu na ikaiweka katika ile tunaita ward fund iko katika BBI. Hilo ni wazo nilijaribu kulipitisha kule Senate. Nilipoenda National Assembly likaanza kwenda polepole, aste. Kumaanisha basi BBI imenisaidia ili magavana ambao wamekuwa wakifanya makosa, wakifanya corruption, wakiiba mali za wananchi, basi hilo linaweza kuwa jambo la mbali na tuweze kuendelea mbele. Ndio.
Asante sana. Na asante Salim, kama umeviona kwa hapa kweli kila wodi ilikuwa inaleta watu 20 ili waweze kuzungumzia maneno ya BBI, na hasa kama viongozi wamevyosema kwa wametaka tu kuja hapa kusikia ni malalamishi yapi hapa wananchi kutoka kaunti ya Murang'a wanayo, na wangetaka yangaziwe watakapokutana kule Meru kwenye mkutano wa BBI. Saturday hii inakuja na kudisha kwenye studio.
Na asante sana Martin Maura. Bila shaka Jumamosi pia tutakuwa tunasubiri kuona ni kipi ambacho kimeandaliwa na kitakavyofanyika katika eneo hilo la Meru kuhusiana na huu mchakato mzima wa BBI. Na mbali na hayo, tunataka kujua kutoka kwako, na hapa ndipo tunapokuleta studio kuhusiana na yale ambayo yatakuwa yanazungumziwa hapa. Leo tunazungumzia masuala ya lugha ya Kiswahili. Tunafahamu kwamba Kiswahili kimetanua mabawa yake, sasa hivi kinazungumzwa na kusomwa na wengi, sio tu hapa nchini bali Afrika Mashariki, Afrika nzima na vile vile ulimwenguni kwa ujumla. Na tunataka kujua tu kutoka kwako kuhusiana na yale ambayo tunazungumzia. Tayari wageni wapo studio, mwenzangu Dan Mule ndio atakuwa anaendesha mjadala siku ya leo. Tunataka kujua kutoka kwako, je, hii lugha ya Kiswahili inapewa nafasi gani katika taifa la Kenya? Lugha ya Kiswahili imepewa nafasi gani katika taifa la Kenya? Tupe maoni yako kupitia mitandao yetu ya kijamii @NTV Sasa, @NTV Kenya, Dan Mule, na kisha tutakuwa tunachanganua yale ambayo umeyadokeza katika harafa yako ama ujumbe mfupi kupitia njia moja kati ya hizo ambazo tulizozitaja. Pia baadaye tutafungua line zetu za simu ambapo unaweza kuchangia moja kwa moja iwapo una maoni, mapendekezo au maswali, basi utakuwa huru kufanya hivyo kupitia uelekezi wake Daniel Mule. Kwa sasa nampisha mwenzangu Mule aendeleze gurudumu la kipindi hiki cha NTV Sasa.
Na asante sana Harith Salim, umejiri wakati wa kuangazia masuala ya lugha, na tunazungumzia lugha ya Kiswahili hapa ili tupate kusikia mawili matatu kutoka kwa wataalamu wetu kuhusiana na namna ambavyo lugha hii inatumika hapa nchini. Je, lugha ya Kiswahili imepewa hadhi inayostahili na inayostahiki? Maana tunajua kwamba hii ni lugha ya taifa na vile vile ni lugha rasmi humu nchini kwa mujibu wa katiba ya mwaka 2010 ambayo iliipa hadhi hii lugha ya Kiswahili. Lakini tungependa tu kufanya tathmini kujua, je, imekuwa ikipewa hadhi hiyo inayostahili? Na pia tutakuwa tukiangazia mengine. Hii leo usiku kutakuwepo na tuzo muhimu ambayo itakuwa kutolewa kwa waandishi wa riwaya na ushairi katika lugha ya Kiswahili. Pia tutakuwa tukiangazia hayo, tujue ni kinani wanatarajia kutuzwa na wanaotarajia kutuzwa walishiriki katika mashindano ya aina gani. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa moja kwa moja kwanza ni watambulishe wageni wangu studioni. Nitaanza karibu nami kabisa ni Daktari Priska Jerono ambaye ni mtaalamu wa lugha kutoka Chuo Kikuu cha Nairobi na pia ni mhadhiri kutoka chuo hicho, na vile vile yupo Alfred Mtawali ambaye ni rais wa chama cha ufasiri na utafsiri kutoka kanda ya Afrika Mashariki, ama anawakilisha kanda hii ya Afrika Mashariki. Karibu katika studio zetu tuangazie masuala haya lugha ya Kiswahili. Na ningependa tuanze kwa kuangazia hadhi ya lugha hii kwa sasa. Mtazamo wenu ni upi baada ya katiba mwaka 2010 kuipa hadhi lugha ya Kiswahili kuwa lugha rasmi, manake awali ilikuwa ni lugha ya taifa? Mna mtazamo gani? Mnahisi kwamba lugha hii imepewa hadhi inayostahili hapa nchini? Pengine nianze nayo daktari.
Asante kwa swali lako. Kwa maoni yangu, naam, kikatiba Kiswahili kimepewa hadhi, lakini katika kimatumizi pengine hadhi hiyo ambayo inatolewa na katiba haijaweza kutumikishwa ipasavyo, kwa sababu tunaona bado taasisi mbalimbali, mawasiliano yote ya serikali yanaendeshwa kwa lugha ya Kiingereza, isipokuwa tu katika shuleni ambapo ni somo la lazima, na hilo liliweza kutekelezwa mwaka 1985 baada ya ile ripoti ya Mackay kuifanya Kiswahili kuwa somo la lazima, na kwamba kufunzwa katika pengine shule za msingi, shule za upili na katika baadhi ya vyuo vikuu. Sidhani mengi yanaweza kusemekana kwamba hadhi hii imeweza kuwa kweli kile ambacho kinapaswa kuwa.
Mara moja au mbili tumeona wabunge pale bungeni wakiamua kwamba leo tunawasilisha hoja zetu kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Najua kuna wale ambao wao daima wasilisha hoja zao kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, lakini kuna nyakati kama mbili hivi, vikao kama viwili ambavyo kwa muda wa mwaka mmoja ambao umepita ambao walisema kwamba leo tunafanya majadiliano yetu kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Unahisi kwamba hilo pengine lilisaidia?
Nafikiri lingeweza kusaidia ikiwa kwamba kuna zile sheria za kuendesha shughuli katika bunge, ambavyo sheria zenyewe bado tu zipo katika lugha ya Kiingereza, na pengine watu hawawezi kujua jinsi ya kuhamisha matumizi ya sheria zenyewe katika Kiswahili. Lakini nafahamu kwamba kuna juhudi kadha za kuweza kufanya tafsiri katika, kwa hivyo natarajia kwamba pengine wakati ambapo sheria hizo zitakapotumikishwa na wabunge wakaanza kutumia katika majadiliano yao, basi hapo hadhi ya Kiswahili tutaanza kuzungumzia kwamba imepata hadhi.
Na asante sana. Alfred, sijui na mtazamo gani? Lugha imepewa hadhi yake au?
Mimi naona bado. Bado kwa sababu mimi hufuatilia sana, huangalia runinga mara nyingi. Hotuba ya kitaifa rais anaitoa kwa Kiingereza. Mamangu mimi hakusoma na nimemnunulia TV pale nyumbani. Sasa huyu rais anapotoa ile hotuba na anaitoa kwa Kiingereza, atafuatilia chochote? Hawezi kufuatilia. Haya, matangazo, ingia kwenye benki uone unataka kufungua account, yale maandishi yote ni Kiingereza. Inafaa kuwa na lugha ya Kiswahili pale. Enda uwanja wa ndege, kuna matangazo tu kidogo ndio yamefasiriwa kwa Kiswahili, lakini tafsiri zenyewe ni mbaya. Kwa hivyo naona bado. Alafu pia mikutano rasmi iwe bungeni wapi, unakuta kwamba Kiingereza ndio kinazungumzwa zaidi. Na wakati mwingine unampata kiongozi amekuja hapa kwenye station, alafu anasema kipindi cha Kiswahili, unamsikia anasema can I just use English? Unaona kwa nini? Kwa sababu ile Kiingereza ni lugha ya tatu kwa Mwafrika. Kuna Kiswahili, alafu kuna lugha zetu za kawaida zile za nyumbani, alafu kuna Kiingereza. Kwa nini mtu sasa aweze kujieleza zaidi kwa Kiingereza mpaka anasema mimi naweza Kiingereza zaidi? Na ni uongo, kwa sababu kile Kiingereza pia tunachozungumza Kenya ni cha Kikenya. Unaona? Yale maneno tunayotumia ni ya Kikenya. Hauli mambo mengi tu ambayo tunaongea sio Kiingereza halisi. Kwa hivyo mimi naona Kiswahili hakijapewa hadhi yake inavyostahili.
Manake unapozungumzia hotuba, nimeona rais na pia viongozi wengine baada ya kusoma ile hotuba rasmi kwa Kiingereza, pale mwisho anasema mawili matatu kwa Kiswahili. Hiyo dhani kwamba pia amefidia ama bado? Hajafidia,
kwa sababu alifaa kuanza na ya Kiswahili. Alafu ndio labda sasa wale wageni wachache ambao wako pale pengine ajieleze tu kwa Kiingereza kidogo. Lakini mara nyingi utakuta ile hotuba anaisoma kwa Kiingereza, alafu akianza kuongea kwa Kiswahili ni kama anafoka. Unaona? Nyi wafisadi sijui nini. Sasa inatumiwa tu kidogo, alafu unasikia nasema Mungu awabariki, Mungu aibariki Kenya. Hapana, angeanza na Kiswahili kwanza, halafu pengine Kiingereza ndio agusie, kwa sababu asilimia kubwa ya Wakenya wanaelewa Kiswahili kuliko Kiingereza.
Na pengine najua kwamba baadhi haya yanafungamanishwa na masuala ya ukoloni wakati ule ambapo lugha ya Kiswahili ilihusishwa na maboi, wale ambao walikuwa ni watu ambao walikuwa ni wa hadhi ya chini, na amezungumzia ripoti ya Makei ambayo iliidhinisha kule kuwepo kwa Kiswahili kufunzwa pia katika shule na vitu kama vile. Na wakati ule nakumbuka kuna mojawapo wa mjadala katika miaka ya 70 pale bungeni ambapo hata Charles Njonjo alikuwa amepinga vikali kabisa Kiswahili kisikubaliwe, manake alisema ni 40% pekee wa Kenya ambao wanazungumza lugha hii. Huu mtazamo unatoka wapi? Mtazamo hasi wapo ndio hivyo kuelekezewa lugha hii ya Kiswahili ambapo wengi wangependa kujieleza kwa Kiingereza, wahisi kwamba sasa sisi ndio wastaarabu zaidi. Huu mtazamo unatokana nini hasa?
Naweza kuangazia swali hilo kwa kusema kwamba tatizo hili la kuweza kuangalia kwamba Kiswahili si lugha ni tatizo pengine kutokana na ukoloni, lakini vile vile kasumba fulani. Tuna kasumba ya ukoloni, kupenda kujinasibisha kila kitu na umagharibi. Kwa hivyo chochote ambacho hakihusiani na umagharibi hakifai. Lugha ya Kiswahili pia kwa sababu ni ya Kiafrika hakifai. Kwa hivyo tunapenda tu Kiingereza hata kama hatukielewi. Halafu mbali na kuwazia hivyo, unaweza kuona kwamba kwa sababu ni viongozi ndio ambao wanaamua nile lugha ipi ambayo inatumika. Kwa sababu kiongozi akiwa anasema kwamba katika katiba tumeiweka pale na wakaitumia, na hakika kwamba kila mwananchi ataweza kutumia na kila ofisi ya serikali itaweza kuwajibika kutumia. Lakini kwa sababu kwa kawaida ya viongozi hupenda kutenga wengi ili waweze mambo yao ya watenge wale ambao ni wengi ili waweze kupenyeza mambo yao, kwamba wananchi wasielewe wanafanya nini mara nyingi. Kwa hivyo wanajikuta tu wakitumia Kiingereza. Kwa sababu unapata kwamba hata ukienda benki mara nyingi watu hutia sahihi masharti mbalimbali ambayo hata hawaelewi yanahusu nini. Kwa hivyo
kwa lugha ya Kimombo.
Kwa lugha ya Kimombo.
Alfred, mtazamo wako ni upi? Mbali na kule kuhusishwa na uboi na ufukara, nini kingine ambacho kinaleta mtazamo kwamba mtu anahisi mimi ni mstaarabu zaidi wapo nitasema kwa Kimombo?
Unajua watu wanahusisha Kiingereza na usomi. Na hapo si kweli, kwa sababu Kiingereza sio kigezo cha kwamba umesoma au la. Na mimi kuna kipindi ilikuwa nikanunua Taifa Leo, nikaingia kwenye matatu ninasoma. Unaona naangaliwa vibaya. Wanafikiria sijasoma. Na mimi na degree 2 nishasoma, lakini wanaona kwamba huyu labda ametoka kijijini. Unaona. Kwa hivyo kuna kama alivyosema profesa hapa, mwalimu hapa, kwamba kuna kasumba fulani kwamba Kiingereza ndio kina hela, Kiingereza ndio kinadhihirisha usomi, Kiingereza ndio kina ustaarabu. Unakuta sasa katika hali hiyo mpaka watu hujilazimisha kufanya vitu vya Kiingereza. Hiyo hata nikula nyumbani, sijui fork huku, kisu huku, ati kwa sababu ndio unaonekana Kwa nini nisikalie kuzulia na kula pilau yangu hapo kwenye sakafu? Unaona? Kwa hivyo nadhani ni kasumba fulani ambapo lazima Wakenya waanze kuitoa.
Kwa hivyo unachosema ni kwamba haya si mambo halisi ama ana uhalisi wote, ni dhana tu.
Ni dhana ambao watu wako nao.
Naam. Na unaamini kwamba tunaweza kuiondoa na watu wakaamua kwamba tunaweza kufanya mambo kivyetu na tukaheshimika?
Tunaweza kufanya hivyo kwa sababu tukianza kuipenda kwanza lugha yenyewe. Unaona? Alafu tukishaipenda tutaanza kujivunia. Alafu tutaona pia kwamba lugha ya Kiswahili inaleta kipato tu kama Kiingereza, hata zaidi ya Kiingereza naweza kusema. Tukianza kuwa na mtazamo ule, tutaanza kukipenda Kiswahili, watoto watapenda Kiswahili, viongozi watapenda Kiswahili, na hata pia vyombo vya habari. Mimi hufuatilia, unakuta katika station nyingi ikifika saa 1 zile habari za Kiswahili ni kama dakika 20. Alafu ule mtangazaji anasema kwa habari zetu za kina ni habari zetu za saa 3. Nani amekwambia nitaangalia za saa 3? Mimi nataka niangalie za saa 1. Kwa hivyo kama ile
utakuwa umefinywa, umenyimwa haki yako.
Haki yangu. Kwa hivyo kama za Kiingereza zina kama saa 1 nzima. Unaona? Alafu hata kunakuwa na mijadala mirefu. Basi hizi habari za saa 1 pia ziwe kama saa nzima na mijadala mirefu. Unaona? Hilo likifanyika sasa lugha itaanza kuwa wanaona hata naweza kuangalia.
Na najua tutakuwa tukiangazia namna ambavyo vyombo vya habari pia vimetoa mchango katika kukuza ama katika makuzi ya lugha hii ya Kiswahili. Lakini mbali na hayo, unajua kuna mataifa ya nje ambao pia ametoa hadhi kwa lugha hii ya Kiswahili na pia hata amepiga hatua nyingi. Lakini hata kabla ya kuangazia hayo, ile swala la ulumbi, kwa Kimombo anasema being an orator, kwamba mlumbi ni ambaye anaweza kusema katika lugha yote ama lugha ya Kimombo pekee. Maana wengi wanaamini kwamba mlumbi anaweza kusema kwa ufasaha katika lugha ya Kiingereza, lakini wapo ambao wanaweza kusema kwa fasaha katika lugha ya Kiswahili, lugha zao za kwanza, ukipenda lugha ya mama. Maana ukienda kule hata Marekani wana lugha zao pia. Na kuta mtu anazungumza vizuri kwa ufasaha katika lugha ile, watu wanasema kwamba huyu mtu ni mlumbi, maana yake anasema kwa lugha hii. Kwa Kiswahili ni vipi, Alfred?
Mimi naona utakuta kwamba ikifika kwa Kiswahili hawazungumzi kwa ufasaha na urahisi. Unakuta alikuja huyu profesa na huyu waziri wa Tanzania alikuwa anapigiwa makofi. Mimi sikuona haja ya kupigiwa makofi kwa sababu
huyu pana Magamba
anapigiwa makofi kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu wale waliokuwa kwenye ule uwanja hawakifahamu Kiswahili. Unaona, ndio wanaona ajabu tu. Hata nyinyi watangazaji ukiongea unaona wanaona ajabu. Inafaa kwamba iwe tunajua kabisa Kiswahili kwa kawaida. Unaweza kuwasiliana na watu kwa urahisi pasipo kuona haya, kuona aibu. Unaona? Kwa hivyo kama mtu anaweza kujieleza kwa lugha ya Kiswahili vizuri, hata hakuna haja ya kushangiliwa kwa sababu itakuwa kwamba ni jambo tunalolitarajia.
Jambo la kawaida.
Lakini profesa alizoa tu marks hapa. Na alikuwa hata mengine ni makosa. Unaona? Anatumia msamiati, sisi tunaona tu ajabu. Unaona, na tukamsikiza na kumshangilia. Lakini nadhani kwamba tukiondoa ile kasumba, tuanze sasa kwamba unaweza kutoa hotuba yako kwa Kiswahili vizuri. Na wapo wa Kenya kadhaa ambao hufanya hivyo, ambao ni viongozi wa kisiasa na wengine ni wa Kenya tu mashuhuri, wanaweza kujieleza kwa Kiswahili na kwa Kiingereza vile vile.
Nafikiri pia tunaposema jambo hilo kuhusiana na kuongea, nafikiri tatizo letu kubwa ni kwamba kuwazia kwamba mtu anapojua au kuwa mlumbi lazima atumie msamiati mgumu sana. Sijui ni kwa nini. Manake madhumuni ya mawasiliano ni kuweza kueleweka kwa yule ambaye anakusikiliza, na kwa kutumia lugha ambayo haitazua utata wowote, inaeleweka. Kwa hivyo nafikiri hii kasumba ambayo ya kutumia msamiati na nini ndio inayowakwaza wengi wasije wakatumia, kwa sababu wanaogopa kwamba lugha yao itaonekana kama ni chapwa na mambo kama hayo. Kwangu nafikiri sidhani kwa mfano nchi ya Ethiopia, Uhabeshi hapo, inapotumia Amharic, sijaiona kama wana tatizo lolote. Ndio wanatumia Kiingereza lakini wanafurahia. Na hakuna wakati ambapo wamesema Kiamharic kina kikwazo chochote kama ni lugha ya asilia. Mbona sisi tunaona kwamba Kiswahili kina kikwazo na ni lugha yetu, tunafahamu mambo yote. Pale nje tunapokutana mara nyingi, je, tunaongea kwa lugha ya Kiingereza ama Kiswahili? Kwa sababu tunapokwenda sokoni tunatumia lugha ipi? Mbona inapokuwa katika basi mazingira ambayo ni rasmi tunachelea kutumia lugha hii ilhali tunaifahamu?
Na katiba pia inakubalia kama lugha rasmi. Umezungumzia swala la misamiati, na mara nyingi kuna wengi ambao wanatumia lugha hata kuwatisha wenzao kwamba anatamka misamiati mfululizo kiasi kwamba unahisi mimi lugha sielewi kabisa. Alfred, lazima misamiati iwe mizito ili uonyeshe kwamba lugha unaimudu.
Kwanza unajua kama alivyosema mwenzangu mwalimu hapo kwamba lengo kuu la lugha ni mawasiliano. Sasa mimi nikitumia maneno magumu ni kama naitumia lugha kama fimbo sasa.
Hujawasiliana.
Nijigambe, alafu nionyeshe kwamba mimi ninajua. Unaona? Alafu wale wanaonisikiliza hawaelewi. Unaona? Kwa hivyo mimi nadhani kwamba katika matumizi ya lugha ya Kiswahili misamiati inaweza kupunguza. Hakuna lazima kutumia maneno magumu ambao unajua kabisa kwamba hata hawa wasikilizaji wangu hawataweza kunielewa. Lakini iwe tu ni lugha kawaida vile tunavyowasiliana kwa njia ya rahisi. No. Lakini wakati mwingine mtu anaona lazima nihakikishe kwamba nimetumia maneno magumu ndio nionekane pia kwamba mimi ni mlumbi wa Kiswahili.
Unaelewa lugha. Lakini tukiangazia bado swala hilo, kuna tatizo kubwa ambalo linajitokeza pale ambapo kuna mkinzano katika baadhi ya maneno, kwamba mtaalamu fulani anasema ile neno linamaanisha hivi, mwingine anasema ile neno linamaanisha hivi. Na masuala kama haya yamekuwa yakizua utata sana katika lugha ya Kiswahili, kwamba kitabu fulani kinaangazia masuala haya kusema kwamba ngeli ni hizi, ngeli si hizi, mambo kama yale. Kwa hivyo huu utata katika nani ndiye mtaalamu ambaye anafaa kutueleza lugha ya Kiswahili inafaa kufuata mkondo huu, kama ni sarufi, kama ni masuala ya fasihi inafaa kufuata mkondo huu? Maana kumekuwa na mkinzano pale. Daktari, sio kama umekumbana na mambo kama haya? Tunasema kwamba Waswahili mna wataalamu wengi, huyu anasema hivi, huyu anasema hivi. Mnatuchanganya.
Nafikiri pia kuna kikwazo hapo kikubwa, hasa kutokana na wasomi wenyewe, kwa sababu mara nyingi tunavutwa na mambo ya kibiashara, pengine kuuza vitabu na mambo kama hayo. Unakuta mtu anapigania jambo ambalo pengine hata si kweli, na kwa sababu ya kwamba hatuna baraza fulani ambalo linaweza kusawazisha msamiati ambao unaotumika pengine katika uwanja fulani, inakuwa ni kikwazo. Unapata kwamba kwa mfano katika vitabu vya sarufi ambavyo nafunza, tunapozungumza masuala haya ambayo nimezungumzia ngeli, mtu hakuelezi kwamba ngeli hizi ninazitumia kwa mkondo huu wa kisintaksia na hizi ni za kimorfolojia. Kwa hivyo tofauti yake ni kwa kuangalia maneno kwa jinsi gani. Kwa hivyo inakuwa mkanganyo, kwa sababu kila mtu anataka tu kusema. Kwa sababu mimi kwa maoni yangu sikuona sababu ya kwamba ngeli zibadilishwe hizi za kisintaksia, ilhali wanafunzi walikuwa wanafahamu zile za kimofolojia, manake anaangalia dhana zile zile, ni kwamba ni mkondo mmoja tu. Lakini kwa sababu yetu sisi pia wataalamu tunataka kuuza vitabu hapa na pale, tunakwenda pale mitaala, sisi ndio tunapenyeza vitabu vyetu, mambo kama haya ndio yanayochangia katika kushusha ile hadhi ya Kiswahili. Badala sote tuungane kukiinua na kukiendeleza, tunakuwa fimbo ambayo tunaipiga.
Kwa hivyo inasikitisha sana. Na kila kitu kuhusiana na masuala haya, ama bado tutarajia huenda zikabadilika hata zaidi tunavyozidi kuendelea? Tukiangazia ngeli kwa mfano.
Ngeli ni zile zile, ni kwamba tu mmoja amebadilisha mkondo hivi, mwingine mkondo vile. Kwa sababu ule ambao anautumia kwa sasa ni ule upatanisho wa maneno, na unakanganya hasa kuliko ule ambao ulikuwa wa awali, ambao ulikuwa unaangalia muundo wa maneno, nomino zenyewe, viambishi vyake ni vipi katika umoja na wingi. Sasa hii unaangalia, je, nomino hii inapopatana na kitenzi kinakuwa vipi? Kwa hivyo unatumia viambishi hivyo. Lakini nomino ni zile zile.
Hazijabadilika. Kuna mpangilio kwamba huenda hili likasawazishwa kwamba kukawa na mfumo mmoja tukiendelea mbele, ama ndio kila mtu anavuta upande wake bado?
Kwa sasa lile ambalo linatumiwa ni mkondo wa kisintaksia. Nafikiri hiyo ni kazi ya KICD kuweza kutoa mwelekeo unaofaa, lakini mara nyingi unapata mielekeo hii inaongozwa na wale ambao ni wahakiki, ambao ni wahadhiri. Kwa hivyo wakati mwingine wanaenda, au waandishi, mapendeleo na matakwa yao kwa sababu ya hali ya kibiashara. Inasikitisha, lakini natumai kwamba basi wakiamua kwamba ni mkondo wa kisintaksia, basi tuachie wanafunzi wafahamu ni hilo bila ya kuwaletea. Na pia tuepukane na mambo ya kufanya Kiswahili kuwa kigumu. Manake wanafunzi pale shule ya msingi, shule ya upili, muhimu ni kujua kutumia lugha. Sijui ni kwa nini wafanywe waelewe mambo ya chuo kikuu, jinsi ya kutamka sauti, sijui nini. Kwa nini wafanye mambo hayo? Kwa hivyo unapata kwamba wanafunzi wanapotoka chuoni au shule za msingi, shule za upili, hakuna mtu anataka kuongea Kiswahili, kwa sababu tumekifanya kuwa, wengine wanasema ni kama kujifunza Kigiriki. Sijui ni kwa nini. Halafu tunakuja hapa tunalalamika hakuna mtu apendi Kiswahili. Nani ambao wamepiga vita Kiswahili chenyewe? Si ni sisi ambao tunaandika vitabu hivyo, tunaupitisha mambo kama. Kwa hivyo mimi mwenyewe kama mtaalamu, kama wenzetu, ninajipiga kwamba mimi mwenyewe ndiye ninakosea katika upande huo.
Na asante. Najua Alfred ungependa kuchangia hilo, tutakuwa tukienda mapumzikoni kidogo, tukirejea utalichangia na pia utagusia masuala ya tafsiri, manake zipo tafsiri ambazo zimekuwa ni mbovu sana. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, tunaendelea kuangazia masuala ya mustakabali wa lugha ya Kiswahili humu nchini. Kimataifa ni lugha ambayo imepewa hadhi katika maeneo tofauti na pia imekosa hadhi hiyo katika maeneo mengine. Kwa hivyo tunaenda mapumzikoni, tukirejea tutakuwa tukijadili mengi zaidi, na pia nawe utapata fursa kuchangia kuhusiana na umuhimu wa lugha ya Kiswahili katika jamii. Usiondoke.
The blind man told police officers, afade mimi sijawahi ona bangi maisha yangu yote.
Hizo ma-award zikafanya watu waanze kuimbia award badala waimbe the word.
Mimi mkinichagua mtaona miujiza.
Anajifanya siku hizi.
Kimbia mara moja.
Naogopa Mwenyezi Mungu na uji moto peke yake.
Hiyo si bangi.
Buda basi kama umerudia wizi na unaweza ibia mdem sai mchana, itabidi basi umeachana sera. Najua kamiti ni home.
I've been thinking, why don't we have the double date at my place tonight? Tonight? I think it's time you met my girl. Joey needs to know if you're allergic to anything. I'm like a hyena. I eat anything placed in front of me. Soon you'll get what you want.
cracking comedy. Just move to NTV.
Twende holiday na spot on vacation. 2 days, 1 night for half board at Mayan Nanyuki from 10,000. 3 days Masai Mara from 13,000 with transport, accommodation, meals and game drive. 3 days Mombasa from 13,000 with SGR tickets, accommodation, transfers and meals. 5 days Dubai for 53,000 and Zanzibar from 67,000 with flights, accommodation, meals and excursions. Call us on 0741 06 5656 or visit our office on Gong Road, Gong Lane Plaza, 4th floor, or visit our website www.spotonvacation.com.
Na mtazamaji, karibu tena kwenye NTV. Sasa tunaendelea kusonga mbele. Shukrani kwa kuendelea kutazama. Unaweza kusema nasi hapa, tunaangazia masuala ya lugha ya Kiswahili. Lugha ya Kiswahili, je, imepewa hadhi inayostahili na inayostahiki? Sema nasi kwenye nambari katika runinga yako. Unaweza kupiga ukasema nasi moja kwa moja, pia katika mtandao wetu wa Twitter @danmule @haridsalim na vile vile hashtag ikiwa ni NTV. Sasa sema nasi pale, tutakuwa tukiangazia baadhi ya kauli zako. Wageni wangu studioni wangalipo Alfred Mtawali ambaye ni rais wa chama cha ufasiri na utafsiri kanda ya Afrika Mashariki, na vile vile Daktari Priska Jerona ambaye ni mtaalamu wa lugha na pia mhadhiri katika Chuo Kikuu cha Nairobi. Tukiendelea kuangazia masuala ambayo tumekuwa tukizungumzia, tumezungumzia swala la mkanganyiko ambao unaletwa na wale ambao ni wataalamu wa lugha, na daktari ametoa kauli zake. Pengine tupate kauli yake Alfred. Sio na mtazamo gani? Wengi wanasema kwamba nyinyi Waswahili ndio mnatupotosha misamiati mizito. Huyu anasema hiki, huyu anasema hiki. Lakini usiangazie tafsiri kwa sasa, tutaangazia tafsiri baadaye.
Nataka nitoe mifano miwili ya maneno ambayo yamebadilishwa maana kwa makusudi na watumiaji wa lugha ya Kiswahili. La kwanza ni tetesi. Wakati mwingine naangalia runinga nakuta tetesi limetumiwa kama fujo hivi. Unaona? Wakati mwingine unapoangalia kamusi unakuta maana yake ni nyingine, kama uvumi hivi, mambo kama hayo. Unaona? Sambamba. Watu wanasalimiana, unaendeleaje? Niko sambamba. Sasa uko sambamba kivipi? Unaona? Sasa unakuta hilo neno linalazimishwa na hata vyombo vya habari vinatumia kwa lazima. Baada ya muda unakuta watu wameanza kuona tu sambamba ni kitu ambacho kinaenda vizuri, ni uzima na nini. Unaona? Na wakati sambamba ni neno tofauti kabisa. Kwa hivyo nadhani kwamba kuna huo msukumo wa kuyabadilisha maneno kwa makusudi na yalete maana nyingine ambayo sio maana yake halisi.
Sambamba kwa mfano linafaa kutumika katika mazingira gani? Hiyo hapo utatumika katika ubora wake. Sambamba
si ni parallel, kama kwa mfano hivi. Unaona?
Kama unamuuliza mtu vipi anakuambia sambamba.
Sambamba sasa mimi sielewi sasa kama anatembea ama anafanya nini sasa. Unaona? Unapata pia mimi usikiza nyimbo na pia napiga muziki pia. Unakuta mtu anasema swadakta na wewe. Anamaanisha nini? Kwa hivyo maneno yanatumiwa ya kawaida alafu yanabadilishwa maana inakuwa nyingine. Unaona? Kwa hivyo kuna umuhimu wa kwamba kama alivyosema mwalimu, wataalam kwanza wawe na nia ya kwamba Kiswahili kiwe rahisi. Mimi nilipokuwa ninasoma shule ya msingi, Kiswahili kilikuwa rahisi. Na ilipofika kipindi hicho ulikuwa kama unasikia raha. Someni kwa furaha, Omari hodari, kaenda safari. Nakumbuka mpaka saa hii. Lakini saa hizi uandishi wa vitabu na unanunua hiki tofauti, unanunua hiki tofauti. Unakuta huyu anasema hivi, huyu anasema hivi. Unashindwa ufuate nani sasa?
Wanafunzi wa darasa la kwanza wanaambiwa eleze vest kwa Kiswahili, haitwaje?
Ndio hivyo.
Naam. Kwa hivyo wafanya waogope, hicho ndicho ambacho
wanaogopa kwa sababu kama kigumu sasa.
Manake umekosoa matumizi ya neno swadakta, pengine tueleze matumizi sahihi ni yapi? Manake pia kwa faida mtazamaji wetu.
Mara nyingi swadakta ni kama kitu vizuri. Unaona? Ama si vizuri, unaona?
Sema vizuri.
Lakini wakati mwingine unakuta tu natumiwa na yapo mengi tu, mtu anatumia vile anataka. Unaona? Alafu baada ya muda watu wanaona kwamba basi hata ndio maana yake halisi. Kumbe sio maana halisi ile neno.
Na manake wengi wanajifunza kutoka kwa wale ambao wanasikia wakizungumza vyombo vya habari, kwenye vitabu na sehemu tofauti. Kwa hivyo hapa tapotoshwa yote ambayo iko katika sehemu ya kuweza kueleza wengine, pia atakuwa mapotosha wengi. Tuangazie ile swala la tafsiri ulizungumzia. Kumekuwa na tafsiri mbovu sana, najua nyakati hizi wengi katika mitandao ya kijamii pale Google Translate
andika neno unapata. Kwanza katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, ukienda kwenye kituo cha SGR kuna kipindi pale waliweka tafsiri mbaya sana, na sijui kama ni Wachina wenyewe walifanya hivyo. Sisi tuliandika, nakumbuka niliandika kwa Watchman kwenye gazeti lenu, na tukalalamika pale. Baada ya muda wakaziondoa zile tafsiri. Haya, ukienda hospitali unakuta kwamba wameandika tena. Inafaa kwanza, kama ukisafiri utakuta watu wanaanza na lugha ya kwao alafu Kiingereza chini. Lakini Kenya tunafanya sasa kinyume. Unakuta kama ni choo imeandikwa tuseme toilet kwanza alafu choo chini. Inafaa useme choo alafu toilet chini. Ukienda Dubai wanaanza na Kiarabu alafu Kiingereza chini. Unaona? Kwenye kama unasafiri kwenye ndege, KQ ianze na Kiswahili kwanza alafu ndio iongee kwa Kiingereza. Lakini kwetu hapa inakuwa wanaanza na Kiingereza. Unaona? Kwa hivyo inakuwa tafsiri za stakabadhi za serikali, tafsiri ni mbovu, nyingine zinafanywa maofisini. Unajua kama tu ile ofisi fulani wafanyikazi ambao wewe si unajua Kiswahili, najua, anapewa anafanya. Alafu inabandikwa huko, tukipita hivi tunaiona. Tafsiri mbaya. Na ni kwa sababu pia nadhani kwamba pia kama nchi, kama serikali hatujatambua umuhimu wa tafsiri. Tunaona tu alimradi mimi najua basi naweza weka kwa Google Translate, naweka tu inaleta sentensi hazieleweki, alafu nafikiri kwamba ni tafsiri ile. Lakini ile ni taaluma kamili ambayo unaweza kuisomea mpaka shahada ya mwisho kabisa.
Na sijui wapo kama wataalamu ambao mnajihusisha na swala hili na mna kamati ambao mnajihusisha na haya, sijui ni hatua gani ambazo mmepiga pengine kufuatilia? Maana hata county, ukienda katika afisi za county kuna yale maagizo ambayo yametolewa pale katika county, kuna kauli mbiu yao na vitu vingine vingi pale ambavyo wametoa tafsiri na nyingine huwa sio sahihi. Sijui wapo mna nafasi ya kupata kusema nao wakarekebisha baadhi ya
kama tungepewa fursa. Kwa mfano, kuna kipindi kulikuja madaktari hapa, nadhani bado wapo, kutoka Cuba, na kuna wakalimani wa Kihispaniola hapa Kenya ambao wanaongea vizuri sana. Mimi nadhani kwamba ingekuwa kila chumba cha daktari anayetoka Cuba kuwe na mkalimani wa ile lugha. Mgonjwa anapoingia anaongea na huyu anaongea ile Kihispaniola kumueleza yule daktari wa Cuba. Lakini ilivyo sasa ni vigumu kwa sababu hawako wale, na wakalimani wako wengi sana. Na katika nchi nyingine ukienda tu kwa daktari, kama huwezi kuzungumza lugha ya ile daktari, analetwa mkalimani ili uweze kumueleza daktari matatizo yako vizuri. Hilo halijafanyika hapa kwetu, na wanafanya kazi kwenye hospitali zetu za county huko, na hatujui wanawasiliana na wagonjwa kwa njia gani. Wengine wamesema labda wamejifunza lugha za eneo hilo, lakini itachukua muda. Kwa hivyo ilifaa kuwa na wakalimani. Kama kwa mfano ni county iko labda Meru, kuwe na mkalimani pale ndani. Kama ni wa Kimeru, anaongea na ule mgonjwa, anamueleza daktari, anatibiwa kwa usahihi. Unaona? Hilo kama nchi hatujalifanya. Pia nishaenda nchi ya Cameroon, kule vile walivyofanya, kila taasisi ya serikali inamtafsiri pale ndani, kila chombo cha habari kinamtafsiri pale ndani, kila kama hata ikulu kuna watafsiri. Sasa inakuwa stakabadhi zote za serikali zinaweza kupatikana kwa lugha ya wengi. Hapa bado
hapo kuna tatizo. Na mbali na hapo kuna tafsiri pia katika vyombo vya habari. Kuna baadhi ya taarifa za kimataifa ambazo tunapokea kwa kimombo, tutafsiri na kuzitangaza kwa lugha za Kiswahili. Mtazamo wako ni upi? Unahisi ile tafsiri
mimi hufuatilia na kuna makosa mengi, kwa sababu nadhani sina hakika, lakini nadhani hizi habari za Kiswahili huwa zimetafsiriwa kwa Kiingereza. Ndio nishasikia siku moja wakisema mwanasiasa fulani amewasilishwa kotini, na hiyo inatokana tu na presented in court. Unaona? Kwa hivyo nakuta zile tafsiri ni za sisisi. Yaani huyu mtu hajafanya uchunguzi kamili. Haya, nikaona siku moja unazungumzia
kusema tafsiri sisi unamaanishaje?
Neno kwa neno.
Neno kwa neno.
Yaani ule mtu hajaangalia muktadha vizuri. Kwa mfano ukiona neno uncle, unaona, na nishaona wakati mwingine watu wanasema mjomba. Unaona, mjomba. Sasa akiwa ni ndugu yake babako, Kiingereza ni uncle, lakini Kiswahili labda ni neno lingine.
Naam.
Unaona? Lakini unakuta tu yule mtu ameitwa mjomba na ni ndugu yake babako, angekuwa ndugu yake mamako inakuwa rahisi. Lakini unakuta tu ameita mjomba, unaona? Mjomba.
Baba tunamuita ami.
Unaona? Na kama ukitaka unasema babangu mkubwa, babangu mdogo. Unaona? Lakini siwezi kumuita babangu mdogo kusema mjomba. Mjomba ndugu yake mamangu. Unaona?
Hizi tumezoea tu.
Ndio hivyo. Sasa na ule utafiti haufanywi, alafu muktadha. Sababu neno likishatokea inakuwa na muktadha wake. Kwa hivyo hata vyombo vya habari viweze na wakati mwingine kama imefanywa haraka kidogo, unakuta neno limebandikwa tu pale, unaona, dirisha la uhamisho. Dirisha gani la uhamisho? Kile ni kipindi fulani wachezaji wanaweza nunuliwa
kwa vilabu tofauti. Lakini katika unapozungumzia muktadha, najua pia kuna sajili za lugha, kuna zile register ambapo lugha inatumika katika muktadha tofauti. Kwa mfano katika michezo utamsikia pengine Yoshua Makori akisema kwamba timu ya Gor Mahia iliwalima FC Leopards.
Hiyo ni sawa.
Katika ule muktadha wamelimwa kweli.
Hiyo ni sawa. Huyo sasa inakuwa ni kama tamathali za usemi, ile lugha ya kinahau na kadhalika. Lakini kuna mengine tu tunatumia tu jinsi yalivyo, unaona? Na wakisema transfer window, ni lazima mimi nitumie dirisha kweli? Sio lazima.
Sio lazima. Hebu tusikie kwa leo daktari ile swala la tafsiri.
Tafsiri kwa hakika ni taaluma. Tafsiri huwezi kufanya bila kuelewa muktadha ambao neno fulani unatumika. Na mara nyingi kwa sababu ya kutoweza kuelewa muktadha, unapata kwamba tafsiri nyingi zinafanywa kwa njia mbovu tu. Kwa sababu neno la kawaida linaweza kutumika kwa njia tofauti kwa kutegemea muktadha. Ndiposa umezungumzia kuhusu sajili mbalimbali. Ndio nitaelewa lugha ya sajili ya michezo, ina lugha yake. Siwezi kuitumia kwamba mtu fulani amelima kumaanisha kwamba mtu fulani amepigwa. Haitakuwa ni sawa, kwa sababu tafsiri hiyo itakuwa ni makosa. Kwa hivyo kwangu mimi nafikiri tulipoanza na kusema kwamba katiba imetoa nafasi ya kwamba Kiswahili ni lugha rasmi, inamaanisha kwamba kuna nafasi kubwa ya tafsiri, kwamba stakabadhi zote za serikali ama ikiwa zitaandikwa kwa Kiingereza zipatikane vile vile kwa Kiswahili. Na ni nani watafanya kazi hiyo kama si watafsiri? Na ni watafsiri ambao basi unahitajika pia pawe na bodi fulani, pengine hilo baraza ambalo tumelizungumzia kwa muda, ili kuweza kuwachuja nani wanaweza kazi yenyewe. Isiwe kwamba tu tunapatia watu kiholela alafu wanafanya tafsiri mbovu ambazo zinatuharibia sisi wengine majina kwamba hatujui kutafsiri, na hilo si jambo ambalo ni zuri. Kwa hivyo tungeomba kwamba ikiwa kwamba baraza hilo, sijui wale ambao wabunge ambao wako bungeni, wale wanaoshughulikia au idara inayohusiana na masuala ya mawasiliano, sijui inafanya nini kuhusiana na swala hili la lugha ili kutekelezesha ibara hiyo ya katiba kwamba Kiswahili kiweze kutumika na kuweza kupata hawa ambao ni watafsiri wanaofaa. Kwa sababu ndio tunajua nchini Kenya kuna kila mtu anasema ni mtafsiri. Lakini tafsiri zenyewe najua hata wewe umewahi kukumbana nazo.
Mbovu kabisa.
Zimekuwa mbovu kabisa.
Na najua tutakuwa tukiangazia namna ambavyo mataifa mengine yamekipa ama ameipa hadhi lugha hii ya Kiswahili, lakini hata kabla hapo kidogo tu, manake hii leo kuna tuzo hizi za Mabati Cornell Kiswahili kwa waandishi wa riwaya na vile vile ushairi kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Na mbali na wale waandishi asili ambao wani wabunifu, kuna wale ambao utafsiri. Tumeona vitabu vingi tu, Mabepari wa Venice, ile Merchant of Venice, kuna kitabu Antigone ambacho kimetafsiriwa, kuna Musa, kuna vitabu vingi tu. Hata vile vya hadithi za watoto nimeviona vingi, vile vya hadithi za mamba na sungura vimetafsiriwa.
Kama zile za Barbara Kimenye, Moses
vingi vimetafsiriwa. Hizi tafsiri kwa ujumla tu mkizitazama mnaziona vipi, zimefanywa kwa ubora wake ama ni tafsiri tu bora tafsiri?
Mimi naona kwanza vitabu vile vya zamani, wakati huo taaluma ya utafsiri haikuwa inasomewa. Kwa hivyo utakuta tafsiri ndio zipo, lakini zina usisisi neno kwa neno ndani. Ukisoma unakuta tu mtafsiri hakuweza kutumia muktadha vizuri alafu kufuata muundo wa Kiswahili. Ameegemea zaidi muundo na sarufi ya Kiingereza. Hivi vya siku hizi naweza sema kidogo vina afadhali, lakini vile vya kwanza hata kuanzia Biblia yenyewe ya Kiswahili, ikaja kupita, it came to pass. Neno la Mungu likamjia Yona. The word of God came to Jonah. Hizo ni tafsiri sisi. Kwa sababu neno halimwendei mtu. Unaona? Na ikaja
kuzungumziwa na mwingine.
Linazungumziwa alafu ikaja kupita. Ilitukia tu. Unaona? Kwa hivyo nakuta wakati ule huu utaalamu hakuwa watu wanausomea na kujua kanuni za tafsiri. Je, nawezaje kutafsiri hela?
Kwa hivyo makosa yameanzia mbali sana.
Ni mbali. Nawezaje kutafsiri
benki kuu ya Kenya, benki ama ni banki? Kulikuwa na hilo neno pia.
Lile kwa sababu neno la kigeni watu wanaweza kusamehewa wanaposema banki ama benki. Lakini utakuta tafsiri nyingi ambazo zipo sio nzuri. Sio nzuri. Na ni kwa sababu kama alivyosema profesa hapa ni kwamba kila mtu anajiona mtafsiri.
Na asante Alfred, na tutakuwa tukiendelea na swala hilo. Kabla hapo mtazamaji, pia tutaangazia na ujiri katika maeneo tofauti. Tutakuwa tukienda katika kaunti ya Taita Taveta alipo mwenzangu Bill Otieno katika bunge la kaunti hiyo eneo la Undanyi. Bill, wapo unanipata, kuna kipi ambacho kinajiri huko kabla tujarejea hapa studioni?
Naam, shukran kabisa Mule, mbashara kutoka jengo la bunge la kaunti hii ya Taita Taveta, ambao kwa sasa nafuatilia swala ambalo wakazi wa Taita Taveta wamekuwa wakilingojea tangu hapo wiki jana, na ilikuwa inasemekana kuwa gavana wa kaunti hii leo ataenda kuweza kuhutubia umati ama wakazi wa Taita Taveta, wakiwemo pamoja na wawakilishi wadi wa kaunti ndogo zote 4, ambapo kwa sasa tunatarajia kuwa gavana huyu aweze kuweza kuelezea masuala ambayo yalikuwa kikumba kaunti hii miezi michache iliyopita. Ikumbuke kuwa kaunti hii ilikuwa katika ugomvi kati ya gavana wa kaunti hii ambaye ni gavana Granton Samboja na wawakilishi wadi wa kaunti hii ambao ni wako katika jengo hili kwa sasa. Na kwa sasa ni kuwa kulikuwa na uoga kuwa kaunti hii ilikuwa itaweza kuja kuvunjwa, na ni baada ya maagano kati ya gavana na wawakilishi wadi hawa ni kuwa waliweza kuja kuelewana na wakaweza kuwa na mikakati mbadala ya kuweza kufanya kaunti hii iweze kuendelea na miundo misingi. Na kwa sasa tunatarajia gavana Granton Samboja aweze kuzungumzia masuala ya maji na mazingira, na pia tunamtarajia pia aweze kuzungumzia masuala ya miundo msingi katika kaunti hii. Tumeweza kuona kuwa barabara ambazo zinaelekea katika mashule kadha wa kadha hapa ziliweza kuangaziwa kuwa ni ziko katika hali duni, na pia watu wanalalamika kwa hali ya maji. Tunaweza kujua kuwa maji ya Mzima Spring ambayo inatumika katika maeneo mengine ya pwani yanatumika yameweza kutoka katika kaunti hii, na kwa sasa wakazi wanalalamika pia. Haya ni baadhi ya kuwa shida ambazo zinawatatiza hapa katika kaunti hii. Sasa pia tunaweza kutarajia gavana kuweza kuelezea yale ambayo ameweza kufanikiwa kufanya, kama yale miradi moja au zingine ambayo alikuwa ameweza kuweka katika ahadi zake wakati anaingia katika kaunti hii ya Taita Taveta. Ni swala ambalo lilikuwa linatarajiwa kuanza hapo masaa ya saa 4 majira ya mchana, na nitaweza kuletea habari za kikamilifu katika habari zetu za saa 1 na za saa 3. Kwako Daniel.
Naam, asante sana kutoka hapo Taita Taveta. Najua wageni wangu studioni kila kinachosemwa hapa kwa lugha ya Kiswahili wangependa sana kukitathmini ama kukihakiki. Lakini mbali na hao, kuna mtazamaji katika laini yetu ya simu. David, ukiwa Eldoret, wapo unatupata, tupe mchango wako.
Naitwa David kutoka Kamkunji, Eldoret.
Naam, endelea.
Na mchango kwamba naonelea serikali iweze kuweka lugha ya Kiswahili iwe ndio lugha inayotumiwa shuleni. Angalia taifa kama yanayoongoza kwa mambo ya masomo kama vile Finland, Korea, Singapore, wanatumia lugha zao katika mashule. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa. Alafu kwingine nilikuwa nataka niulize mgeni huyo, amesema kwamba tusitumie lugha ngumu. Nilikuwa nauliza, je, tukitumia hizi lugha rahisi, sio itamaanisha zile maneno magumu yataweza kupotea na kusaulika? Hiyo ndo maoni yangu.
Asante sana David, lakini sidhani alisema tusitumie magumu, alisema tu sio kwamba ni kama hayo ndio tunatumia kuonyesha ubabe wetu katika kuonyesha watu kwamba tunaelewa na tunaijua lugha. Amezungumzia ile swala la lugha ya Kiswahili kutumika kama lugha ya kufunzia shuleni, wanasema the language of instruction, kwamba iwe ni Kiswahili. Ni kitu ambacho kinawezekana, daktari?
Naam, kinawezekana ikiwa tuna nia, ingawa kwa sasa tunajua lugha ya kufundishia ni Kiingereza katika nchi yetu. Ikiwa kwamba tutaweza, kwanza nafikiri hiyo uweza kufanywa kwa hatua, kwamba tukifanikisha kukiwezesha Kiswahili kiweze kutumika katika nyanja zote, basi tunaweza kusema kwamba tunaanzia kufundishia, kwa sababu kuna wale ambao wataongea waseme, je, Kiswahili kinaweza kuandika vitabu ambavyo vitafunzia kemia na mambo kama hayo. Na nafikiri huo mfano ulifanyika nchini Tanzania, ambapo waliweza kutumia Kiswahili kama lugha ya kufunzia, ingawa baadaye walibadilisha, na nafikiri kwa mkondo kwa sasa wengi wanatumia Kiingereza. Nafikiri ni kuhusiana na masuala ya usocialisti kuweza kuisha matumizi katika nchi hiyo. Naam, tunaweza kutumia lugha hii, lakini wakati ambapo tutaweza kukuza. Lakini nafikiri kilicho muhimu kwa sasa, Kiswahili ni lugha moja ambayo inabeba mambo mengi sana katika ile silabasi ya shule ikilinganishwa na lugha ya Kiingereza. Lugha ya Kiingereza ina masomo mengi katika juma moja, ikilinganishwa na ile ya Kiswahili. Lakini ukiangalia mapana na marefu ambayo Kiswahili inafunzwa, inahitaji muda mwingi sawa na ule wa Kiingereza. Sijui kwa nini wale ambao wanapanga mitaala wanafikiria hivyo. Manake katika mwanafunzi wa Kiswahili, bali tuna kufahamu lugha, itabidi afahamu mambo ya fasihi, kuanzia mashairi, kuanzia hadithi fupi, matumizi, sijui nani alienda kuanzisha matumizi ya isimu jamii kule. Sijui ni kwa sababu gani. Kwa hivyo unapata kila mara tunapanua na ule muda unakuwa mfupi, hivyo kumkosesha mwanafunzi ile nafasi ya kuweza kumudu na kujifunza vizuri lugha. Kwa hivyo inakuwa kwamba wanagusagusa tu hapa na pale bila kukomaa katika ufahamu wake. Kwa hivyo nafikiri ikiwa kwanza tutahakikisha kwamba ule ufunzaji na kupata muda wa kutosha, ili baada watu waweze kufahamu lugha hii na tuweze vile vile kuandikia, kwa sababu nafahamu ndio mimi ni mhadhiri ninayefundisha sintaksia. Ndio kuna uhaba wa vitabu vingi vya isimu katika lugha nchi hii, kwa sababu pia uandishi wake ndio tunaandika vitabu vya fasihi, lakini vitabu hivi vingine
vya sarufi. Na kusema hivyo nakumbusha tukiwa chuoni tukifunzwa lugha ya Kiswahili tulikuwa tunatumia vitabu vya Kiingereza kama marejeleo, vitabu vya kina Noam Chomsky, kama unatumia kitabu cha Kiingereza lakini somo la Kiswahili.
Na bado hali ni hivyo.
Muandike vitabu, nyinyi wataalamu basi muandike vingi tu.
Tutajaribu, ingawa uandikaji wa vitabu pamoja na majukumu mengi ambayo tulionayo, kwa sababu unapata kwamba kwa mfano katika chuo changu wale ambao tunafunza mambo ya isimu tu wachache kilinganishwa na wale wa isimu. Kwa hivyo muda pia unakuwa kikwazo kwetu katika mambo, lakini tutajaribu kuandika vitabu kama hivyo, ili hatua kwa hatua. Nimeona wenzangu wachache wameanza kuandika, kuna Watanzania pia ambao wamejaribu kuandika. Kwa hivyo tunapiga hatua.
Tuko tulipokuwa. Naam, Eric kutoka Nakuru hapo natupata katika line yetu ya simu. Hebu tupe mchango wako katika NTV sasa.
Nawapata vizuri sana. Mimi nina tatizo kidogo.
Naam, endelea.
Swala hili wakati nilikuwa katika shule.
Paza sauti kiasi. Naam, endelea.
Nilikuwa nikisema
naam,
wakati tulipokuwa katika shule ya msingi.
Endelea.
Wakati tulikuwa nafunzwa katika shule ya msingi, tulikuwa tunaelezewa kwamba kuna kitu kinaitwa ngeli ya kivi.
Ngeli ya kivi. Naam, endelea.
Na siku hizi naona vile inavyotumika sijui ni tofauti kidogo na vile tulivyokuwa tunafunzwa. Kwa sababu kwa mfano kwa watangazaji wa michezo wanaposema kilabu ya ni sawa ama ni kilabu cha, kwa mfano kilabu cha Gor Mahia ama ni kilabu ya Gor Mahia. Ni ngeli ipi iliyo sawa ama ni sentensi ipi iliyo sawa? Labda ningesaidia kufafanua kidogo.
Na asante sana. Eric anazungumzia utata ambao tulikuwa tumeangazia hapo awali, tukisema awali walivyokuwa wanaangazia wanapokuwa wakiainisha maneno katika makundi na wanavyofanya kwa sasa. Maana tunajua ngeli za sasa wanaangazia namna ambavyo neno linawekwa katika sentence, yale maendelezo inachukua kitenzi kipi na vitu kama vile. Sio unaweza kumjibu swali lake.
Naam, kwamba ngeli ni zile tulizokuwa nazo kama ni za kuangalia viambishi vya umoja na wingi kama vile kivi, kwa kiti, viti, mtu, watu, mua. Lakini kwa sasa wamebadilisha hivi kwamba wanaangalia upatanisho ule wa nomino hiyo, kama ni mtu na kitenzi, kwamba tunasema mtu anaenda, kwa hivyo na watu wanaenda, kwa hivyo anachukua ile kipatanishi.
Nasema mtu katika ngeli ya awa.
Kwa hivyo ni vipatanishi hakika wanaangalia, wala hawaangalii kwa sababu tunajua ngeli ni makundi ya nomino au majina yaliyo na sifa zinazofanana. Lakini unaona kwa sasa tulitoa neno hilo la ngeli kutokana na kuangalia majina hayo, tukaangalia sasa ni vitenzi. Vitenzi hivi vinafanya nini? Na inakuwa kikwazo kwa sababu wewe kuweza kuangalia vitenzi hivi vyote nitatumia na neno lipi. Ndiposa hapo kama maji yalimwagika wanasema basi ngeli ya. Kwa hivyo mtu kusema ya ni ngeli ipi hiyo, itabidi uwaze kabisa uweze kujua ni maneno yapi yataingia katika na inakuwa kikwazo. Nafikiri hapo
natatiza zaidi. Na ndio hivyo mtazamo wake huo, na umepata kumjibu vizuri. Na tukiangazia ile swala la lugha ya Kiswahili imepewa hadhi katika mataifa tofauti. Na pengine Alfred utatuanzia swala hili. Tumeona taifa la Afrika Kusini linajiandaa kuanza kufunza lugha hii katika shule zake. Pia kuna mataifa mengine tu hapa barani Afrika ambao wamesema kwamba lazima tufunze lugha ya Kiswahili. Na tukiangalia takwimu zaonyesha kwamba katika lugha za Kiafrika lugha ya Kiswahili ndio ina wazungumzaji wengi zaidi barani Afrika.
Kiswahili kinafunzwa kwingi Afrika Kusini, nafikiri walianza tu juzi. Kuna Namibia, kinafunzwa kule. Kuna Cameroon, Zimbabwe, Botswana, kinafunzwa tu kwenye vyuo kuna na
hata nje ya Afrika.
Hata nje kwanza Ulaya na Marekani kinafundishwa sana. Na wale wanaojifunza wanakiongea kwa ufasaha hata wakati mwingine kushinda wale ambao tunatoka huku. Unaona? Ukiangalia kama wa China wanakiongea sana kwenye station yao, wanakiongea sana kwa ufasaha zaidi. Kwa hivyo kinafunzwa na kwa mjibu wa kitabu kimoja alichokisoma kimeandikwa na Profesa Rocha Kimera. Alisema kinafunzwa katika vyuo zaidi ya 180 duniani Kiswahili. Unaona? Kwa hivyo kinaenea kwa kasi, kinatumika kwa kasi, na hata tunavyoongea hivi Oman kuna mahali kule wanaongea Kiswahili vizuri sana. Kwa hivyo lugha ambayo imekuwa sasa ni lugha ya dunia nzima.
Kwa hivyo hiyo inatoa ishara gani pengine kwa wale ambao ni wazungumzaji asilia na wale ambao wanapenda lugha hii ya Kiswahili?
Ya kwamba wanafaa kujivunia lugha hii na wajue kwamba basi wakiibeza na kuidharau wengine wanaishabikia nje ya Afrika Mashariki. Na nishaenda Kongo, wanaongea Kiswahili kizuri sana kushinda hata
ile lahaja ya Kingwana.
Na wanaongea tu vizuri na wanawasiliana vizuri sana. Unaona? Na kama mtu ataendelea kukibeza kwa Kiswahili kwa misingi ya kwamba yeye amesoma sana ama anafahamu Kiingereza, ataachwa nyuma. Kwa sababu kadri muda unavyokwenda, tuseme serikali ipitishe ule mswada wa kwamba lugha ya Kiswahili sasa makala yote ya serikali yatafsiriwe, ataachwa nyuma. Kwa sababu inaweza fikia wakati kama unaweza ona tu maandishi ya Kiswahili peke yake kwenye sheria na stakabadhi za serikali. Kama mtu hajajifundisha Kiswahili atafanyaje sasa? Atakuwa ameachwa,
atakuwa pabaya. Tumeona hata wanasiasa ambao hawako na mudu lugha ya Kiswahili wakijaribu kujifunza, maana yake wanajua itawasaidia sana watakapokuwa wakiomba kura. Naam daktari.
Nafikiri pia kuhusiana na swala la Kiswahili kwamba linafunzwa ulimwenguni. Naam, kwa sababu wengi wanaiangalia, wale ambao wanafunza wanaiona kama ni rasilimali kuu. Kumbuka inazungumzwa na watu wengi zaidi ya milioni 80. Kwa hivyo hilo ni soko kubwa sana. Usije ukafikiri kwamba Afrika Kusini imeamua tu kwamba wamekipenda Kiswahili. Wanaona faida yake. Tunaona multi choice vile ambavyo inasambaa katika nchi zote hizi, na kuna vipindi mbalimbali ambavyo wangependa wananchi wao waweze kutumia fursa za vipindi hivi, na ni kwa kutumia Kiswahili ili kuweza kufikia soko hilo. Unapata wa Korea ndio hao wanakuja kusoma Kiswahili, wa Japani vivyo hivyo. Ulimwengu wa Marekani ndio una Kiingereza, lakini ungependa wananchi wake waweze kufahamu mambo mengi kuhusiana na tamaduni zingine. Ndiposa unapokwenda pale wanafunzi wote lazima wasome angalau lugha nyingine zaidi ya Kiingereza. Kwa hivyo sisi wenyewe tusipoona kwamba hili ni titi letu, lakini tusipoona umuhimu wake, basi tu wengine wataona
na maadamu umehitaji Afrika Kusini, na nilikuwa kule juzi kuangazia namna ambavyo wanajiandaa katika swala hili na walimu ambao watakuwa kienda kufunza lugha ya Kiswahili. Watakuwa kianza mwezi Juni, kwa sasa wanafanya tu maandalizi na mambo kama hayo. Wataanza majaribio mwezi Juni. Na walimu kule wanafurahi, wanasema kwamba tunasubiri kwa hamu na gamu tuanze. Maana kwa sasa lugha ambazo wao wanajifunza nyingi ni za kigeni. Za Kiafrika ni Sizulu, Kiswahili itakuwa lugha ya pili. Kwa hivyo wanasema kwamba wao wanahisi kwamba hii ni lugha ambayo inaweza kuleta utangamano na hata kuondoa ule uhasama. Ule wa kirangi, ule wanaita xenophobia. Nasema kwamba tunahisi tukizungumza kwa lugha moja sote tunaweza hata kuondoa ule uhasama na kuleta umoja. Unahisi kwamba hilo linawezekana?
Linawezekana kwa sababu ukikumbuka kwamba Afrika Kusini ina lugha nyingi, na kwa sasa tunajua lugha rasmi ni 11. Na nyingi pengine ni zile lugha za kiasilia ambazo zimeweza. Kwa hivyo kuna ule ushindani baina ya lugha hizi zote. Lakini wanapopata lugha moja ambayo kwamba lugha hizo zote kimsingi ni za Kibantu. Kwa hivyo wanapopata lugha ambayo ni ya Kibantu ambayo ni Kiswahili, nitakuwa rahisi wao kuelewa na kuweza kuwaleta pamoja, na kwamba lugha hiyo haihusishi na uasilia wao ili mmoja au kabila moja au liweze kuwadhani kwamba limetukuzwa dhidi ya makabila mengine. Kwa hivyo nafikiri kwao itaweza kuwaunganisha, kama ambavyo tunachukulia kwamba nchini Kenya Kiswahili ni lugha ambayo hatuna shida nayo. Tunaipenda, hatuna hisia ambazo tunasema kwamba inabeza au kutweza mtu yeyote. Kwa hivyo inakuwa ni chombo cha kuleta muungano kwa urahisi zaidi.
Naam.
Pengine juzi tulipokuwa Arusha, Watanzania walisema hivi, rais wao aliamua kwamba hotuba zake zote atazitoa kwa Kiswahili, alafu kutawekwa mkalimani wa Kiingereza. Unakuta hilo limeleta ajira kubwa. Kwa hivyo aje rais wa kutoka wapi na wapi, Kiingereza kinawekwa pembeni. Huyo anawasiliana nao kwa Kiswahili, mkalimani anatafsiri kwa Kiingereza, na ndivyo inavyofanyika. Ukienda Israel, ukienda marais wengine Korea, wapi
wanazungumza kwa lugha
zao, alafu anatembea na mkalimani wake, alafu hiyo na kalimani wengine wanasikia. Huo ndio mkondo tunafaa kufuata.
Unahisi kwamba ile pia linaweza kuongeza ile hadhi ya lugha kutoka
hali ya lugha, alafu na ajira pia.
Na umezungumzia suala la vyombo vya habari vya kimataifa, umezungumzia Radio China, kuna hata BBC wameanza matangazo kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Jambo hilo linaonyesha kwamba wangependa sana kuwafikia wale ambao wanaitumia lugha hii, maana kwa sasa ni kama lingua franca ya Afrika, kwamba kila mtu angependa kutumia lugha hili kupata kuwasiliana. Kuna vipindi vingi ambavyo tunavyo katika runinga zetu na vingi vya mzaha, na wengi sehemu ya mzaha huwa ni kuboroga lugha ya Kiswahili. Sijui una mtazamo gani kuhusiana na hilo, na pengine linaweza kubadilishwa?
Kama ni kwa katika muktadha wa vichekesho, watu wanaruhusiwa kufanya vitu kama hivyo. Unaona, lakini niliona kichekesho fulani kiliundwa kule kwetu, na huyu bwana alisema I was sugar cane. Naona mwanzake anasema unasemaje, anasema no, I was wearing sugar cane. Anasema unasemaje, akasema no, nakwambia nilivamiwa. Alivamiwa na wakora. Sasa katika muktadha ule inaruhusiwa tu, kwa sababu lengo lenyewe ni kuchekesha tu na kwamba watu waweze, lakini vyombo vya habari vina nafasi kubwa zaidi, na ninavyofahamu ni kwamba mtangazaji mzuri ni awe anaweza pia kuongea Kiingereza na Kiswahili pamoja. Ndipo sasa anaweza wakibadilisha lugha yake anageuza tu. Ndivyo ilivyokuwa zamani. Lakini kuna vyombo vingi sasa hivi mtangazaji anafanya kazi ile, lakini anaongea anashindwa kabisa kujieleza vizuri kwa Kiswahili. Unaona? Anajaribu, lakini sasa naona pia hapo vyombo vya habari vinachangia kidogo kuidunisha lugha, kwa sababu inachukuliwa kwamba bora wewe umeenda kusomea utangazaji njoo utangaze, lakini katika utangazaji si kuna swala la lugha pia, kwamba aweze kuongea vizuri, aongee lugha vizuri na nini na kadhalika. Lakini siku hizi unakuta kuna redio nyingi sana ambazo zimeshafunguliwa na watu hawajafunzwa Kiswahili, hawakijui Kiingereza, hawakijui, yani hajui,
lugha yao ni mbovu.
Ni mbovu sana.
Na kuna hizi tuzo, pengine tukiangazia kwa mfano leo kuna hii tuzo ya Mabati ambayo ni awamu ya 7 hii ya Cornell Kiswahili Prize for African Literature, na kwamba wao katika kuangazia masuala ya fasihi ya lugha za Kiafrika wakachagua lugha ya Kiswahili. Sijui mnahisi hilo pengine linasaidia kwa vipi, manake mwandishi bora wa riwaya atakuwa anatuzwa na mwandishi bora wa shairi atakuwa anatuzwa?
Nafikiri ni jambo la kujivunia kwamba tunaweza kupata tuzo kama hilo, hasa kukuza vipawa na kusambaza fasihi yetu katika ulimwengu mzima, kwa sababu tunajua kwamba tuzo hili linatokana na ule ushirika baina ya Mabati Rounding Mills na ile chuo kikuu cha Cornell University kule Marekani. Kwa hivyo vijana wetu au waandishi wetu wanapoandika vitabu hivi vitaweza kusambaa, kazi hizi zitasambaa katika, na tuweze pia kuweza kupata tuzo ambayo inashabikia lugha yetu. Najua kwamba kuna ile Nobel Prize for Literature na mambo kama haya ambayo ni ya nchini Kenya. Tuna hii tu ya Mabati na ile nafikiri ya Jomo Kenyatta Foundation. Hili tofauti baina ya hii na ile ya Jomo Kenyatta ni kwamba Jomo Kenyatta inaangalia vitabu ambavyo tayari vimechapishwa pengine na kuteua ile ambayo wanaweza kutuza. Pengine tuzo lenyewe haliwezi kufikia ile hadhi kama hii ya Mabati Cornell, na hii nyingine inakuza vile vipawa, kazi ambazo hazijachapishwa. Kwa hivyo inawahimiza au kuhamasisha watu kuweza kuandika na kuendeleza fasihi ya Kiafrika. Kwangu mimi ni jambo la kuonea fahari na kuwaomba waandishi waweze kuchangamkia, wachangamkie. Naam.
Alfred, sijui mtazamo gani kuhusiana na tuzo kama hizi, hiyo na nyingine nyingi?
Naunga mkono sana wazo hilo, hizo tuzo, kwa sababu inahamasisha wengine waanze kuandika riwaya zao, mashairi yao, na ninajua siku hizi hata pia watu wanaanza kutoa ushairi katika lugha za kikwetu hizi za tunazozungumza. Kwa hivyo mtu akishatuzwa, mwandishi mwingine anahamasishwa zaidi na yeye kwenda kuanza kuandika. Na sisi kama Waafrika tunazo riwaya nyingi tu ambazo tunaweza kuziandika na zikasomwa, na itasaidia pia kudumisha ama kuhamasisha uandishi, kwa sababu Afrika mara nyingi tumeambiwa kwamba mambo ya kuandika na kusoma hatupendi. Lakini vitabu
ukificha kitu cha dhamani unasema kwenye kitabu.
Hilo naona polepole linaanza kuondoka. Watu wanaanza kusoma. Kwa hivyo vitabu viandikwe vingi, tuzo, watu watuzwa. Akituzwa huyu mimi naandika, naona kwamba pengine mwaka ujao na mimi naweza nikatuzwa. Na bila shaka mtu anapotuzwa anasonga mbele na wale walio nyuma yake pia nao wanatia bidii zaidi waweze nao kufikia kiwango kile. Kwa hivyo naona ni hafla nzuri sana.
Hafla nzuri. Na tupo tukiona pia gazeti la Taifa Leo ambalo linamilikiwa na kampuni hii ya Nation Media Group, usambazaji habari. Gazeti ambalo limekuwa mstari wa mbele kuhakikisha kwamba lugha ya Kiswahili pia inaboreshwa, kuweka maswali, majaribio kwa wanafunzi na pia hata kuwatuza waandishi bora wa insha katika shule. Na naamini kwamba ni mojawapo ya vitu ambavyo vinasaidia. Swali pengine ambalo ningependa kuuliza na pengine nianze na Alfred ni umezungumzia swala la ushairi. Na tunamjua kwamba Abdulatif Abdalla ambaye ni mmoja wale ambao wanahusika na hizi tuzo za Cornell ni mtuzi wa mashairi, na pale awali katika kile kitabu chake cha kwanza alikuwa anazungumzia au mashairi yake mada zilikuwa ni za kuwazindua wa Afrika kupigania uhuru. Manake nakumbuka alikuwa amekamatwa wakati ule manake kutokana na kazi zake zile. Mnahisi kwamba kwa sasa ule usomaji wa mashairi ungalipo kama ulivyokuwa nyakati hizo?
Naona ungalipo kwa sababu hata mara nyingi tu mimi husikiza vipindi vya redio, nakuta kuna kitengo cha kugani mashairi. Unakuta ameletwa pale anagani mashairi na anakuta mwandishi labda ametoka Kwale, ametuma tu kwenye redio, na unakuta kuna ule mtangazaji ama mtaalamu pale anagani mashairi. Kwa hivyo nafikiri kama ni tunalinganisha, nafikiri tunapiga hatua. Sidhani kwamba ushairi umefifia. Nadhani mashairi yanaendelea kuandikwa mengi tu.
Na pengine hata mada zake kupanuka
zaidi. Mada mbalimbali, wakati mwingine hata mashairi yanahamasisha maisha ya kijamii, maisha ya ndoa, nini na nini, fujo za kinyumbani na nini, wanaandika. Tofauti na kwamba yanaandikwa kupigania uhuru ama kuwazindua watu, kuamsha watu. Sahii yanahusu masuala ya kawaida. Masuala ya kawaida, maisha ya kawaida ya kila siku. Ambayo unaona ile ni hatua nzuri.
Na mzee wapo na la kuongeza
kusema? Naam, pia na kuongeza kwamba hata katika uandishi huu ambao tunauona ushairi kwa sasa ni lugha rahisi ambayo inaeleweka, kwa hivyo inawavutia wengi. Tofauti na hapo awali ambapo mashairi yenyewe hatukuwa tunaelewa tukiwa shuleni. Kwa hivyo hatukupenda mashairi. Kwamba mimi kama mimi sikupenda mashairi kwa sababu singeelewa anazungumza, lakini kwa sasa
lugha ilikuwa ngumu kabisa.
Kwa magumu. Halafu walimu wenyewe wa kanyenzi hizo hawakuwa pia wanaelewa. Ilikuwa ni msamiati wa pwani. Wewe umezaliwa bara. Maneno mengi yanatokana na pwani, sasa wewe utaelewa vipi?
Au lahaja wakati ule nyingine lahaja za Kiamu,
lahaja ya Kiamu, Kimvita, mambo kama haya. Lakini kwa sasa nafikiri mashairi yameweza kuandikiwa, kuna waandishi wengi ambao wanaandika.
Lugha imekuwa rahisi. Nakumbuka mashairi yake Profesa Nabahani Mwale Lazaro yake mapema peponi. Unasoma lakini uelewe chochote. Lakini ndivyo hivyo yamekuwa rahisi hata katika vitabu kwa sasa, katika magazeti kutazama hata katika Taifa Leo, Jumamosi, Jumapili katika Sokomoko. Lugha rahisi ambao ulisema mawasiliano ndio muhimu zaidi, anasaidia katika kuwasilisha mawasiliano. Mbali na hayo, uongozi, serikali, wanasiasa wanatoa uungwaji mkono kiasi gani kwa wale ambao wanapigania lugha hii ya Kiswahili? Tuangazie swala kama vile mji wa Lamu. Nasema kwamba ni mji ambao ulikuwa umepewa ile tuzo, wanasema ile World Heritage Site, kwamba umeweka zile tamaduni za Waswahili na zile turathi za Waswahili na vitu kama vile. Lakini kwa sasa ni kwamba mji huu unakabiliwa na hatari ya kupokonywa ile hadhi kutokana na kule kuingiliwa na wageni. Sijui mna mtazamo gani kuhusiana na swala kama hili, tukiangazia viongozi na kile ambacho tunatarajia kutoka kwao kuhakikisha kwamba tunahifadhi baadhi ya turathi hizi za kitamaduni ambazo zinafungamanishwa na lugha ya Kiswahili. Daktari.
Kwa maoni yangu, viongozi kwa hakika katika masuala ya lugha sidhani kama wamewekea kipaumbele sana. Wanahitaji tu lugha wanapokwenda kupiga kampeni, mambo kama hayo ndipo wanapotumia lugha ya Kiswahili. Kuhusiana na masuala ya kuendeleza lugha yenyewe, sidhani kuna mengi ambayo yanafanywa. Kwa hivyo mambo ambayo yanahusiana na utamaduni huu, na nafikiri ni rasilimali kubwa sana, kwa sababu mimi ninapokwenda Uchina ama hapa Ethiopia tu, Addis Ababa, nakaribishwa kwa ile utamaduni wao wa kunywa kahawa na nini. Mbona inakuwa kwamba kwetu hatuoni kama hiyo ni thamani kubwa, hasa kwa masuala ya utalii na kuweza kudumisha sehemu hizo badala ya kuweza kuharibu? Kwa sababu ndio najua tumeona pengine kuna rasilimali ya kuweza kupanua masuala ya lapset na mambo kama hayo, lakini nafikiri sehemu ambazo zimewekewa kwamba ni turathi lazima serikali iweze kuona, kwa sababu kuweza kuona faida kwamba historia hii ndio ambayo itaweza kuleta natija baadaye. Nilipata fursa ya kusafiri China na nikaona mambo ambayo wamehifadhi kwa miaka mingi, na kila mwaka maelfu na maelfu ya watu wanakwenda pale kutazama, na hiyo ni natija bora kwa serikali. Kwa hivyo isiwe kwamba mtu aweze kuona tu ni kitu halisia. Kuna mambo ambayo huwezi kuona moja kwa moja kama ni halisi na kwamba ukadhani kwamba haina natija. Nafikiri utalii utafaidi zaidi ikiwa sehemu kama hizo tutaweza kuhifadhi na kudumisha ule utamaduni. Tuwafunze watu wetu pale pwani kwamba utamaduni wao wa mapishi wa nini waweze kuhifadhi na kuitumia kwa utalii. Na nafikiri sidhani kina Naomi Campbell wanakuja Malindi bure. Si kwamba ati wanakuja tu kwa sababu ya kuogelea. Sidhani ni hayo tu peke yake ambayo yanawaleta.
Pia masuala ya utamaduni.
Mambo ya utamaduni kwamba wanapendelea wale watu ni wakarimu, utakwenda wakupikia mapishi yao pia yanavutia. Mambo kama hayo ndio ambayo yanauza nchi na kujenga kiuchumi.
Naam, asante. Alfred, naamini umewahi kutembea Lamu pale, vyakula vya Kiswahili ama vya Waswahili, pengine pate kule walipokuwa kina Fumuliongo wakitunga mashairi yao, utenzi wa Mwanakupona, utenzi wa Ngamia na Paa, tenzi nyingi za nyakati zile, utenzi wa Linkishafi, tenzi ambazo zinafungamanishwa na utamaduni wa Waswahili na masuala yale, na ile sehemu ikiwa kama turathi kwamba ipate hadhi hii, na tunaelekea kwamba inaenda kupoteza hadhi ile, na kumekuwa na barua nyingi ambazo zimeandikwa kwa UNESCO wakiambiwa kwamba mji huu tunahisi kwamba unapoteza hadhi yake. Umeingiliwa sana na wageni, tufanye nini?
Viongozi, bado swala ni viongozi tu. Viongozi wasipoona umuhimu wa ule utamaduni kudumishwa, utamaduni unapotea tu. Lakini kama alivyosema mhadhiri hapa, ni kwamba watu wangependa kuona, asafiri kutoka nje aone nazi inakunwa namna gani. Kile cha kikamlio cha nazi ni nini? Unaona, na mbuzi ni nini? Siku moja nilisema, nilikuwa kwenye kikundi fulani nikasema nitakutafutia mbuzi. Yule mwenzangu akafikiri ni mbuzi mee. Kwa nini? Hajui.
Akajiandaa
kuchinja. Sasa inafaa ule utamaduni udumishwe. Lakini kama saa hii sasa kumeletwa mambo ya bandari inajengwa kule, alafu ule Uswahili unaanza kuondoka polepole, watu wanaanza kufuata sasa utamaduni wa magharibi na nini na nini, sisi ndio tutakaopoteza. Ile hadhi ikishaondolewa, watalii hawatakuja. Na miji ambayo imepewa hadhi ile, watalii huwa wanazuru kwa wingi.
Naam, kama Zanzibar umaarufu wake umeimarika zaidi. Sasa
Zanzibar watu wanakwenda wengi.
Lamu ule umaarufu uliokuwa nao katika upo wa Afrika Mashariki.
Sasa Lamu ikishabadilishwa ama Mvita ikishabadilishwa, basi sisi ndio tunaopoteza. Utamaduni unapotea, wageni, utalii unazorota, uchumi unaenda chini. Kwa hivyo nadhani viongozi, mimi nasimama pale kwamba viongozi kama kweli wana ari na moyo wakaona hili linatimia, litatimia tu.
Na tumezungumzia mengi, changamoto nyingi, pengine suluhu iko wapi? Pengine kwa ujumla wapo unaweza kuzungumzia suluhu kuhakikisha kwamba lugha hii inapewa hadhi ambayo inastahili na inastahiki. Manake licha kuwa katika katibu anasema kwamba hii ni lugha rasmi ambayo inaweza kutumika katika mazingira rasmi, kuandika barua za kuomba kazi, kuenda katika mawasiliano rasmi katika afisi, lakini hili lifanyiki sana. Tufanye nini ili kuhakikisha kwamba lugha hii inapata hadhi hii kuendelea mbele, mbali na changamoto ambazo zimekuwepo? Daktari.
Kwangu mimi kila kitu linaanza kwa uongozi. Ni uongozi utakapoamua kwamba utahitaji kuona manufaa ya lugha na kuweza kutekelezesha yale ambayo yanapaswa kufanywa, basi lugha itaweza kuendelea jinsi inavyopaswa. Najua inatoa mchango katika shuleni na mambo kama hayo, lakini hiyo haitoshi. Lakini nitafurahi wakati ambapo wataanza kutumia mawasiliano yao bungeni kwa Kiswahili. Maanake moja kwa moja itamaanisha kwamba mahakama haitabaki nyuma na hakuna chochote ambacho kitasalia. Kwa hivyo ni hao viongozi watakapochukua mstari wa mbele, basi mambo yatakuwa shwari, kuhakikisha kwamba sheria zenyewe zinaweza kutekelezwa. Maanake tunaweza kusema mengi, tuandike, ndivyo katika zile jitihada zetu ndogo ndogo tutaweza kusukuma, lakini hatutafika.
Kwa hivyo nahisi sheria zilizopo zinatosha iwapo zitatekelezwa.
Kwamba ile sheria, ile katiba inahitaji sheria zake za kuitekeleza ile ibara ya katiba, jambo ambalo halijafanyika hadi sasa. Ilishia tu pale kwamba iko lugha rasmi. Jinsi ya kuitekelezesha huo urasmi basi haujaelezwa waziwazi, na ni viongozi hao bungeni kuweza, kwa sababu wao ndio wanatunga sheria. Hakuna watu wengine ambao wataweza kufanya kazi hiyo, kwa hivyo ni wao tu.
Asante Alfred.
Mimi naona pia lingine linaweza kuchangia na kusaidia ni Wakenya wenyewe watumie lugha ya Kiswahili zaidi, na kwenye mikahawa, kanisani, hakuna haja ya ukalimani wakati sisi wote ni Wakenya alafu unahubiri kwa Kiingereza. Kwa nini? Naona. Kwa hivyo iwe inatumika zaidi kwenye mikahawa. Pia menu za zile ambazo zipo kwenye mikahawa zitafsiriwe kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Na mimi mwenyewe mara nyingi nimepima, ninaenda kwenye mkahawa
gumu sana kutafsiri maneno mengine.
Unaambiwa French fries si ni vibanzi tu.
Kwa kuandika vibanzi.
Ama hata chips.
Umeona anavuta mutura kwa Kiingereza? Mutura. kwa Kiingereza.
Siwasema African sausage.
Tutaelewa na maendeleo tu.
Tukianza kutumia zaidi, unaona. Ingawa itakuwa kuna changamoto kwa sababu mimi ninapoenda kwenye mikahawa ya kifahari na kuagiza kwa Kiswahili, yule mhudumu kidogo ananishusha hadhi. Unakuta anaenda na sasa vile anavyokuchukulia kuanzia hapo ni kwa kiwango tofauti. Anadhani kwamba hujui Kiingereza, unaona. Lakini inafaa iwe lugha itumiwe kabisa mpaka iwe tu unaweza kwenda popote kuomba kazi kwa kuandika kwa Kiswahili, yani kila mahali. Tukifanya hivyo watu wataanza kuona hii lugha ni yetu na hakutakuwa na mambo ya ati pwani na bara. Inafaa iwe tu kitu kimoja. Pwani, bara, wapi na wapi Kiswahili kinatumika tu.
Ndio watu wanajua kuna wazao wa lugha, wamilisi wa lugha na vitu kama vile. Lakini mbali na hao, ni kipi ambacho mnahisi kwamba kama taifa pengine tunafanya vizuri kuhakikisha kwamba lugha hii inapata hadhi yake? Tumeona Tanzania walikuja wakachukua walimu kutoka Kenya, manake wao wana uzungumzaji mzuri wa lugha ya Kiswahili, lakini awali walikuwa na matatizo ya kisarufi. Kwa hiyo kaja wakachukua na wakufunzi wengi haswa katika vyuo vikuu vya Tanzania, ikiwepo chuo kikuu cha Arusha ulizozungumzia awali, walikuwa ni wahadhiri kutoka vyuo vikuu vya hapa nchini Kenya. Lakini kwa sasa wameanza wenyewe sasa kufanya yale mafunzo. Kwa hivyo waliona kwamba kisarufi Kenya wako mbele. Sijui mbali na hilo kuna lingine ambalo mnahisi kwamba tumepiga hatua katika lugha hii?
Naam, katika masuala ya elimu kwa hakika, kama ambavyo tunasema tuna rasilimali za wafanyakazi wengi wamesoma Kiswahili na wanakifahamu na wanakieneza Kiswahili katika maeneo mbalimbali, sio tu kufunza katika vyuo vya karibu bali pia vya mbali. Pia jambo lingine ambalo tumejaribu sana ni uandishi wa vitabu. Nafikiri tumeandika kwa hakika Wakenya wako mstari wa mbele katika uandishi wa vitabu, na tunapofanya hivyo basi tunakisambaza Kiswahili. Pia tunakitumia zaidi katika biashara. Sijawahi kuona mtu yote anakwenda kufanya biashara akitumia Kiingereza mara nyingi, isipokuwa tu katika pengine benki na hata siku hizi katika benki unapata watu wanaongea tu pale
wanazungumza Kiswahili. Lakini tunapozungumzia uandishi kuna masuala mawili yanaibuka. Je, usomaji wetu wa vitabu hivi uko vipi? Na pili, ile hali ya hivi vitabu ni hali nzuri? Maandishi yenyewe ni maandishi ambayo yametumika katika lugha ambayo ni lugha nzuri?
Pengine tatizo litakuwa tu kwamba vitabu vina viwango mbalimbali. Kwa mfano katika vitabu vya kiada, vya shule, wanafunzi wanapata nafasi ya kusoma kazi mbalimbali. Na lugha yenyewe kwa sababu ya kwamba imewekewa vigezo na ile taasisi ya KICD, basi lugha ile iko kwenye viwango hivyo. Lakini najua wakati mwingine pia tunapenda sana kuandika masuala ya nadharia hasa kwa wasomi, kwa hivyo lugha inakuwa kidogo kikwazo kwa wengi. Lakini kwa kiwango kikubwa wengi wanapotaka rasilimali za kufundishia wanajua kwamba utakuja Kenya na utaweza kupata rasilimali za kufundishia. Na waandishi wengi wa Kenya hata sasa ninajua kuna mchakato wa kuandikia vitabu serikali ya Uganda ili kuweza kutumia, kwa sababu unajua mambo ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, Uganda ikaamua kwamba kwa hivyo kuna Wakenya ambao wanachangia kule Rwanda, kwa hivyo katika misingi hiyo.
Na asante. Tunapozungumzia uhuru wa uandishi unanikumbusha namna ambavyo kuna mitindo tofauti ya kuandika. Unajua marehemu Kezi Lahabi alikuwa anapenda sana kuandika kwa uwanja huru wa kutumia maneno. Kwa sekunde 30 tukimalizia, Alfred, kauli yako.
Mimi naweza kusema bado safari ni ndefu, lakini tutafika. Kwa sababu kule tulikotoka ndio mbali. Lakini sasa hivi tunaona juhudi za wabunge fulani wanazungumza Kiswahili bungeni. Viongozi fulani wanakwenda kwenye TV wanaongea Kiswahili, na pia tafsiri sasa zimeanza kuonekana katika maeneo mbalimbali. Benki kadhaa ambazo sitazitaja zina miradi ya kutafsiri bidhaa zao naona zile huduma wanazotoa wanatafsiri. Kuna taasisi za kilimo zimeanza kutafsiri mambo yao. Kwa hivyo tunapiga hatua polepole. Kile ninachoweza kusema ni kwamba serikali iweze sasa kuunga mkono zaidi juhudi za kukikuza Kiswahili na kukitumia zaidi.
Naam, asante sana mtazamaji. Huyo ni Alfred Mtawali ambaye ni rais wa chama cha ufasiri na utafsiri katika kanda ya Afrika Mashariki. Asante sana. Na vile vile Daktari Priska Jerono ambaye ni mtaalamu wa lugha na vile vile mhadhiri kutoka Chuo Kikuu cha Nairobi. Asanteni sana kwa kufika katika studio zetu. Naamini kwamba mtakuwa mkienda katika tuzo hizo za mabati, Cornell Kiswahili, tuzo za ambazo zitakuwa zikitolewa mwendo wa saa 12 hivi jioni. Naam, ambapo mwandishi bora wa riwaya atatuzwa na pia mwandishi bora wa ushairi. Kwa sasa tayari kuna waandishi watatu ambao wameteuliwa kwa lugha kwa ushairi, watatu kutoka Kenya, watatu kutoka Tanzania na watatu kutoka Kenya, watatu kutoka Tanzania pia katika riwaya vile vile. Kwa hivyo tutakuwa tukijua mshindi atakuwa ni nani. Mimi mtazamaji ni Daniel Mule, kwa niaba ya wote ambao wameshiriki kufanikisha NTV Sasa tunasema shukran. Kuna wengi ambao walikuwa wangependa kuchangia, lakini fursa haikuwepo, muda ndio hivyo, na tunashukuru kwa niaba ya Harith Salim na wengine wote tunasema asante sana na kutakia mchana mwema. Lakini kumbuka saa 7 kamili tutakuwa tukirejea kwa taarifa kwa lugha ya Kimombo. Wakati mwema.